Chapter 34-31. After the baptism of time, the power of the heaven refinement bloodline in the immortal seed had become extremely thin. Boom! Fang Chen released his half-perfect bloodline without hesitation. Dong! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air came from the void, and a terrifying aura was released from his body. This is Yellow Ox, the Python, and the Dark Destruction Leopard widened their eyes in shock when they saw this scene. Heavens, what kind of bloodline is this? It's too powerful. The blood in Black Bear's body instantly froze, and his heartbeat accelerated as he felt an extremely powerful pressure. Is this the power of his bloodline? Yellow Ox's eyes lit up as if he saw a glimmer of hope. The golden light shone brightly, and the half-perfect bloodline gradually invaded the first leaf. Hiss! Hiss! Almost without any resistance, the first leaf was refined. Then the second leaf and the third leaf. About an hour later, Fang Chen finally refined the seventh leaf. At this moment, the motionless immortal seed emitted a dazzling light, and the thin power of the heaven refinement bloodline suddenly erupted and poured into Fang Chen's body. Yellow Ox and the others were very nervous. This was the most important moment, and they must hold on. However, Fang Chen did not disappoint them in the end. He slowly got up and grabbed the immortal seed with his hand. Rip! He opened his mouth and swallowed the immortal seed. Dong! Dong! The power in his body surged wildly, and the primordial Yin appeared above his head. Did he really refine it? Black Bear was the most shocked. He did not expect Fang Chen to be able to refine the immortal seed. This is too terrifying. He felt his heart palpitate when he saw the power of the bloodline around Fang Chen's body. Not to mention, Master, even the super powerhouses of the 5 elements sacred realm might not be stronger than his bloodline. The power of the immortal seed completely merged into Fang Chen's body. The primordial Yin also increased rapidly because of this. 310 feet, 320 feet, 330 feet. The primordial Yin increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had grown to 500 feet. After the initial shock, Yellow Ox praised Fang Chen profusely. He's using the immortal seed to increase his Yin essence. Yellow Ox said, refining the heavenly immortal seed is extremely powerful. I wonder how powerful his Yin essence will be after he absorbs it. It's already 500 feet, the Python said. I remember that in this epoch, the strongest primordial Yin cultivator can reach 900 meters. It's already very strong for him to be able to condense it to 500 feet. A terrifying name emerged in the minds of Yellow Ox and the other two. At the moment, Fang Chen was fully immersed in his cultivation. The primordial Yin above his head continued to grow, not slowing down at all. The Black Bear had long been stunned. It had sworn to follow its master into battle, but it had never seen such a monstrous martial artist. This guy, Black Bear, smiled bitterly. Could it be that he's really going to surpass that person? In just a few hours, Fang Chen's primordial Yin had already reached 8,000 feet. At this moment, even Yellow Ox and the other two couldn't hold back anymore. The refined heaven immortal seed is so powerful. The hearts of the 3 of them trembled. Given his potential, he's definitely one of the strongest in the heaven-defying alliance. His shock gradually turned into a wide grin, because they had made the right bet. After refining the immortal seed, Fang Chen could be considered their master. They were willing to follow such a master. It seems that it won't be long before we can follow Master into battle, the Dark Destruction Leopard said with a grin. Since ancient times, there had been such a saying. The greater the primordial Yin, the higher the chances of entering the 5 elements sacred realm in the future. Under normal circumstances, as long as the primordial Yin reached 500 feet, one would definitely enter the 5 elements sacred realm. It only needed time. In ancient times, the level of a genius was measured by the primordial Yin. 800 feet was enough to rank among the top 100 monstrous geniuses of ancient times. In this era, he was unrivaled and unrivaled. The black bear stared blankly at the primordial Een above Fang Chen's head. Its eyes darted around, wondering if it should follow Fang Chen and leave the war demon continent. I wonder where Master is. It thought of the Chinese Sword Emperor and felt a little depressed. No matter where you are, I will definitely find you. A moment later, the black bear clenched its fists and swore to itself. I haven't reached my limit yet. Fang Chen had already absorbed more than half of the heaven-refining immortal seed. However, his primordial Een had only increased to 900 feet. He felt that he had not reached his limit yet. As he continued to absorb the heaven-refining immortal seed, his primordial Een was also growing. However, it was growing at a slow rate. Heavens! The black bear was already stunned. 900 feet. Fang Chen's primordial Een had already reached 900 feet. Yellow Ox and the other two laughed heartily. The grievances they had accumulated for countless years were swept away. Their eyes flickered as if they were witnessing the birth of a monstrous genius. Boom! Boom! When Fang Chen's primordial Een reached 3,000 feet, it finally stopped growing. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his eyes and felt a vast power fill his body. With a thought, he absorbed the 3,000-foot primordial Een into his body. The limit of the primordial Een stage. Fang Chen muttered, "This subordinate greets Master." Yellow Ox and the other two hurriedly knelt before Fang Chen. Fang Chen's potential completely conquered the three of them. Congratulations, Master, for condensing 3,000 feet of primordial Een. Master's potential is unprecedented. Even the black bear gave Fang Chen a thumbs up, praising him. You're too strong. You've truly shocked me. The black bear admitted that even its master, the Heavenly One Sword Emperor, was not as strong as Fang Chen. That's natural. How can your master compare to our master? The Dark Destruction leopard gloated. Soon, Fang Chen learned that his 3,000-foot primordial Een could rank in the top 50 of the top 100 monstrous geniuses of the ancient era. Xiao Chen's heart trembled, and he showed a complicated expression. The strongest primordial Een stage cultivator of this epoch had only condensed 900 feet of primordial Een. However, Xiao Chen had condensed 3,000 feet of primordial Een, replacing that cultivator as the strongest primordial Een stage cultivator. However, with such potential, he could barely rank in the top 50 of the top 100 monstrous geniuses of the ancient era. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the ancient era was. 3,000 feet of primordial Een is unrivaled in this epoch. Master is destined to become a lofty figure like the upper echelons of the heaven-defying alliance in the future. Yellow Ox said. The python and the dark destruction leopard also kept praising Fang Chen. Black Bear, let's write off the grudges between you and us three brothers. What do you think? Yellow Ox said. If Black Bear had not brought Fang Chen here to train his sword skills, they would not have acknowledged Fang Chen as their master. Therefore, they were very grateful to Black Bear from the bottom of their hearts. Black Bear was very open-minded and said that he had never taken this matter to heart. Looking at its shameless appearance, Yellow Ox could not help but want to punch it. By the way, what grudges did you have in the past? Fang Chen asked curiously. Yellow Ox and the other two instantly turned pale when they heard that. They stared fiercely at Black Bear. Black Bear chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing. I accidentally passed by this mountain range and had a stomachache, so I pooped. Who would have thought that it happened to be the place where you three brothers were barbecuing? At this point, Black Bear did not dare to continue. Uft! Fang Chen could not help but laugh. Chapter 34-32. 1,000 feet of Een was a threshold. Even in ancient times, those who could condense it were few and far between. Now that Fong Qin had refined the heaven-refining immortal seed, his strength had grown even stronger. Buzz! His primordial spirit vibrated in his mind. He could sense 3 bizarre auras seeping into it, but they soon dissipated into nothingness. He knew that this was the power of karma from Yellow Ox and the other 2. From now on, they would be loyal to him. Unless he died, they would never betray him. In fact, this was also a gamble for Yellow Ox and the others. Fong Chen's strength was obvious to all, and his potential was also abnormally strong. However, who knew what kind of person he was before they got to know him? If he became stronger in the future, it was also possible that he could kill the 3 of them with a flip of his hand. But now they had no other choice. Sometimes loneliness was the most terrifying enemy. We pay our respects to Master. Yellow Ox, the Python, and the Dark Destruction Leopard knelt on the ground and greeted him as a master and servant. Get up. Fong Qin nodded, very satisfied. Even if he had super strength, he could not beat Lord Mo Tao single-handedly. With the addition of Yellow Ox and the other 2, his combat strength soared. At least he wouldn't be caught off guard when facing Mo Tao. Black Bear, don't you plan to come with us? Yellow Ox glanced at the Black Bear. The inheritance is about to open. After Master obtains it, we will leave this place. The Python stuck out its tongue. The Dark Destruction Leopard also grinned. The Black Bear was silent. Its master, the Sky One Sword Emperor, was still alive. How could it change its master? As if seeing the Black Bear's hesitation, Fong Qin said, Your master, the Sky One Sword Emperor, is a meritorious subject of the human race's sacred palace. Since we met here, I will naturally take you away. However, before that, you have to help me obtain the inheritance of the Prime Sovereign and the Sky One Sword Emperor's heaven-defying token. Okay. The Black Bear was instantly energized and nodded heavily. Outside the mountain range, 2 middle-aged men were walking slowly. I say, Brother Yang, everyone has entered the core area. Why are we here? The man called Brother Yang was wearing golden armor and flowing light. One could tell at a glance that this person was extraordinary. Forget it. There's no point in asking. Seeing Brother Yang's indifferent look, the man in black shook his head. It's been 1 billion years since you and I reached the great perfection stage. We can't miss this opportunity. The 2 of them came from the Sacred Fire Continent, which was extremely far away from the War Demon Continent. It was also much bigger than the ancient Immortal Continent and had more resources. The Sacred Fire Continent was the core of Lord Mo Tao's territory. It was rumored that in the Sacred Fire Continent there was a peerless expert who had survived the battle of the ancient gods. He had been sleeping all this time, as if he was recuperating. Although it was only a legend, it had intimidated countless martial artists. Even Lord Mo Tao did not dare to invade the Sacred Fire Continent with great fanfare. As a result, although the Sacred Fire Continent was under Lord Mo Tao's control, it was not under his jurisdiction. Yang Kuan was the #1 expert of the Sacred Fire Continent. Mo Han was second only to Yang Kuan. Both of their cultivations had reached the level of great perfection. In fact, he was almost on par with the first divine general under Lord Mo Tao. Mo Tao is eyeing our Sacred Fire Continent covetously. We must find a way to break through. The completion of the Yin-Yang Origin Realm was the 5 Elements Sacred Realm. Once one entered the 5 Elements Sacred Stage, everything would change. Then why did we come here? Mo Han asked curiously. Yang Kuan's black eyes stared into the depths of the mountain range. After a long while he said slowly, I sense the aura of the heaven-refining bloodline. What? Hearing this, Mo Han exclaimed. He knew better than anyone what the heaven-refining bloodline meant. Brother Yang, are you saying that the heaven-refining bloodline's aura exists in this mountain range? Mo Han asked hurriedly. Yang Kuan said that news is true. There should be an immortal seed in this mountain range. Heaven refining immortal seed. At this moment, the smile on Emohan's face had long disappeared and was replaced by a frozen expression. Immortal seeds, that was something they yearned for even in their dreams. Not good. Yang Kuin suddenly exclaimed. The heaven refining bloodline's aura is weakening. Whoosh! 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 Yang Kuin's figure flashed as he rushed into the mountain range. Seeing this, Emohan followed closely behind. Soon, the two of them arrived at the deepest part of the mountain range. They suddenly saw Fong Qin and the four great beasts. Perfected stage beasts? Emohan stopped in his tracks and widened his eyes. Yang Kuin, who was at the side, stared at Fong Qin. Who is he? Emohan frowned. So it's you. Yang Kuin recognized Fong Qin. To be precise, he recognized the black bear beside Fong Qin. 3 months ago, the battle between the black bear and Gu Tianhua attracted a lot of attention. Later, a mysterious martial artist appeared out of thin air and rescued the black bear. This matter spread like wildfire. Gu Tianhua has been looking for you. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. After the shock, Emohan stabilized his body and sneered. Roar! The black bear roared angrily and was very unhappy. Yellow Ox and the other two looked at Yang Kuin mockingly. I can sense a trace of the heaven refining bloodline's aura on your body. As he spoke, Yang Kuin stretched out his palm. Hand over the heaven refining immortal seed, and I can spare your life. He was calm as if he didn't take Fong Qin seriously at all. Fong Qin raised his eyebrows. How does he know about the heaven refining immortal seed? But soon, Fong Qin came back to his senses. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Are you pretending to be stupid? Emohan was furious and attacked as fast as lightning. Roar! The dark destruction leopard roared and opened its bloody mouth, charging at Emohan. Crack! Caught off guard, one of Emohan's arms was bitten off by the dark destruction leopard. Ah! A miserable scream came out of Emohan's mouth. His eyes were scarlet and he bared his teeth. Beast, you're courting death. Then he used his strongest attack, wanting to kill the dark destruction leopard. Since you're in my way, I'll kill you now. Emohan flipped his palm and a flame whizzed out, quickly condensing into a fireball. Be careful. After feeling the powerful force of the fireball, the python swung its tail and collided with the fireball. Rumble! A deafening sound spread. One side of the python's tail was charred black. The fireball, after staggering, continued to blast towards the dark destruction leopard. You've gone too far. Yellow Ox was furious. With a moo, it kicked the fireball with its hoof. Boom! The fireball exploded and flames soared into the sky. Bang! Emohan's body flew backward and spat out blood. Yang Kuin caught him. Stupid humans. Yellow Ox spoke in human language. They had just recognized Fong Qin as their master. These two guys in front of them were rude to their master, so they naturally had to express their stance. You're not my match. Get out of the way. My target is only it. Yang Kuin was still very arrogant. Chapter 34-33. There were strong and weak Great Perfection Realm experts. And this Yang Kuin was the top Great Perfection Realm expert. Everyone knew that the strongest Great Perfection Realm expert under Lord Mo Tao was the first Divine General. And this Yang Kuin had once fought with the first Divine General. As for the outcome, no one knew. They only knew that since then, the first Divine General had never stepped into the sacred fire continent again. Emohan and him were like brothers. However, he was injured by a few stupid beasts. He couldn't accept it. Brother Yang. Emohan endured his injuries and reminded him, these beasts are a little strange. Be careful. After all, there were 3 Great Perfection Realm beasts. If they joined forces, he was afraid that Yang Kuin wouldn't be able to defeat them. Yang Kuin waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. He walked step by step towards Fang Qin. In his eyes, there was only Fang Qin. The closer he got, the more he could sense the heaven-refining bloodline aura emitted from Fang Qin's body. "Give me the immortal seed." Yang Kuin's face was gloomy as he said angrily. He seemed to have thought of a possibility which made him even angrier. "I did get the heaven-refining immortal seed, and I can tell you clearly that it has already been refined by me." Fang Qin sneered. "If you want it, take it out of my stomach." "You're courting death." Yang Kun attacked. He gathered all the strength in his body and punched out. Crack! The void shattered, and a vast power rushed towards him. This punch was enough to kill any Yang Essence realm martial artist. Even an ordinary great perfection realm martial artist wouldn't dare to block it. This was Yang Kuin's overbearingness. The vast power swept everything. Yang Kun rode on the clouds and looked down at Fang Qin from above. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Weak. In his opinion, Fang Qin was a weak martial artist. He could kill him with a flick of his finger. Ignoring us? Yellow Ox was furious. In their territory, he actually ignored them and directly attacked their master. This was intolerable. Kill. Yellow Ox took the lead, and the python and dark leopard attacked together. They appeared around the fist radiance from different directions. 1. Yellow Ox kicked the beast with its hoof while the python swung its tail. As for the dark, vanquishing leopard, it opened its mouth wide in an attempt to devour the fist radiance. Boom! The attacks of the 3 demonic beasts landed on the fist radiance. In an instant, the fist light shattered and an extremely terrifying aura spread to the horizon. It bombarded the clouds under Yang Kuin's feet, forcing him to take a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, Yang Kun re-examined the 3 monster beasts. Interesting. Its gaze fell on Yellow Ox. That was because it could feel how terrifying Yellow Ox was. Although the 3 demonic beasts were all at the consummate level, Yellow Ox was the strongest. Let's end this quickly and finish off this Yellow Ox. Yang Kun thought. He attacked again, fighting against the 3 demonic beasts. Fang Qin shrugged. "You can't even beat the 3 of them, and you want to kill me? Dream on." Yang Kun, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Kill. Yang Kuin's eyes turned red as he fought fiercely with the 3 demonic beasts. However, he was only a human after all. The 3 demonic beasts were all descendants of ancient beast kings. They were extremely powerful. The 3 of them worked together and forced Yang Kun to retreat. Bang! Finally, after Yellow Ox's hoof, Yang Kun was sent flying and smashed into the soil. Brother Yang. Emo Han ran wildly and came to the big pit 10 miles away to help Yang Kun up. "Let's go." Yang Kun grabbed Emo Han without any hesitation and jumped, quickly escaping from this place. However, how could Yellow Ox let him get what he wanted? "This is my territory." Moo. Yellow Ox looked up to the sky and roared. It stomped its hooves and turned into a long rainbow, chasing after them. "Master, don't worry. Those 2 humans won't be able to escape." Although Big Brother is a bull demon, his speed is something that even birds can't match. The python said. The Dark Annihilation leopard also nodded. They knew Yellow Ox's speed very well. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yellow Ox returned. Bang! 2 figures fell under Fang Qin's feet. At this moment, Yang Kun was covered in blood and his face was ferocious. He seemed to have been seriously injured. As for Emo Han, he was on the verge of death. Fang Qin found that Yang Kun's primordial spirit had been severely injured. This guy was dishonest. He wanted to trick me, but I almost smashed his head with my hoof. Yellow Ox said calmly. Hearing that, Fang Qin was stunned. It seemed that Yang Kun's primordial spirit was cracked because of Yellow Ox's hoof. It looked at Yellow Ox and re-examined it. Master, I don't dare to say about other bull demons, but my hoof is harder than holy treasure. How can a yin-yang primordial realm cultivator resist it? Fang Chen was speechless. He didn't expect Yellow Ox's hoof to be so hard. He nodded slightly and then looked at Yang Kuan and Emo Han. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Yang Kuan was cold and silent, while Emo Han kept screaming. Bang! Yellow Ox gave Yang Kuan another kick with its hoof. The latter almost fainted. You! Feng Chen hurriedly stopped it, afraid that Yellow Ox would kick Yang Kuan to death. Master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Yellow Ox said. Although it looked rough, it was very meticulous. It also wanted to know how Yang Kuan knew about the heavenly seed of immortality. Under Yellow Ox's coercion, Yang Kuan finally couldn't take it anymore and began to answer. After hearing that, Feng Chen understood. You too, instead of living a carefree life in the sacred fire continent, you came to my territory to behave atrociously. You really don't know how to spell the word death. Yellow Ox sneered. Yang Kuan and Emo Han's hearts were filled with curses. If I knew that there was such a freak like you in this mountain range, I wouldn't have come even if I was beaten to death. How did you find the heavenly seed of immortality? Yellow Ox forced. It didn't believe that the outside world would know about this. I can sense the aura of the heavenly seed of immortality. Yang Kuan said, because we have a bloodline that is very similar to the heavenly seed of immortality. Yellow Ox looked at Feng Chen, waiting for him to make a decision. I'm not a merciful person. You guys wanted to kill me, but you guys were restrained by me. Tell me, should I kill you all or throw you into the horde of beasts and let them torture you? Feng Chen smiled evilly. Hearing that, Yang Kuan and Emo Han's hearts tightened. You can't kill us. Emo Han shouted. We are people of the sacred fire continent. If you kill us, there will be a great disaster, Yang Kuan said. Bang! Another sudden hoof. Emo Han directly fainted, while Yang Kuan's internal organs were shaken and he directly fell to the ground. Don't you know who you are? How dare you threaten my master? Yellow Ox said. Feng Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Yang Kuan with interest. Give me a reason not to kill you. Yang Kuan's expression changed. After a moment of silence, he finally revealed a secret. Chapter 34:34. The warriors who survived the battle of ancient gods were definitely not ordinary people. Feng Chen was moved. He didn't expect the holy fire continent to have such a peerless expert. One had to know that the battle of the ancient gods was extremely tragic. Only 1 in 10,000 could survive. And even if they survived, they would be in a deep sleep. Compared to the descendants of the ancient era, their deterrence was many times stronger. To be honest, Feng Chen could kill people like Yang Kuan and Emo Han with a finger. But even if the expert of the holy fire continent was seriously injured and in a deep sleep, he didn't want to provoke him. Is this true? Black Bear's face was serious. He knew what this meant. Humph! Even if he's an expert who survived the ancient battle of gods, what does it have to do with you? I don't believe that if you die, the sleeping expert will avenge you. Yellow Ox and Python sneered after a moment. Dark Destruction Leopard nodded. They were also descendants of the ancient times, so they knew very well just how terrifying the battles that those sleeping powerhouses had been through were. Feng Chen narrowed his eyes at Yang Kuan and didn't say anything. Yang Kuan saw Feng Chen's eyes and his heart trembled. He said anxiously, Both of us have the sky refining bloodline. We came from the sleeping expert. Finally, Yang Kuan told the truth. After they dominated the holy fire continent, they explored a relic and accidentally found an opportunity. From then on, their bloodline evolved into the sky refining bloodline. This was why they could sense the aura of the sky refining bloodline. Sky refining bloodline? Feng Chen frowned. He seemed to be thinking about something. You're lying. Yellow Ox scolded. The sky refining bloodline in your body is very weak. How can you be the descendant of the sleeping expert? Yellow Ox didn't believe it. Yang Kuin said helplessly, "We, in fact, the sky refining bloodline in their bodies did come from the sleeping expert's inheritance. However, this thin bloodline was nothing to the sleeping powerhouse. He didn't see them as his descendants at all. It was just what they thought." "I see." The Dark Destruction Leopard nodded. "Do you think that sleeping expert will avenge you if we kill the two of you?" The experts who had survived the ancient times would turn their inheritances into countless opportunities and scatter them all over the God's Fall battlefield. Obtaining one of the fortuitous encounters did not mean that it had much to do with this expert. Only by obtaining the core opportunity could one be considered a true successor. Yang Kuin's face sank, and he remained silent. Fang Chen gently flicked his finger and asked, "Do you know where the sleeping expert is?" Hearing this, Yellow Ox and the other two's expressions changed drastically. "Master," Yellow Ox had guessed Fang Chen's intention. "No, we can't compare to the experts who have survived since the ancient times, even if they are seriously injured." The python was also trying to dissuade him. Fang Chen waved his hand. "I'm just interested in the space refining bloodline. The heaven refining bloodline could nurture the heaven refining immortal seed. Although the space refining bloodline was the first level of the heaven refining bloodline, it might be able to nurture other immortal seeds. Moreover, Fang Chen's real purpose was to absorb all the magical bloodlines in the world and transform his half-perfect bloodline into a true perfect bloodline. Thinking of this, Fang Chen licked his dry lips. His eyes flashed as he looked at Yang Kuin. "There are only two paths in front of you. The first is to submit to me, and the second is to die." Yang Kuin was shocked and looked at Emo Han. The two shook their heads helplessly, sighed, and chose to submit. After the two made the martial oath, their lives were completely in Fang Chen's hands. Of course, they were different from Yellow Ox and the others. Yellow Ox, the python, and the Dark Destruction Leopard had a much higher status in Fang Chen's heart. Strictly speaking, they were Fang Chen's servants. Yang Kuin greets Master. Emo Han greets Master. Yang Kuin and Emo Han knelt on the ground. "Get up and tell me everything you know." Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking very indifferent, but in Yang Kuin's heart he was unstoppable like a giant. "Master, the sacred fire continent." A moment later, Yang Kuin told Fang Chen what he knew. However, they were unable to determine where the sleeping powerhouse was. Fang Chen nodded. "Let's not talk about this matter for now." After leaving the War Demon continent, he would go to the Sacred Fire continent to investigate. "What do you know about Lord Emo Tao?" Fang Chen asked. "Lord Emo Tao." Emo Han was a little puzzled. "I have some grudges with Emo Tao," Fang Chen said in an indifferent manner. However, when Yang Kuin heard this, his body trembled. "Master, how did you provoke Lord Emo Tao?" Emo Han asked hurriedly. "Lord Emo Tao is the absolute ruler of this territory and has many divine generals under his command." Before Yang Kuin could finish, Fang Chen waved his hand to stop him. Yang Kuin's expression changed slightly as he continued. "Scenic Demon Palace?" The territory that Emo Tao was in was called the Scenic Demon Territory, and it was led by the Scenic Demon Palace that he had founded. There were countless broken continents under the Scenic Demon Palace. Emo Tao was the Scenic Demon Palace Master and also a 5 elements sacred realm super expert. He had many divine generals and countless yin-yang origin realm martial artists under his command. After hearing this, Fang Chen frowned slightly. The Scenic Demon Palace's strength was beyond his imagination. However, this alone was not enough to make him fearful. "With my current strength, if I go all out, I should be able to escape unscathed from Emo Tao." In the God's Fall battlefield, he had nothing to worry about. If he wanted to escape, Emo Tao could not do anything to him. However, the scenic demon palace's strength is not limited to this. Yang Kuan said, I once killed a divine general of the scenic demon palace and learned a great secret from him. Speaking of this, Yang Kuan's expression turned solemn. Behind the scenic demon palace, there are 3 experts who survived from the ancient times. What? Yellow Ox and the others could not help but be surprised. 3. Black Bear nodded. It was no wonder that the scenic demon palace could occupy a territory in the dangerous God's Fall battlefield. Back then, there was a prodigy of the heaven-defying alliance who wanted to take over the scenic demon palace, but he mysteriously disappeared in the end. It is said that it was the doing of those 3 experts. Yang Kuan said, this was a secret of the scenic demon territory. Ordinary people would not know about it. Fang Chen's eyes turned. He felt that the God's Fall battlefield was even more unfathomable. Next, Yang Kuan talked about the scenic demon territory and the heaven-defying alliance. Of course, he was too weak and knew too little about the heaven-defying alliance. Forget it. Once I get the heaven-defying token, I will know everything. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Yang Kuan and Emo Han were heavily injured, so the group rested here for a few days. After a few days, the 2 of them recovered from their injuries. A piece of news quickly spread through the independent space. The inheritance of the World Destroyer Prime, Sovereign, had appeared. In the core area, several 5 elements Sacred Realm powerhouses were locked in a fierce battle. The Yin-Yang Origin Realm martial artists did not dare to approach. Let's wait until they are both injured before we go, Black Bear said. Black Bear said, if they went now, even if they used a secret passage, they might be discovered by Mo Tao and the others. During this period of time, the independent space was very chaotic. Shocking news continued to spread one after another. An expert went against the heavens and killed a divine general, angering Lord Mo Tao. Lord Mo Tao attacked with lightning speed, severely injuring the expert and forcing him to flee. Not long after, another piece of news spread that Lord Mo Tao had entered the inheritance land. Fang Chen heard news from time to time. However, one day he suddenly opened his eyes. Is the news accurate? Fang Chen asked. Yang Kuan nodded. It was rumored that a young martial artist surnamed Gu had unparalleled fist seals. His iron fists swept through the Yin-Yang Origin Realm, and even forced back a divine general with one punch. The man surnamed Gu? Fang Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. If he guessed correctly, this person must be Gu Tianhua. It's said that this man surnamed Gu has an unfathomable expert behind him. Even Lord Mo Tao and the others don't want to offend this expert. The ancestor of the Gu family? Fang Chen pondered. Is there any news about him? Yang Kuan shook his head. That expert was very mysterious and had not made a move yet. However, Lord Mo Tao ordered his divine generals not to offend the man surnamed Gu. This was also something that shocked everyone greatly. Master, you can't be. Seeing Black Bear, Yang Kuan naturally thought of the person who saved Black Bear from Gu Tianhua. That day was Fang Chen. Now, looking at Fang Chen's expression, he had a bad premonition. Gu Tianhua's cultivation level is low, but his methods are very strange, Yang Kuan warned. Gu Tianhua is nothing. He's lucky that I didn't kill him that day, Black Bear said angrily. Yang Kuan and Emo Han said nothing. You don't believe me? That day, this kid's strength was far beyond Gu Tianhua's. He only chose to escape because he used the purple fire talisman and was afraid that the people of the Demon Scenic Palace would sense his aura. Black Bear said the truth. That day, everyone thought that Fang Chen was no match for Gu Tianhua and had escaped. Purple fire talisman? Isn't that divine General Emo Long's item? Yang Kuan was stunned. Fang Chen did not hide anything and told Yang Kuan that not only divine General Emo Long, but even divine General He Gu had died in his hands. Unfortunately, The divine General Yu demon had escaped with serious injuries. Fang Qin curled his lips and said it casually. However, Yang Kuen's heart was trembling. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated gaze. What kind of freak was his master? How could he easily kill a divine general? Demon Scenic Palace is nothing. If they dare to offend master, we three brothers will just destroy them. Dark destruction, Leopard said. The python flicked its tongue, and its attitude was obvious. Only Yellow Ox did not speak. Boss, say something. Are we going to do it or not? Dark destruction, Leopard asked. Could it be that all these years, time has erased your domineering aura? Hearing that, Yellow Ox raised its head. Moo! A terrifying aura soared into the sky. Yellow Ox spoke in human language. Mo Tao is not scary. The scary ones are the three supreme experts behind the Demon Scenic Palace. Chapter 34-35. At the core of the standalone space, countless cultivators stood at the foot of the mountain, not daring to casually ascend it. After traveling for several days, Fang Qin and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain. The inheritance of the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign and the Heaven-Defying Token are in this mountain. Fang Qin asked. The black bear nodded. It looked around with its large eyes and finally confirmed that the danger was over. Those 5 element sage experts have already entered the mountain and will not be able to come out for a while. This meant that no one in this vast standalone space could threaten Fang Qin. Many corpses littered the desolate plain, and blood flowed like a river. In the past few days, there had been endless battles. Many cultivators had fallen, leaving behind only extremely strong cultivators. The arrival of Fang Chen's group attracted the attention of some people. They discovered that Fang Chen was only a Yin Essence stage cultivator. Fang Chen's lips curled up in a meaningful smile. A Yin Essence stage cultivator dares to come here? Are you seeking death? An extremely unfriendly voice came from the crowd. Just watch. This brat will not live past today. He will definitely die. Right now, everyone is waiting for the commotion in the mountain. To think that this fellow dares to come and join in the fun. A boorish man walked towards Fang Qin. Brat, hand over everything you have, and I can spare your life. This person gave off a terrifying aura. Clearly, he was a peak Yang Essence stage cultivator. Scram! The black bear said angrily. Black bear? At this moment, the crowd discovered that the black bear that Gu Tianhua nearly killed back then was actually here. I say, Black Bear, don't tell me that this brat is the reinforcements you found? Many people roared with laughter. Fang Chen remained calm, standing with his hands behind his back. He did not care about the crowd's mockery. You are seeking death. The burly man did not fear the black bear's roar. He threw a punch at Fang Chen. Bang! However, before the burly man's fist could reach Fang Chen, it was blocked. Immediately after, the burly man felt a terrifying force rush over, quickly invading his body and sending him flying. Boom! His body smashed heavily onto the ground. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. Mo Han of the Sacred Fire Continent. Someone recognized the person who stopped them and was surprised. That's Yang Kuen. Since he recognized Mo Han, he naturally recognized Yang Kuen. Only then did the crowd realize that the 2 cultivators had also arrived. Mo Han, what do you mean? The burly man who had been sent flying earlier got up and said angrily, If you say another word of nonsense, do you believe that I won't kill you? Mo Han sneered. Yang Kuen remained silent as he stood behind Fang Qin. Yellow Ox and the other 2 had restrained their auras, making them look like ordinary demonic beasts. The burly man was a little afraid of Mo Han, so he didn't say anything else. However, there were quite a few powerhouses here, and there were even quite a number of great perfection deities. Sure enough, a consummate paragon couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. Yang Kuen, Mo Han, this is not your sacred fire continent. Don't be so arrogant. Boom! Without another word, Mo Han attacked. A moment later, the paragon who attacked Mo Han retreated in defeat. Mo Han, you've gone too far. Extremely dissatisfied voices came from the crowd. In essence stage cultivator is not qualified to come here. We are only targeting him. Why do you keep attacking him? Someone questioned. Mo Han swept his gaze across the crowd. Then he said coldly, anyone who speaks rudely to my master will be killed without mercy. Whoosh! Startled cries rang out in the desolate plain. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. What? This fellow is Mo Han's master? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that he hid his aura? Everyone stared at Fang Chen with fervent gazes. However, some people who didn't believe in heresy continued to attack Fang Chen. However, the result was extremely miserable. Mo Han attacked again and killed that person. Mo Han had just arrived, but he already killed a great perfection deity, shocking everyone. From the start to the end, Fang Chen did not say anything. Yellow Ox snickered. These idiots actually dared to challenge his master. If the three of them released their auras of great perfection deities, these people would probably be scared silly. However, they didn't do so. Pa! Everyone feared Fang Chen and kept retreating. Just at this moment, a melodious voice rang out. A person walked out of the crowd. This person wore black armor and had a sullen expression. He exuded a berserk aura. It's the Black God General. Someone exclaimed. At the same time, they rejoiced. With the Black God General here, Yang Kuan and Mo Han could no longer be arrogant. That fellow would definitely die. Humph! Do you think that you can sit back and relax after hugging the Holy Fire Continent's thigh? What a joke! The Black God General is cruel and vicious. This place has already been sealed off by the Demon Scenic Palace. In essence realm cultivator barging in is just seeking death. Ha ha ha. I want to see how Yang Kuan and Mo Han will deal with this. Everyone discussed spiritedly. The Black God General's gaze remained fixed on Yang Kuan. As for Fang Chen, he did not care at all. Such a small fry was not worthy of him personally making a move. This place has already been sealed off by my Demon Scenic Palace. The Black God General asked, what is the meaning of this from the Holy Fire Continent? Not only did they barge in, but they also killed a Demon Scenic Palace cultivator. This was a capital offense. I already said that anyone who insults my master will be killed without mercy. Mo Han's gaze turned cold. The Black God General pointed at Fang Chen and mocked. Did I hear wrong? Or has your Holy Fire Continent declined? You actually acknowledged in essence realm trash as your master? The Black God General looked down on everything, hating the Holy Fire Continent. You, Mo Han frowned. However, his frown soon relaxed. Back then, you were ordered to go to the Holy Fire Continent to invite the two of us. However, we rejected you, feeling humiliated. What's wrong? Are you trying to use this opportunity to redeem yourself? On hearing Mo Han's words, the Black God General's expression turned even more sullen. However, he still suppressed the rage in his heart. Mo Han and Yang Kuan were extremely strong. Right now, he was the only Black God General in this region. He probably could not defeat the two. Hence, he did not want to seek trouble for himself. In essence realm cultivator is not qualified to come here. The Black God General said, I just want to kill this brat. As for your Holy Fire Continent, I'll give you some face. The Black God General's words were extremely arrogant. It was like Fang Chen was a dead man in his eyes. Idiot. Fang Chen mocked. Although Fang Chen's voice was soft, everyone present was a peak Yang Essence realm expert or even a consummation Yang Essence realm cultivator. Hence, they heard it very clearly. What did you say? The Black God General glared at Fong Qin. If not for Yang Kuan and Emo Han, you would have died 100 times already. However, not only was Fong Qin not afraid, but he even dared to look directly at the Black God General. In my eyes, you are like an ant. Killing you is easy. Fong Qin stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely arrogant. However, I do not want to dirty my hands, so I spared your dog life. If you provoke me again, I will definitely kill you. The surroundings roared with laughter, thinking that Fong Qin was just putting on an act. I'm going to kill you. The Black God General roared furiously. Emo Han was the first to step forward and stop the Black God General. After that, Yang Kuan made a move as well. Yang Kuan, are you really going to fall out with our Demon Scenic Palace? The Black God General used the Demon Scenic Palace to threaten Yang Kuan. A hint of hesitation flashed across the latter's eyes, but in the end, he still stood opposite the Black God General. Let's end this matter here, Yang Kuan said. The current them was not strong enough to fight against the Demon Scenic Palace, so they would try their best to avoid conflict. Good, very good. I have already informed the other divine generals of the Demon Scenic Palace. When they arrive, all of you will die, the Black God General said furiously. Feeling the killing intent from the Black God General, the dark exterminating panther could not hold back. Since you have found helpers, I will kill you first. The dark exterminating panther attacked with lightning speed, and a terrifying aura instantly spread and swept across the land. What is that? Everyone exclaimed. An aura that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth rushed toward them. Everyone was completely shocked. They did not expect this Black God General to be a great fulfillment. Heavens, this is a great fulfillment demonic beast. What is going on? Why is a great fulfillment demonic beast willing to follow him? Could it be that he is a 5-element Saint Realm elite who is deliberately hiding his aura? Countless guesses spread out. Everyone looked at Fong Qin with complicated expressions. Boom! In the sky, a deafening sound came, and a terrifying aura filled the land. Ah! The Black God General roared and entered a frenzied state. I will kill you, you beast. The Black God General was enraged to the extreme for a divine general to be forced to such a state by a beast. Die! The dark exterminating panther attacked with all its might, directly crushing the Black God General. No, the latter was terrified and frantically fled. You can't escape. The dark exterminating panther chased. Everyone in the wilderness was completely shocked. They were evenly matched just now, but in the blink of an eye, the Black God General was suppressed. Was this real? Heavens, that is a divine general, but he is being chased like a stray dog. Too strong. Is this the power of a great fulfillment demonic beast? I now understand why Yang Kuan and Emo Han recognized that person as their master. Perhaps it is because of this great fulfillment demonic beast. However, what they did not know was that Fong Qin's strength was not weaker than the dark exterminating panther. A bunch of fools. If Master makes a move, they will all die. Yellow Ox said. Fong Qin shook his head and looked ahead. A bold idea appeared in his mind. Since he would not rest until one of them was dead, he might as well take the initiative to attack. I killed Emo Tao's son, Divine General Emo Long, and Divine General Black Drum, and Divine General Yu Emo escaped. This matter has probably reached the ears of the upper echelons of the Demon Palace. Fong Qin pondered. This matter would be exposed sooner or later. With the means of a 5-element saint, it would not be difficult to find him. Rather than that, he might as well strike first and weaken the Demon Palace's strength while Emo Tao entered the mountain. Fong Qin licked his dry lips. Divine generals had a high status in the Demon Palace, and they were extremely powerful. If I kill all these divine generals, the overall strength of the Demon Palace will be greatly reduced. Of course, Fong Qin had another motive for having such an idea. That was to disrupt the demon palace's vision and take advantage of the chaos to obtain the heaven-defying token. Master. Yellow Ox's eyes darted around, seemingly guessing Fong Chen's thoughts. Let's wait a little longer. Boom! While Fong Chen was thinking, another rumbling sound came from the sky. The Black God General roared hysterically as his aura weakened and his vitality dissipated. Chapter 34-36. I can't accept this. With a furious roar, the Black Divine General fell into a pool of blood unwillingly. Everyone in the wasteland trembled. They could not help but take a few steps back. At this moment, even the great fulfillment experts looked at Fong Chen with complicated expressions. They were curious as to who this guy was and how he could control such a powerful demonic beast. Crack! The dark, annihilating leopard stepped on the Black Divine General and crushed his head. Too weak. Then it turned around and muttered. When everyone heard this, they could not help but have the urge to curse. You're the one who's too strong. That was the Black Divine General. Among the many divine generals under Lord Amo Tao, he was at least in the top 5. How dare you kill the people of Scenic Demon Palace? You're dead meat. Among the crowd, there were martial artists from Scenic Demon Palace who were furious. However, they did not dare to show their faces because of the dark, annihilating leopard and Yang Kuin's strength. In the Scenic Demon territory, Scenic Demon Palace is the absolute ruler. How dare you kill the people of Scenic Demon Palace? No one can save you. Everyone, are you going to sit by and do nothing? Humph! Once Lord Amo Tao returns from the mountain, all of you will have to bear his wrath. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned solemn. They could not bear Lord Amo Tao's wrath. For a moment, everyone was wavering. Those from Scenic Demon Palace who were hiding in the dark sneered. As long as they were bewitched, they could make them waver. With Scenic Demon Palace's strength, it would not be long before they took action. Junior, who hides his head and shows his tail. Come out if you dare, the dark annihilating leopard said angrily. Humph! The Divine General of Scenic Demon Palace will be here soon. You're dead meat. Bang! The python attacked. It swung its huge tail, and a few figures in the crowd were instantly entangled by its tail. Hiss! It flicked its tongue, and its venom sprayed on the figures. Immediately, these people's bodies were corroded, and their souls were scattered. Great fulfillment. The restless crowd fell into a state of complete silence. Great waves of shock surged in their hearts. The darkness annihilation leopard alone was enough to give them a headache. Who would have thought that a perfect stage demonic beast would jump out now? At this moment, the python emitted a terrifying aura. Its huge body stood upright on the ground as it said coldly, "Those who dare to threaten my master will be killed without mercy." Suddenly, the wasteland fell silent. The people from Scenic Fiend Palace who were hiding in the dark were trembling in fear. Those martial artists who were about to attack also retreated rapidly while cupping their fists at the python. Brother Python, this is a misunderstanding. We are not from the Scenic Devil Palace. We will definitely not be your enemies. That's right. We only live within the Scenic Devil Dominion. We'll leave immediately. Many martial artists saw that the situation was not good and fled in panic. He's here. Yang Kuin shrugged his shoulders and said in a low voice. Fong Chin looked into the distance. The clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. A terrifying power swept through the world. Who dares to kill a divine general of my Jingma Palace? A shocked voice came from the thunderclouds. Everyone was moved. The Scenic Devil Palace's divine general had arrived. Hoo! Countless sonic booms sounded. The 9 divine generals of the Scenic Devil Palace had all arrived. Behind them were a few elders of the Scenic Devil Palace. The leader was dressed in silver armor. He was the first divine general of the Scenic Devil Palace. Yang Kuin? His gaze was fixed on Yang Kuin. Your sacred fire continent dares to be enemies with my scenic devil palace? The first divine general said coldly. Back then, you killed a divine general of my scenic devil palace. We have yet to settle the score. It's fine if you hide in the sacred fire continent, but you dare to be so arrogant in the war demon continent? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Yang Kuin was known as the strongest person below the divine general. He was an extremely powerful, great perfection. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Yang Kuin to have the power to match a divine general several years ago. He had even killed a divine general. The most important thing was that he was able to live until now unscathed. It was not hard to tell from the first divine general's words. The scenic devil palace seemed to be wary of the expert behind the sacred fire continent. Yang Kuin remained silent. It's him. Behind the first divine general, the imperial demon divine general was furious when he saw Fong Qin. He was the one who killed divine general Mo Long. At the same time, the divine general saw He Xiong at the side and instantly understood. The one who had saved He Xiong from Gu Tianhua must be Fong Qin. Oh. The first divine general looked at Fong Qin with interest. In essence stage? Fong Qin looked at the first divine general fearlessly. The 9 divine generals, including the 3 who had died earlier, made a total of 12. They were all present. Fong Qin licked his dry lips, full of fighting spirit. Get over here and accept your death. The first divine general said coldly, You're courting death. Mo Han was furious. His body turned into a beam of red light as he attacked first. I'll kill him. A slightly weaker divine general was fighting against Mo Han. Yang Kuin, I'll deal with you. The 4th divine general leaped and found Yang Kuin. Kaboom! Fists and legs collided. The entire world turned dark. The martial artists hiding in the distance were even more shocked. Next, 2 more divine generals walked out and entangled the python and the dark destruction leopard. At this time, only He Xiong and Yellow Ox were left beside Fong Qin. You're making enemies for the demon spectacle palace, He Xiong said, with just the 2 of you. The first divine general was very conceited. I'm curious, what kind of courage do you have to stand against me? Facing the first divine general's arrogance, Fong Qin calmly retorted. His words shocked everyone present. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see if the first divine general would fly into a rage. How dare you? Another divine general walked out, wanting to capture Fong Qin. Get lost. Yellow Ox attacked first, sending the divine general flying with a hoof. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The divine general fell to the ground, dying. Oh my God! The surrounding crowd was shocked. A hoof heavily injured a divine general. Wasn't this too terrifying? What's the background of this yellow ox? It's too powerful. Has this yellow ox already taken that step? Even the first divine general might not be a match for it, right? The discussion reached the first divine general's ears. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Yellow Ox. So it's your backer? After a while, the first divine general sneered. He looked high and mighty, as if everything in the world was under his control. I admit that it's stronger than ordinary great perfection cultivators. But don't forget that the Demon Spectacle Palace is able to command the Demon Spectacle Weave without any foundation. Boom! The first divine general took a step forward and flew above Yellow Ox's head. I haven't fought for a long time. The world seems to have forgotten how powerful I am. The first divine general attacked. The moment he attacked, he and Yellow Ox fought fiercely. Everyone was shocked again. Yellow Ox was too powerful. The first divine general was recognized as the strongest person under the 5 elements Saint Realm in the Demon's Spectacle Weave. Over the countless years, every one of his achievements was traceable. Not long ago, there was news that a small force had defied the will of the Demon's Spectacle Palace, and the first divine general had attacked and uprooted it. It was said that this force had 3 peak great perfection cultivators, and all of them were killed by the first divine general. When the news came out, the world was shocked. Now, Yellow Ox was able to fight evenly with the first divine general. One could only imagine how strong this Yellow Ox was. Many people realized that Yellow Ox was extraordinary. It was a demonic beast, but it had the attacking means of humans. It was quite strange. This Yellow Ox is not simple. It must have obtained a secret technique from the Prime Sovereign. That's right. At first glance, it seems to be attacking with brute force. But if you look carefully, each of its hooves can easily block the first divine general's attack path. Amazing. Everyone was impressed by Yellow Ox. Master, while fighting with the first divine general, Yellow Ox transmitted a message to Fong Qin. There were also 3 divine generals who were eyeing Fong Qin covetously. Kill him for me. In the sky, the first divine general gave a death order. The 3 divine generals formed a triangle and surrounded Fong Qin. Retreat first. Black Bear was the weakest in the group and could not resist the might of the divine generals. Therefore, he did not try to be brave and retreated far away. Your injuries have healed. Fong Qin looked at the imperial demon, divine general, mockingly. The latter's heart trembled, and he involuntarily retreated. Imperial demon. The other 2 frowned unhappily. As divine generals, it was humiliating to be scared away by an Een essence stage ant. This kid is strange. Let's work together and end this quickly. The Imperial Demon General had a feeling that Fong Qin had a huge secret. A long night would bring trouble. I think you're just scared out of your wits. One of the divine generals said. Divine General Mo Long died because he was too careless and underestimated the enemy. Another divine general curled his lips. If the 3 of us work together, he will definitely die. The 3 divine generals were full of fighting spirit. Fong Qin shook his head, still standing with his hands behind his back. Aside from Yellow Ox and the first divine general, the other 4 battles in the sky were nearing their end. Mo Han was the weakest and was at a disadvantage. However, it did not matter, as Yang Kuin had already suppressed his opponent. He only needed to kill Yang Kuin to help Mo Han. As for the dark exterminating leopard and the python, it was also one-sided. Their opponents did not even have a chance to catch their breaths. Only now did everyone realize that this small team could not be underestimated. I wonder how strong this fellow is as the leader of this small team. He shouldn't be too weak. Otherwise, why would the 3 consummation demonic beasts and Yang Kuin and Mo Han recognize him as their master? Even if they were beaten to death, they would not believe that Fong Qin was Een essence stage cultivator. Although you are weak, I don't mind sending you to meet Divine General Mo Long, Fong Qin said. You are courting death. The 3 divine generals executed terrifying attacks at Fong Qin. Whoosh! Just as everyone's eyes widened, a resplendent sword light shot out from the 3 terrifying attacks. Rip! The sword light was indestructible. It pierced through the Imperial Demon Divine General's attack and pierced through his head at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bang! By the time everyone reacted, they saw the Imperial Demon General fall to the ground. The air was filled with an unprecedented chill. Even the battles in the other areas came to an abrupt end. The divine generals were dumbfounded. The Imperial Demon Divine General fell with 1 sword. Chapter 34-37. In the Silent Land, Fong Qin stood proudly. Wherever his gaze landed, there was no one who didn't evade. It was too shocking, too terrifying, and too unbelievable. He had killed the Imperial Demon Divine General with just 1 sword. Even the first Divine General was shocked to see such a heaven-defying technique. After a long while, the crowd finally reacted. Damn it! How dare you kill the Imperial Demon Divine General? You are dead meat. The scenic demon palace was the absolute ruler of the scenic demon territory. The divine generals under its command were second only to Lord Mo Tao. In the eyes of the divine generals, they represented the scenic demon palace. Killing a divine general was equivalent to going against the scenic demon palace. Until now, they were still naive enough to think that Fang Chen would be afraid of the scenic demon palace. Kid, kill yourself quickly to atone for your sins. Otherwise, you will not be able to withstand the wrath of the scenic demon palace. The remaining 2 divine generals who were attacking Fang Chen said angrily. In the distance, countless spectating warriors were also in deep thought. The divine general of the scenic demon palace was dead. The world was about to change. Kill. The red glass sword was in his hand. Crack. Another divine general was killed by the sword light. No, there were 3 divine generals who were attacking Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them had fallen. The remaining divine general was terrified. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to escape from this troublesome place. However, it was too late. Swoosh! Fang Chen swung his sword again. The terrifying sword light broke through the sky and pierced through the divine general's head. Rip! Fresh blood spurted out from the divine general's exploded head. His body fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. At the same time, the other battlefields in the sky gradually came to an end. Boom! Yang Kuin was extremely powerful. He was on par with the first divine general. It was easy for him to deal with a mid-tier divine general. After a round of fighting, Yang Kuin found an opportunity to kill the divine general with a single strike. After that, he went to Mo Han's side and joined forces with Mo Han to kill another divine general. Ah! A miserable cry came from the sky. The python and the darkness vanquishing leopard also killed their opponents. At this point, only the first divine general of the scenic demon palace was left. This scene caused countless cultivators in the distance to tremble in fear. This guy, a white-haired old man, suddenly appeared in the crowd. This person was the old man that Fang Chen had met before. I was planning to help him when he was in danger, but it seems like there's no need for that at all, the white-haired old man said. Boom! A deafening sound was heard as Yellow Ox forced the first divine general back with a single punch. Damn it! The first godly general steadied himself and glared at Fang Chen. He roared, "Who the hell are you?" At this moment, he did not believe that Fang Chen was just an ordinary in-essence stage martial artist. As he watched the divine generals die one by one, his heart burned with rage. However, the yellow bull in front of him was extremely powerful. It gave him an incomparably oppressive feeling. For the first time, he had the thought of retreating. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with flames. I am Gu Tianhua's younger brother, Gu Tianming. Fang Chen grinned. Yellow Ox staggered in midair. Yang Kuin and the others were speechless. Fang Chen was purposely making enemies for Gu Tianhua and the Gu clan ancestor behind him. One had to know that the other party was the famous demon scenic palace. What a Gu Tianming! A cold glint flickered in the first godly general's eyes. My demon scenic palace values your brother, Gu Tianhua's potential. Not long ago, we invited him to join us. At that time, he agreed, saying that he would join us after leaving the war demon continent. Now he betrayed my demon scenic palace in the blink of an eye. Good, very good. I want to see how your Gu clan can withstand my demon scenic palace's anger. Now, the first godly general was venting all his anger on Gu Tianhua and the Gu clan ancestor. Fang Chen shrugged. This matter had nothing to do with him anyway. He secretly sent a voice transmission to Yellow Ox. The latter gave him an answer. Although Yellow Ox could suppress the first godly general, it could not kill him. The first godly general has a terrifying treasure on him. If he is forced into a corner, he might release it. At that time, we will all suffer. Yellow Ox's expression was solemn. However, he also told Fang Qin that the treasure was of great importance. Even the first godly general could not release it easily. Otherwise, he would have to pay an unimaginable price. Unless his own life was in danger, he would not act rashly. Hearing this, Fang Qin was relieved. At the same time, he was even more convinced that the treasure on the first godly general should not be released easily. What a pity! He originally wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop, but now he had encountered such a thorny problem. Let's attack together. I wonder if we can catch him off guard? Fang Qin asked, still unwilling to give up. Yellow Ox shook his head. Brat, wait for my demon scenic palace's anger. However, just as the two were discussing, the first godly general found an opportunity to shatter the void with a punch and escape amidst the chaos. Lord Mo Tao will not let you off. An angry voice came from afar. Everyone was shocked. They thought that there would be a great battle, but it ended in a flash. Let's go, Yellow Ox urged. Let's leave this place quickly. The group of people quickly disappeared. Not long after they left, the mountain trembled as terrifying figures appeared from within the mountain. One of them was shrouded in a terrifying light. When he saw the corpses of the godly generals on the wasteland, his expression changed drastically. Who is it? An angry voice was heard. Mo Tao, it seems that your scenic demon weave is not peaceful either. Immediately after, a mocking voice was heard. To kill so many godly generals of your scenic demon palace in the scenic demon weave, I am also very curious as to who did it. On the mountain peak, there were several figures. They were the high and mighty 5 elemental Saint Realm experts. The battle for supremacy of the mountain had ended. Right now, Mo Tao was extremely angry. Whoosh! The first godly general returned with some injuries on his body. Lord Mo Tao. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness from Lord Mo Tao. After hearing this, the latter clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. With a stomp of his foot, the mountain peak shook and countless cracks appeared. The Gu family. Soon, Mo Tao regained his calm and suppressed his anger. Passed down the order. Do your best to search for the Gu family. Then Mo Tao turned around and looked to the side. Everyone, the matter here has come to an end. Would you like to come to my residence for a chat? Forget it. I still have matters to attend to. I will take my leave first. I will also take my leave. Not long after, the 5 elements Saint Realm powerhouses left. On the mountain peak, Mo Tao stood proudly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Not only did I not obtain the heaven-defying order, but I also lost so many godly generals. The interior of the mountain was completely sealed, and the outside world could not investigate at all. In front of a secret chamber, several figures suddenly appeared. They came in. Yang Kuan was stunned. They had followed He Xiong and did not expect to enter the mountain from another passage. Be careful. If you encounter Mo Tao, you are dead. Right now, they did not have the strength to fight against Mo Tao. Don't worry. The 5 elemental Saint Realm experts have already left. He Xiong told them what he knew. Creak. Pushing open the stone door, the secret chamber was empty except for a statue. It could be seen that a great battle had taken place here. They had a fierce battle here. Yellow Ox said. This was the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had fallen. And the statue was also the statue of the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign. Using the World Destroyer painting, Fang Qin had successfully found the second half of the painting, which made him very excited. Unfortunately, some of the wealth left behind by the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had been taken away by Mo Tao and the others. He Xiong, where is the heaven-defying order? They didn't take it away, right? Fang Qin asked. He Xiong shook his head and knelt in front of the statue, then walked with complicated steps. 15 minutes later, the stone slab in front of the statue loosened. He Xiong opened it and saw an iron box. He opened the iron box, and the heaven-defying order emitted a dazzling light. This is the heaven-defying order? Fong Qin fiddled with the heaven-defying order, somewhat puzzled. There was nothing special about the heaven-defying order. The word defying was written on the front, and a glorious palace was drawn on the back. The heaven-defying order only has one function, and that is to recommend. He Xiong said, "Only those with the heaven-defying order can participate in the assessment of the heaven-defying alliance. Otherwise, the heaven-defying order will ignore you." In other words, the heaven-defying order was the first step to joining the heaven-defying alliance, and it was also a very important step. Fong Qin put away the heaven-defying order. "Is there anything else here?" He Xiong shook his head. The destruction here was too serious. Even the statue of the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign was destroyed. Whoosh! There was a faint trace of sword light in the statue's eyes. Fong Qin raised his eyebrows and carefully sensed it. He felt a faintly discernible World Destroyer aura. Then he involuntarily displayed the World Destroyer sword art. Whoosh! One sword light after another, exuding a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Fong Qin fell into a state of epiphany and constantly displayed the World Destroyer sword art. "Master, Yang Kuin was about to speak when he was interrupted by Yellow Ox. "Don't disturb Master. He is using the sword qi left behind by the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign to comprehend the World Destroyer sword art." At the same time, he sighed calmly. "As expected of our master, his potential is really frightening." In confusion, Fong Qin felt as if he had entered the World Destroyer scroll. The middle scroll slowly unfolded. The wind blew and the grass rustled. Sword qi wantonly rampaged. Each sword light contained a different World Destroyer intent. And Fong Qin closed his eyes and continued to wield the sword. This state lasted for about 3 days. Boom! At a certain moment, after 3 days, he finally opened his eyes. The red glass sword in his hand used a strange method to display the World Destroyer fourth sword art. Crack! The earth shook, the secret room shook, and the sword qi rampaged. So strong! Yellow Ox's eyes widened, and his heart trembled. Fong Qin's strength was getting stronger and stronger, and more unfathomable. Stopping his sword dance, Fong Qin bowed to the statue to express his gratitude. With the help of the World Destroyer sword qi, he had mastered 2 moves of the middle scroll, the World Destroyer fourth sword art and the fifth sword art. His strength had soared again. "Congratulations, Master." Not far away, Yellow Ox, Python, Dark Extermination Leopard, and Yang Kuin Mo congratulated Fong Qin on his improvement. Fong Qin nodded. This time he had gained a lot. Most importantly, he had obtained the heaven-defying token, subdued 3 monsters at the Great Perfection level, and 2 humans at the Great Perfection level. Chapter 34-38. In the spacious secret chamber, there was only a statue that was undamaged. After standing in front of the statue for a long time, Fong Qin finally came back to his senses. It seemed to have sensed the destruction painting and the destruction sword qi on him. Therefore, an obscure aura emerged from the statue and drilled into his mind. After receiving this information, he finally understood the relationship between the Prime Sovereign and the primordial chaos. Do all the experts of the God's Fall battlefield want to enter the primordial chaos? Fong Qin had obtained a very important secret. This was simply too shocking for him. The Prime Sovereign was the descendant of the ancient era's destruction, Supreme Wind, and had a good relationship with the Sky One Sword Emperor. It was said that there was a very important secret hidden in the primordial chaos. The God's Fall battlefield was closely related to the primordial chaos. However, the Prime Sovereign was too weak and hadn't reached the 5-element Saint Realm, so he didn't know the specific situation. Fong Qin clenched his fists. The only thing he was happy about was that the God's Fall battlefield was very powerful. The God's Fall battlefield had a very strong binding force. It was virtually impossible for ordinary people to leave if they wanted to. Even an elite of the 5 elements Saint Realm would have to pay a hefty price to leave. Moreover, from the information left behind by the Prime Sovereign, the primordial chaos was too weak and its laws were incomplete. It was very difficult for it to withstand the power of a 5 elements Saint Realm expert. If they rashly entered, they would directly cause the primordial chaos to collapse. This was also why no 5 elements Saint Realm expert had entered the primordial chaos for countless years. Occasionally, there would be yin-yang origin realm experts who entered by mistake. It seems that the primordial chaos isn't as simple as it seems. Fong Qin made up his mind to increase his strength. The primordial chaos was his hometown, and he wouldn't allow anyone to enter. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, he gathered his thoughts. I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. Fortunately, the primordial chaos hadn't encountered any great danger yet. However, Fong Qin felt that there would be a day when the primordial chaos and the God's Fall battlefield collided. At that time, the 2 different civilizations would collide. Master! Yang Kuin's voice sounded in Fong Qin's ears and woke him up. This independent space seems to be collapsing. It's time for us to leave. Fong Qin nodded and turned to leave. It's a pity that the yin and yang pills were taken away by Mo Tao and the others. Fong Qin pursed his lips. For the current him, the yin-yang pill was very important. However, Mo Tao and the rest were extremely powerful. He did not dare to rashly provoke them either. Suddenly, some figures appeared on the barren land. The battle for the ruins has come to an end. Scenic Devil Palace has already left. The others are also leaving one after another. Yang Kuin said, the space was about to collapse, and no one was willing to stay here. The Scenic Devil Palace has lost so many divine generals this time. They will definitely be furious. Master, be careful. The Scenic Devil Palace will most likely send experts to guard the Battle Devil Continent. Emohan whispered. Beside him, Black Bear also nodded. A few days later, Fong Qin and the others finally found the exit and returned to the Battle Demon Continent. Whoosh! As soon as he came out of the War Demon Continent, he could feel the independent space behind him crumbling. Turning around, Fong Qin sighed. Boom! It was also at this moment that a cold, killing intent suddenly appeared in the void. Immediately after, an angry roar was heard. Fong Qin looked up and saw a giant figure diving down from the sky. Not good. Yang Kuin cried out in his heart as he desperately stood in front of Fong Qin. Crack! However, the power contained in the giant palm was too strong. He could not match it at all. With a bang, Yang Kuin and Emohan both crashed into the mountain peak and were heavily injured. Roar! With Yellow Ox as the leader, the 3 demonic beasts showed their might. Master, leave quickly. We will stop him. Yellow Ox roared into the sky. Its hooves stepped on the air, smoke coming out of its nostrils. Its 2 horns emitted a terrifying aura as it rushed towards the giant figure in the sky. Behind it, the python transformed into its true form. Its body was 100 feet long as it floated in the air, wanting to entangle the giant figure. The Dark Annihilation Leopard activated its bloodline power and let out an invincible roar. The 3 demonic beasts were all at the great perfection level and were only 1 step away from the 5 elements sacred realm. At this moment, they joined forces and actually blocked the giant palm that was diving down. Crack! The giant palm shattered. Yellow Ox bore the brunt and launched an attack. Those below the Saint Realm are all ants. In the sky, the giant figure said coldly. Whoosh! After seeing the giant figure, Fong Qin breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that Mo Tao would personally take action, but now it seemed that it was just his projection. Arrogant, Fong Qin grinned. As a 5 elements sacred realm expert, Mo Tao was too arrogant and thought that those below the Saint Realm were all ants. Let's end this quickly. Fong Qin also joined the battle. Although it was just a projection, After all, his true body had the strength of a 5 elements sacred realm expert. It would be difficult to defeat the projection. Roar! Yellow Ox roared and kicked out its hooves, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. The python swung its tail and fiercely whipped the giant figure. The Dark Annihilation leopard took the opportunity to activate its bloodline power. It stood on the python and formed a joint attack with the python. Die. The giant figure said coldly. Its palm turned into an illusion and suddenly pressed down. A terrifying power swept across the entire War Demon continent. The martial artists who had not yet left the War Demon continent felt their hearts palpitate. It's too terrifying. Is this the strength of a 5 elements sacred realm expert? It's just a projection, but it's already so powerful. Everyone trembled. They kept retreating, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. However, at this moment, in the sky above the War Demon continent, 3 demonic beasts in Fangchen were working together to fight the projection. Heavenly Star, swordsmanship. Fangchen shouted in a low voice. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning instantly appeared in the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. 8 dazzling sword lights merged with the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, bursting forth with the most powerful force. Whoosh! Fangchen stomped his foot, and the red glass sword shot out. Seeing this scene, the giant figure also let out a soft cry of surprise. He did not expect Ain Essence realm martial artists to have such high attainments in swordsmanship. Crack! The 8th level of the Heavenly Star swordsmanship was extremely powerful. Together with Yellow Ox and the others, they defeated the giant palm. At this moment, the giant figure was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, it spoke. You have some ability. The giant figure stood high above, looking down at Fangchen. It was like the giant figure could see through all of Xiao Chen's secrets with one glance. You killed my Devil Scenic Palace's divine general. Originally, you deserved death. The giant figure changed the topic and said, however, as the Devil Scenic Palace's palace master, I'm giving you a chance. Be my servant, and I will spare your life. Clearly, the Devil Scenic Palace's divine general saw Fangchen's potential. A mere in-essence realm martial artist could block one of the Devil Scenic Palace's attacks. Although Xiao Chen had the help of the Yellow Ox Python and the Dark Destruction Leopard, his true combat prowess already surpassed many consummation cultivators. He could be considered the strongest person below the Sage Realm. Hence, Mo Tao wanted to take Xiao Chen in as a subordinate. Mo Tao alone could fight against all the divine generals. Benefits came first. This was Mo Tao's first rule. Although the death of the divine general had a great impact on him, he was also furious. However, after seeing Fangchen's impressive potential, Mo Tao decided to take in Fangchen as his servant and have him work for him. Serve my Devil Scenic Palace for 10 billion years, and you can atone for your crimes. Mo Tao's words were filled with threats. Humph! You want my master to be your servant? Dream on. The Yellow Ox mooed, appearing very displeased. Mo Tao ignored the Yellow Ox and stared at Fangchen, waiting for his reply. At the edge of the War Demon continent, countless cultivators hiding in the dark discussed this matter. This fellow is really lucky. He killed a divine general. Originally, he would have died. Who could have imagined that Lord Mo Tao would take a fancy to him? After joining the Devil Scenic Palace with his potential, he will definitely reach the Sage Realm in the future. At that time, he will definitely become one of the strongest experts in the Devil Scenic Weave. His future is limitless. Almost everyone believed that Fangchen had no other choice but to lower his head. I dare to bet that if he refuses, he will definitely die. That's right. Even if he can fight against Lord Mo Tao's projection for a short time with the 3 demonic beasts working together, they will definitely lose over time. Robes fluttered in the wind. Fangchen held the red glass sword, brimming with fighting spirit. Be your servant for 10 billion years? Fong Qin sneered. Not to mention a projection. Even if Mo Tao himself was here, he was not qualified to make him a servant. You seem to have made up your mind. Mo Tao said indifferently, as if everything was under his control. Fong Qin nodded. Whoosh! Without another word, he slashed out with his sword. Crack! Suddenly, the void shattered, and a thick sword light whizzed out. You're courting death. Mo Tao was furious. He turned his hand and slammed it on the sword light, causing a deafening sound. Apocalypse swordsmanship. Fong Qin did not want to delay, as he was afraid that Mo Tao himself would come. Therefore, he used the apocalypse swordsmanship. Apocalypse fourth sword. The mighty sword Qi shrouded the world like darkness descending. A white light tore through the darkness. Dawn had arrived. Whoosh! The sword light pierced through Mo Tao's palm, but it was blocked in the end. This is... Mo Tao recognized the apocalypse swordsmanship and roared in anger. You got the inheritance? Then Mo Tao went completely crazy and attacked Fong Qin like a madman. Master, the three of us can use our special abilities to restrain Mo Tao for a short time. How about you be the main attacker? Yellow Ox said. Soon the three beasts, Yellow Ox, Python, and Dark Annihilation Leopard, used their special abilities. Behind them, three huge shadows appeared. They were on the same level as Mo Tao's projection. They were in a triangular position and used a joint battle formation to firmly lock Mo Tao. Even the void was imprisoned. Do it! Yellow Ox roared. At this moment, two cold sword lights pierced over. Apocalypse fifth sword. First level of the Heavenly Star swordsmanship. The two sword techniques instantly burst out and complemented each other. They climbed into the red glass sword at an incredible speed. Crack! The red glass sword stabbed over as fast as lightning, and the sealed space also shattered. After Mo Tao regained his freedom, he roared and was about to counterattack, but he was drowned by the monstrous sword Qi. Whoosh! The two sword lights pierced through his chest one after another. Ah! Mo Tao roared angrily. He was very unwilling. You're courting death. His shadow was collapsing. It could no longer withstand the power. Hiss! Hiss! In the blink of an eye, his projection completely collapsed. My true body will be here soon. None of you can escape. Mo Tao's angry voice spread. Go. Chapter 34-39. A violent wind blew. Fong Qin was alone, quickly moving on the vast land. Although the war demon continent was large, it was extremely dilapidated. One couldn't see the end of it at a glance. At this moment, Fong Qin only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape from the war demon continent. Faster, faster. Fong Qin said anxiously. He had already activated the rock movement technique to the extreme. Ordinary perfected warriors might not be able to catch up with him. I must escape before Mo Tao comes to the war demon continent. Although the yellow bull python and the dark destruction leopard could entangle Mo Tao for a short period of time, he was still a 5-element elementalist. However, that was a super expert of the 5 elements sacred realm after all. He might have some super powerful techniques or powerful weapons. Once he was stopped, there would be endless trouble. Although the divine generals of the scenic demon palace had fallen, their foundation could not be ignored. Just as Fong Qin was moving, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Can I? He raised his head, looked ahead, and muttered. The next moment, he began to try and release the half-perfect bloodline. The terrifying bloodline carried the suppression from the primordial spirit level and swept out, completely enveloping Fong Qin. Evolve. Fong Qin shouted in a low voice. The half-perfect bloodline around him was actually changing. Not long after, a trace of the rock bloodline aura appeared. He was evolving the rock bloodline. The rock movement technique was the supreme movement technique of the rock clan. It was extremely fast. If it was compatible with the rock bloodline, its speed would soar. Buzz. Before this, Fang Chen had never thought of it. In a few seconds, Fang Chen felt the birth of the rock bloodline. He raised his hand, and a wisp of bloodline aura lay in his palm. It's a little thin. Fang Chen curled his lips. Because of the urgent situation, he could only evolve the thin rock bloodline. It was very difficult to evolve the true rock bloodline of the ancient times. With his current strength, he might not succeed. Even so, it's enough. Fang Chen stomped his foot and circulated the thin rock bloodline. His speed soared to the extreme. He could clearly feel that the rock movement technique was evolving. Sure enough, it works. Fang Chen was overjoyed. After the evolution of the rock body technique was completed, Fang Chen discovered that his speed had increased by 30%. This was a terrifying statistic. Originally, his speed was already above that of a great perfection expert. Now that the great rock movement technique had evolved, coupled with the rock bloodline, his speed was comparable to that of a 5-element Saint Realm super expert. Let's go. With this layer of protection, Fang Chen was full of confidence. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the battle demon continent. Heavens! From the beginning, Fang Chen's speed had already shocked many experts. How can this guy's speed be so fast? Even Master Immortal Refinement and other experts who are good at speed can't catch up to him, right? Of course, there were also some people who were not optimistic about Fang Chen's chances. This kid is too arrogant. Not only did he kill the divine general of Devil's Cape Palace, he even destroyed Lord Mo Tao's projection. This is a grudge that will not rest until one of them is dead. Although his speed is incomparably fast, who is Lord Mo Tao, he can suppress him in a matter of minutes. These people shook their heads. Fang Chen's current speed was at most at the level of a great perfection expert, incomparable to a Saint Realm expert. Boom! However, at this moment, there was a sudden exclamation from the crowd. His speed has increased again. This voice was like a bomb exploding in the crowd. Everyone's eyes looked into the distance. Dust flew, and the space was in chaos. They could vaguely see a tall figure floating away. 30%? How is that possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This fact was beyond everyone's expectations. After the shock, everyone realized a problem. That was, the sky of Devil's Cape Weave was about to change. Fang Chen's speed had increased by 30%, comparable to Lord Mo Tao. How could the latter catch up? Once he escaped, there would be no end of trouble. This guy has already become a legend. Some old men shook their heads and muttered to themselves. Boom! Not long after, a terrifying aura descended on the battle demon continent. Mo Tao's body was burning with flames, and he was extremely angry. His powerful consciousness swept across the battle demon continent, but he did not find any trace of Fang Chen. You can't escape. He did not believe that there was someone in Devil's Cape Weave who dared to challenge his authority. No matter where you go, no one can save you. It was not until a long time after Mo Tao left that the battle demon continent gradually returned to peace. This news quickly spread throughout the Devil's Cape Weave. Many people were waiting for the news. However, ever since Fang Chen left the battle demon continent, he seemed to have disappeared without a trace. No one could find him. Even Mo Tao had returned empty-handed. When the news came out of Devil's Cape Palace, Missouri Tao was furious. He had already issued an order that anyone who could provide Gu Tianming's specific location could become his personal disciple. Those who could provide the location of Gu Tianhua and the Gu family ancestor could become his in-name disciple. When the news came out, the entire Devil's Cape Weave was in an uproar. One had to know that Mo Tao was a saint. As the Palace Lord of Devil's Cape Palace, he was the absolute ruler of the Devil's Cape Weave. Being able to become his disciple indicated that one's future was limitless. Many people were fighting for this opportunity. I absolutely can't miss it. This was the thought of many people. At the same time, a frenzy of people searching for Fong Qin swept through every corner of the Devil's Cape Weave. 10 days later, news spread that the Gu family ancestor and Gu Tianhua's location had been exposed. Lord Mo Tao personally came and fought with the Gu family ancestor. The latter had a top sacred treasure that could release an unparalleled domain. After the Gu family ancestor was severely injured by Lord Mo Tao, he used a domain sacred treasure to send Gu Tianhua out of the Devil's Cape Weave. As for the Gu family ancestor, he knew that he could not escape, so he simply pestered Mo Tao with all his might. In the end, the Gu family ancestor died, and Gu Tianhua's whereabouts were unknown. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Fong Qin, I, Gu Tianhua, swear that I will kill you in this life. After leaving the Devil's Cape Weave and finding a safe place to stay, Gu Tianhua was furious when he heard the news. His Gu family had no grudges with the Devil's Cape Palace, but they had been tricked by Fong Qin. Even if he explained to Mo Tao face to face, it was useless. The latter did not listen at all and directly attacked. Ancestor, I will avenge you. Gu Tianhua was cold, his eyes scarlet, as he said in a deep voice. With that, he leaped and disappeared into the darkness. During this period of time, the outside world was in an uproar. As for Fong Qin, after disguising himself, he quietly came to the ancient immortal continent. On a mountain peak with thick smoke billowing, there was a dazzling palace. This was the palace of Master Immortal Refinement. Inside the palace, in a courtyard, Master Immortal Refinement, how have you been? Fong Qin looked at the white-haired elder opposite him and cupped his fists. He did not expect that the white-haired elder he met in the War Demon Continent was Master Immortal Refinement. Mo Tao has already gone crazy, and you still dare to show yourself? Master Immortal Refinement said. Aren't you afraid that I will tell Mo Tao your whereabouts? Fong Qin shook his head. The reason he took such a huge risk to find Master Immortal Refinement was because he was confident. He was confident that he would be able to escape unscathed. Back then, I met the Tianyi Sword Emperor once. Although we were not familiar with each other, his passing resolved my crisis. Master Immortal Refinement said. Therefore, he was grateful. When he found Fong Qin in the War Demon Continent, he took the initiative to show himself and befriend him. Fong Qin took out the broken star hidden sword and said, Master Immortal Refinement, to tell you the truth, this junior came to find you this time because of this. Fong Qin went straight to the point. His purpose was to reforge the star hidden sword. After learning about the fate between Master Immortal Refinement and the Tianyi Sword Emperor, he was no longer worried that the latter would tell on him. This sword is very sharp. I can help you reforge it. Master Immortal Refinement took the broken sword and nodded. It was not difficult for him to do such a thing. Master, can you help me add some Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid? Fong Qin asked. Oh, you have Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid? Master Immortal Refinement was also surprised. I got some by luck. Fong Qin did not mention that he had a large amount of Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid. If it absorbs 100 drops of Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid, I'm confident that it can reach the level of a holy treasure. Moreover, it won't be an ordinary holy treasure. Master Immortal Refinement smiled. If there's more Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid, I can even make it reach the level of a pinnacle holy treasure. Fong Qin's heart skipped a beat. Senior, may I ask how much Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid you need? Master Immortal Refinement extended a finger. At least 10,000 drops. Success rate, 50%. If there was more Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid, the success rate would naturally increase. There were not many pinnacle holy treasures even in the scenic Demon Dominion. What if I add 10,000 drops? Fong Qin raised his eyebrows slightly. 80%. Master Immortal Refinement said. 80% success rate was already his limit. Even if he added more termination soldier spiritual liquid, his chances of winning would not increase. After all, reforging a weapon was much more difficult than refining a new one. Fong Qin took out 30,000 drops of termination soldier spiritual liquid. 20,000 drops will be used to reforge my weapon. The remaining 10,000 drops will be your reward, Grandmaster. This Master Immortal Refinement wanted to decline, but when he saw Fong Chen's firm attitude, he finally accepted it. To be honest, 10,000 drops of Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid was a great gift to him. All right, I won't say anything courteous. If there's anything I can help you with in the future, just ask. Master Immortal Refinement said straightforwardly. He also told Fong Qin to wait in the palace with peace of mind. He would collect the other materials needed to reforge the hidden star sword. 3 months. This was the time Master Immortal Refinement gave Fong Qin. Reforging was simple, but absorbing the Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid was a little time-consuming. Master Immortal Refinement did not want to be too careless. Thank you, Master. Master Immortal Refinement was willing to help him reforge his weapon in order to repay the Sky One Sword Emperor's kindness. This was a huge risk of offending the scenic Demon Palace and Mo Tao. Fong Chen was naturally very grateful, so he gave 10,000 drops of Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid. After all, he had plenty of this stuff. After raiding Old Ghoul Corpse's lair, he had more than 1,000,000 drops of Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid. Chapter 3440. The Immortal Tempering Mountain was located a little to the east of the ancient Immortal Continent. The climate here was extremely hot all year round, but today it was snowing heavily in the vicinity of the Immortal Tempering Mountain. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. This was a phenomenon from the heavens. 3,000 years. It had not snowed for 3,000 years. The falling snow covered the Immortal Tempering Mountain in a thick layer of silver frost. Some martial artists in the surrounding cities were secretly guessing what was going on. Why was it snowing in the Immortal Tempering Mountain? And why was it snowing so heavily? Countless martial artists were looking at the miracle from afar. Of course, there were also those who thought that something was amiss. The Lord of Luo City was one of them. He hovered above Luo City, his dark eyes looking toward the northeast. He frowned slightly as he looked at the snowflakes in the sky. He seemed to be in deep thought. After a long time, the weather here is very hot all year round. The last time it snowed was 3,000 years ago, the Lord of Luo City recalled. I remember that Master Immortal Refinement's refining had a qualitative leap and broke through to a higher level, which caused the phenomenon of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, the Lord of Luo City's eyes showed a trace of shock. The current Master Immortal Refinement was considered the strongest blacksmith in the entire ancient Immortal Continent and even the scenic Demon Weave. He was the only powerhouse who had a chance of refining an origin weapon. Could this snow be a phenomenon caused by Master Immortal Refinement? The Lord of Luo City's heart trembled, and his body involuntarily took a few steps back. If the truth was as he guessed, it would be a little scary. No matter what, I must let Lord Yuanxin know about this. Soon, the Lord of Luo City took out a communication token and sent the news to Lord Yuanxin. Not long after, a layer of ripples appeared in the void, and a burly figure appeared out of thin air. Greetings, Lord Yuanxin. The Lord of Luo City saw this person and immediately greeted him respectfully. Yuanxin looked up at the Immortal Tempering Mountain. That old thing broke through? The Lord of Luo City did not dare to speak. After all, standing in front of him was one of the 2 giants of the ancient Immortal Continent, Lord Yuanxin. He knew very well that Lord Yuanxin had a strange temper. If he said the wrong thing, he would die without a doubt. Last time when I fought against him, although I was barely able to suppress him, I also felt the pressure. Yuan Xan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. If he breaks through again, won't he no longer fear me? Having reached this point in his train of thought, Yuan Xian's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and arrived at the immortal smelting mountain. On the immortal training mountain, many of the servants were also curious. Why would it snow again 3 years ago on the immortal training mountain? At this moment, Fang Qin, who was in the secret chamber, suddenly opened his eyes. His entire body was vaguely enveloped by an incomparably powerful sword aura. He gently opened his palm. Immediately, a vast amount of sword aura gathered before his palm and transformed into wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. In the end, the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning transformed into snowflakes. If anyone else was here, they would definitely be shocked, because the snowflakes in Fang Chen's palm were exactly the same as the snowflakes in the sky above the immortal refinement mountain. I didn't expect the Heavenly Star sword technique to contain such laws. I'm truly amazed. Even a genius swordsman like Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Ancestor Tian Chen's comprehension of sword principle was much stronger than his. In fact, the difference between the 8th level and the 9th level of the Heavenly Star sword technique is not that big. Fang Chen muttered. The 8th level required one to comprehend wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and then mix them together to unleash it. The 9th level allowed the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning to undergo a fundamental change. This was the so-called heaven and earth phenomenon. With a flick of his wrist, the snowflakes fell to the ground and melted instantly. At the same time, the snow on the immortal refinement mountain stopped. The snowflakes on the ground disappeared completely in an instant. I wonder how Master Immortal Refinement's preparations are going. After comprehending the 9th level of the Heavenly Star sword technique, Fang Chen was in a good mood and was ready to go out for a walk. It stopped? Yuan Xian, who had just ascended the immortal refinement mountain, saw this scene and was even more certain that the heaven and earth phenomenon was caused by Master Immortal Refinement. An old friend has come to visit. Master Immortal Refinement, please come out for a chat. A thunderous voice spread throughout the entire immortal refinement mountain. All the servants heard it clearly. Dang, dang, dang. A servant walked out of the palace. Lord Yuan Xian, Master went out not long ago and has yet to return. Yuan Xian frowned. Buzz. A powerful divine sense enveloped the immortal refinement mountain. He thought that Master Immortal Refinement was unwilling to see him, so he used his powerful divine sense to check. However, just as his divine sense enveloped the immortal refinement mountain, he saw a shocking scene. Why does that guy look so familiar? Suddenly, Yuan Xian's heart skipped a beat. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He's Gu Tianming? Yuan Xian recognized Fang Qin. Soon he understood. The Demon Scenic Palace is frantically searching for him, but he's hiding here? Yuan Xian's eyes darted around as a perfect plan appeared in his mind. With that old bastard immortal refinement around, I can't completely control the ancient immortal continent. If he dies, it'll be the best for me. Moreover, Fang Qin was a major criminal of the Demon Scenic Palace. If he could suppress him and hand him over to Lord Mo Tao, he could become his personal disciple. Yuan Xian was excited at the thought. That was Lord Mo Tao's personal disciple. His status was much higher than his current status. Don't make any noise when you walk. Yuan Xian turned to look at the Luo City Lord. Let's go. The Luo City Lord nodded and turned to leave. However, the moment he turned, Yuan Xian's palm stabbed into his chest. The Luo City Lord would never have dreamed that Yuan Xian would attack him. Bang! The Luo City Lord's body fell to the ground. Yuan Xian informed the servants of the Immortal Refinement Mountain that the Luo City Lord had offended Master Immortal Refinement, and he was asking Master Immortal Refinement to attack him. After that, he barged into the Immortal Refinement Mountain. Yuan Xian? Fong Qin frowned when he heard Yuan Xian's voice. Buzz. At that moment, his surroundings were suddenly sealed by an array. Fong Qin turned around and saw a mocking face. Kid, you've really hidden yourself well. Yuan Xian walked over step by step. Yuan Xian looked at Fong Qin with a burning gaze. As long as he could suppress him, he could become Lord Mo Tao's personal disciple. Instantly, Fong Qin understood Yuan Xian's intention. He had been careless. However, he also wanted to kill Yuan Xian. Before the hidden star sword was completed, he could not expose his identity. Glancing at the array around him, Fong Qin smiled faintly. What, you want to kill me? Being Lord Mo Tao's personal disciple? Who can deal with this condition? Furthermore, Yuan Xin had another idea if he wanted to deal with Fong Qin. He had heard of Fong Qin's various deeds with his own ears. Therefore, he guessed that Fong Qin must have some valuable treasures on him. Once he killed him, he could obtain those treasures. Since you know me, you should know that I have more than one great perfection expert by my side. Fong Qin shrugged. How are you going to kill me? Yuan Xian was also a great perfection expert, but his strength was not as strong as the first divine general. Since I dared to come to you, I naturally have something to rely on. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Xian's wrist shook, and a palm-sized mirror suddenly appeared. Rip! A dazzling light shot out from the mirror and enveloped Fong Qin. This is Fong Qin's primordial spirit had been invaded. A sacred treasure that can erode the primordial spirit? Seeing that Fong Qin did not move, Yuan Xian laughed loudly. Kid, trapped by my mirror, no one can do anything to you. Fong Qin shook his head. I don't need anyone to deal with you. My sword is enough. In fact, Fong Qin also wanted to use Yuan Xian to practice. I have just mastered the 9th sword of the Heavenly Star sword art. I'll use you as a starting point. Swoosh! The red glass sword flashed, and the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning appeared in the sky. Then they quickly turned into snowflakes and surrounded the hidden star sword. What? Seeing this scene, Yuan Xian turned pale with fright. He thought of the vision of heaven and earth on the immortal tempering mountain. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. You caused the vision of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, it was too late to find out now. The sword mixed with wind, and snow was as fast as lightning. Yuan Xian did not have any chance to dodge, and was directly pierced by the sword. Boom! The moment his body fell, the mirror exploded. If I die, let's die together. However, when the power of the mirror's explosion approached Fong Qin, it was blocked by an invisible force. A long spear suddenly appeared in front of Fong Qin. That's the sacred treasure coiling Dawn's spear? Yuan Xian exclaimed. Unfortunately, he could no longer support his body. You killed. Yuan Xian knew what the sacred treasure coiling Dawn's spear meant. However, now that it appeared in his hands, it meant that Lord Mo Tao's son was already dead. He wanted to spread the news, but unfortunately he could not. Bang! One of the 2 giants of the ancient immortal continent, Yuan Xian, had fallen. Rip! He put away Yuan Xian's summer ring and destroyed his body, then removed the array formation restriction. A few days later, the immortal tempering mountain was as calm as usual. Master Immortal Tempering had returned. He told Fong Qin that he had encountered some difficulties in the process of collecting the materials. What? Only this material is missing. In the entire scenic demon weave, other than scenic demon palace. Only that person has it. Master Immortal Tempering shook his head. He even took out the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid to make a deal, but was rejected. Did he have any conditions? Fong Qin asked. Master Immortal Refinement shook his head. This person has a strange personality. He once said that as long as it was someone he liked, he could take the materials and use them. However, Fong Chen rubbed his forehead when he heard that. This was indeed a little difficult. If he made a request, he could try to fulfill it. This liked him? Who knows what kind of person you'd find pleasing to your eyes? Clearly, he did not like Master Immortal Refinement. How about robbing him? Fong Chen suddenly asked. Master Immortal Refinement's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly shook his head. Absolutely not. Although this person is at the Yin-Yang origin realm, his status is too high. Even Scenic Demon Palace is not willing to offend him. Oh, Fong Chen was stunned. Chapter 3441. The Heaven-Defying Alliance was a very mysterious organization that made people tremble in fear. There were only a few forces that could challenge the Heaven-Defying Alliance in the huge God's Fall battlefield. Furthermore, these few forces all had super-existences that had survived since ancient times. However, this was only a confrontation. If a real war broke out, they would have no way of restraining the Heaven-Defying Alliance unless they joined forces. It was rumored that the members of the Heaven-Defying sect were all Heaven-Defying. Although this was an exaggeration, it was enough to show how terrifying the Heaven-Defying Alliance was. Among the many forces, the Heaven-Defying Alliance had the fewest disciples. The disciples of the other top forces were at least dozens of times more than the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The Heaven-Defying Alliance only recruited people with extraordinary potential. It didn't matter if one's cultivation base or background. As long as one's potential surpassed martialists of the same level, one could enter the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Over the years, too many monstrous geniuses had appeared in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. They had all eventually become super-existences in the God's Fall battlefield. Being able to join the Heaven-Defying Alliance with the Yin-Yang origin realm cultivation base meant that one had extraordinary potential. Fong Chen decided to personally pay a visit to this monstrous genius of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The scenic demon territory was very vast. There were countless broken continents under it. One of the more remote continents was called the Han continent. Originally, this continent wasn't called that. However, after Yuan Venerate Han came, the continent was renamed the Han continent. Han was the name of this Yin-Yang origin realm genius. Yuan Venerate was his code name in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The Han continent in the extreme north of the scenic demon territory. Is this the Han continent? In the air, two figures were flying over at high speed. Fong Chen looked into the distance and sensed a bone-chilling aura coming with the wind. The Han continent was originally a barren continent that wasn't suitable for cultivation and was uninhabitable. Therefore, it was abandoned. However, Yuan Venerate Han used special means to transform it and build a residence here. Master Xian Lian couldn't help but admire Yuan Venerate Han. The potential of the Heaven-Defying Alliance's geniuses was obvious to all. However, I think that your potential isn't any weaker than Yuan Venerate Han's. If you obtain the Heaven-Defying token, you can also easily join the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Master Xian Lian was well aware of Fong Chen's potential. Let's go. He has already discovered us. Fong Chen grinned. With a leap, he arrived at the core of the Han continent. There was a lake here. Above the lake, there was a floating mansion. Interesting. Fong Chen spread out his spiritual perception and discovered the array formation floating around the mansion, drawing in the chi of heaven and earth, fusing with the power of the stars in the heavens, endlessly gathering here to form such a wondrous formation. Fong Chen had a unique understanding of the Tao of formations, and his attainments in it were also extremely high. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that this array was extraordinary. He could even vaguely sense the aura of the origin. At the moment, he was even more curious about Yuan Venerate Han. If one wasn't a powerhouse of array Tao, they wouldn't be able to set up such an array. What a wonderful work of art. Fong Chen was full of praise for this formation. Old man Xian Lian, you're still coming? A voice filled with disgust came from the mansion. Is this how a paragon of the Heaven-Defying Alliance treats his guests? Master Xian Lian was about to speak, but was stopped by Fang Qin. The latter smiled as he looked at the floating mansion in the middle of the lake. With a flick of his finger, a stream of air shot out. When it struck the array formation, it immediately caused turbulence. In the blink of an eye, a gap appeared in the array formation. Yuan Venerate Han, who had originally been very disdainful of Fang Qin and Master Xian Lian, had a slight change of expression. His deep eyes looked outside the mansion. Yuan Venerate Han didn't stop Fang Qin and Master Xian Lian from entering the mansion through the gap in the array formation. You must be Yuan Venerate Han. Fang Qin greeted Yuan Venerate Han. After seeing Yuan Venerate Han for the first time, he had sensed a terrifying aura from the latter. You also understand the Tao of formations? Yuan Venerate Han asked. I know a little. Yuan Venerate Han shook his head. Impossible. This array formation of mine comes from the heaven-defying alliance. It is an ancient array formation that can only be set up by stealing the essence of the sun and moon. Even Mo Tao wouldn't be able to set it up in the scenic demon territory. What he meant was that Mo Tao wouldn't be able to break the array formation. However, Fang Qin had been able to easily open a gap. This made Yuan Venerate Han take this mysterious man seriously. Not only do you understand the Tao of formations, but your attainments in the Tao of formations are also extraordinary. After saying that, Yuan Venerate Han gestured with his hands and said, Sit. Fang Qin sat down. Master Xian Lian, who was behind him, felt his heart tremble. The last time he had come, Yuan Venerate Han had simply been unwilling to pay attention to him. Now that Fang Qin had arrived, Yuan Venerate Han was treating him with respect. Yuan Venerate Han, I won't beat around the bush. I came to find you this time because I want to obtain the 10,000 tempering iron from you. Fang Qin got right to the point. Actually, Yuan Venerate Han had already guessed it. I do have the 10,000 tempering iron. It isn't considered very precious in the heaven-defying alliance. Yuan Venerate Han shrugged. However, why should I give it to you? Even if your attainments in the Tao of formations are extremely high and you can break my Tao of formations, so what? Fang Qin understood what Yuan Venerate Han meant. Is this okay? Fang Qin flicked his wrist and took out the heaven-defying token. Heaven-defying token? Yuan Venerate Han was clearly stunned when he saw the heaven-defying token. Then he quickly thought of what had happened in the Battle Demon Continent. It seems like you have obtained the inheritance of the Great Era Destroyer Prime, Venerate. Yuan Venerate Han said. However, you still don't understand the heaven-defying alliance. You simply don't know how harsh the criteria for recruiting disciples are. Even if you have the heaven-defying token, you still can't join the heaven-defying alliance. Obviously, Yuan Venerate Han didn't think that the small scenic demon territory had the potential to meet the standards of the heaven-defying alliance. How would I know if I don't try? Fang Qin wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled. If I join the heaven-defying alliance, we'll be brothers, and I will also be able to obtain the 10,000 tempering iron. Fang Qin added, It's just that I have some matters to attend to now, and I urgently need the 10,000 tempering iron. That's why I came looking for you. You won't lose out on this deal in exchange for the 10,000 tempering iron. After he said that, Fang Qin didn't say anything else. He would let Yuan Venerate Han weigh the other matters himself. Yuan Venerate Han frowned and stared at Fang Qin. Very few people could remain so calm in front of a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. Although this fellow had only cultivated for a short period of time, he could feel an outstanding aura emanating from his body. Yuan Venerate Han had also heard about what had happened in the Battle Demon Continent. However, he subconsciously believed that the reason Fang Qin had been able to kill the Divine General and defeat Mo Tao's projection was entirely because of Yang Kunmo and the help of the 3 great perfection realm demonic beasts. He was confident that Fang Qin wasn't as good as him, but now he suddenly had an idea. Crash! Yuan Venerate Han stood up. How can I believe that you are qualified to join the heaven-defying alliance? Buzz. Terrifying sword chi emanated from Fong Chen's body. Yuan Venerate Han felt the aura of death enveloping him. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. His heart was filled with horror, because his body was actually suppressed by the sword chi to the point that he couldn't move. He was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this fellow before him a little too strong? I have cultivated for 30 million years. Although my potential in the heaven-defying alliance is average, my potential is unparalleled in the scenic demon weave. If I go all out, I will be invincible under the sage realm. Yuan Venerate Han muttered to himself. However, he was actually suppressed by Fong Chen. What did this mean? It meant that Fong Chen had already taken a step forward and possessed the ability to contend with a sage realm expert. How long had he been cultivating for? Rip. Fong Chen retracted his sword chi and looked at Yuan Venerate Han calmly. I wonder if the current me is qualified to join the heaven-defying alliance. Yuan Venerate Han gulped and nodded heavily. He even gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. I rarely admire someone. You are really outstanding. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. After saying that, he flicked his wrist and took out the 10,000 tempered iron. Take this 10,000 tempered iron. If it's not enough, I will go to the heaven-defying alliance to get some for you, Yuan Venerate Han said straightforwardly. However, I have a condition. What condition? Yuan Venerate Han's eyes were blazing. Although you have the heaven-defying token, you don't have a referral. You have to promise me that when you participate in the heaven-defying alliance's assessment in the future, you will say that I was the one who referred you. Referring a disciple to the heaven-defying alliance could also reap benefits. Furthermore, the stronger the person who was referred, the more benefits they would receive in the future. Yuan Venerate Han was willing to befriend Fong Chen because he valued this point. All right, Fong Chen said. The 10,000 tempered iron was very important to him at this stage. He was grateful that Yuan Venerate Han had generously given it to him. I will say the same thing again. Other than your condition, my condition remains the same. After receiving the 10,000 tempered iron, he would owe Yuan Venerate Han a favor. If you need my help in the future, feel free to ask. Fong Chen said. Yuan Venerate Han would never have dreamed that a favor today would allow him to walk out of the jaws of death in the years to come. After receiving the 10,000 tempered iron, he exchanged a few pleasantries with Yuan Venerate Han. Originally, Yuan Venerate Han had wanted to contact the heaven-defying alliance to let Fong Chen participate in the assessment. However, Fong Chen still had some matters to attend to in the short term and thus declined. I will come and have a chat with Brother Han after I am done with the matters at hand, Fong Chen said before leaving. Along the way, Master Immortal Lien was full of praise for Fong Chen. Impressive. Master Immortal Lien gave him a thumbs up. That Yuan Venerate Han is so arrogant and conceited that he was directly thrown out when I went there. There was a world of difference between how he treated Fong Chen and how he treated him. After all, who asked Fong Chen to be so monstrous? If you join the heaven-defying alliance, there will definitely be a place for you in the future. Master Immortal Lien thought highly of Fong Chen and believed that if he didn't die, his name would definitely shake the world. After returning to the ancient Immortal Continent's Immortal Lien Mountain, Master Immortal Lien hurriedly reforged the Hidden Star Sword. However, what Fong Chen didn't know was that the death of the ancient Immortal Continent's big shot Yuan Xen had triggered a series of events. Chapter 3442 Immortal Refinement Mountain. It had been 3 months, but Master Immortal Refinement had yet to come out of seclusion. He was in seclusion to reforge the Hidden Star Sword for Fong Chen and had encountered some difficulties. The Hidden Star Sword was nurtured by Fong Chen with great effort and contained great power. Master Immortal Refinement had underestimated the power of the Hidden Star Sword. Fortunately, he took control of the situation in time and changed the refining method so that he could continue to reforge it. It's already been 3 months. Fong Qin looked at where Master Immortal Refinement was in seclusion and pursed his lips. Over the past few months, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the Yin Essence stage. His Yin Essence had also increased to 1,500 feet. This was unimaginable. As his Yin Essence increased, his strength also increased. Now, even if he did not use the Universe Sword Art, he could easily kill a perfected Yin-Yang Essence stage expert. Now he was truly invincible under the Sage stage. I wonder how much longer it will take. Fong Chen muttered to himself. All of a sudden, he felt a ripple in the silent void. Although this fluctuation was very faint, he still caught it. Fong Chen frowned, but did not act rashly. His powerful spiritual sense spread out and instantly enveloped the entire Immortal Refinement Mountain. He saw a shocking scene. At this moment, there were two perfected Yin-Yang Essence stage experts outside the Immortal Refinement Mountain, silently approaching. Moreover, Fong Chen heard their conversation. I say, Taoist Green Ox, is what you said true? The thin man asked. Taoist Green Ox nodded. Of course it's true. This news came from Devil Scenic Palace. How can it be false? Hearing the words Devil Scenic Palace, the thin man fell silent. The purpose of their trip was to get Master Immortal Refinement to refine a sage treasure for them. Within the palace, Fong Chen's expression gradually turned gloomy. His face was covered with frost. He clenched his fists tightly and murderous intent surged. The primordial chaos? He had a feeling that the outside they were talking about was referring to the primordial chaos. Thinking back to Mo Tao's son invading the primordial chaos, Fong Chen felt a faint worry in his heart. It had been a long time since he came to the God's Fall battlefield. He wondered how the outside world was like. Boom! Fong Chen's mind stirred, and an incomparably powerful energy spread out, directly enveloping the two people who had entered the Immortal Training Mountain. Courting death. When Taoist Qing Yo saw this, he roared angrily and attacked like thunder. Bang! However, he was defeated in a single exchange. Pucci, crawling up from the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Taoist Azurox, are you all right? The thin man hurriedly asked. Brother, we are here to pay a visit to Grandmaster Immortal Refinement. We have no ill intentions, the thin man hurriedly explained. Even Taoist Green Ox had no choice but to reevaluate Fong Chen. Who are you? What were you guys talking about just now? Fong Chen ignored Taoist Green Ox and asked, Brat, don't be arrogant. We will give Grandmaster Immortal Yen some face and not bicker with you. Don't go overboard. Taoist Green Ox was a little angry. Boom! Fong Chen directly attacked. Seeing this, Taoist Green Ox and the emaciated man did not back down. The two of them joined forces to fight against Fong Chen. On the Immortal Refinement Mountain, a deafening sound was heard. Not long after, the battle stopped. Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back. His powerful aura suppressed the two of them, making them unable to move. At this moment, Taoist Green Ox looked at Fong Chen with a look of extreme fear. He could not imagine that this guy in front of him was actually so powerful. Even in the Devil's Spectacle Palace, there are few such experts. Brother, we really have no ill intentions. The thin man said bitterly. Fong Chen walked in front of the two of them. From now on, you will answer whatever I ask. Yes, yes, yes. We will tell you everything we know. Those who were able to survive from the God's Fall battlefield had all experienced life and death. They saw everything very clearly. Nothing was more important than their lives. What were you guys mumbling about outside the Immortal Refinement Mountain? The thin man looked at Taoist Green Ox awkwardly. The latter spoke. We received news from the Devil's Spectacle Palace. It is said that Lord Mo Tao found a spatial rift. Through this rift, one can enter the outer realm. As you know, the cultivation environment in the Godfall battlefield is extremely harsh. With such an opportunity, we naturally want to go in and investigate. However, Fong Chin frowned. However, what? Taoist Green Ox continued. Our strength is considered decent in the Devil's spectacle dominion. However, we have yet to step into the Saint realm. Therefore, we do not dare to take the risk. A few 100 years ago, we met Master Immortal Refinement once. Therefore, we wanted to ask him to help us refine a sage treasure. Fong Chin was skeptical of Taoist Green Ox's words. So what if Mo Tao had received the news? How could the two of them know? Seemingly aware of Fong Chen's doubts, Taoist Green Ox explained, I have a good brother who is part of the upper echelon of the Devil's Spectacle Palace. It is said that Mo Tao is preparing to head to the outer realm. He is one of the people he will bring with him. He secretly told the two of us the news. After they left, we left quietly. Some time ago, the Devil's Spectacle Palace had been searching for Gu Tianming's whereabouts. However, there has been no news of him recently. That is enough to explain everything. The skinny man added. All the information indicated that the Devil's Spectacle Palace was waiting for an opportunity to enter the primordial chaos. Outer realm? Fong Chin muttered. He was already certain that the outer realm that Taoist Green Ox mentioned was his hometown, the primordial chaos. Where is the crack? In the Corpse Head continent, said Taoist Green Ox. Fong Chen's body trembled slightly when he heard that. Wasn't that the place where he had entered? Did Mo Tao really discover us? Fong Chen was a little anxious and did not know what to do. Calm down. After a long while, Fong Chen gradually calmed down. He swept his gaze across the two of them and displayed unparalleled combat strength to force the two of them to submit. This was a world where the strong reigned supreme. In order to preserve their lives, Taoist Green Ox and the skinny man could only submit. When they learned of Fong Chen's true identity, they were shocked. This, Taoist Green Ox stuttered as he looked at Fong Chen. Especially when he saw the few demon beasts behind him and Yang Kunmo, he was even more shocked. Greetings, Master. In the end, he lowered his arrogant head. Tell me everything you know, said Fong Chen. Taoist Green Ox nodded and told him everything he knew. As it turned out, Mo Tao discovered that his son's life slip had shattered. When he was searching for his son's whereabouts, he traced it to the Corpse Head continent. Only then did he discover that the Corpse Head ghost was long dead and the termination, Liquid, had disappeared. In his fury, he struck at lightning speed and the entire Corpse Head continent turned into a sea of fire. Unintentionally, he blasted open the spatial barrier and discovered the crack. Immediately, he tried to project to the other side of the spatial barrier. What shocked him was that there was a complete space on the other side. The environment was beautiful and there were no conflicts. It was very peaceful. Although the supreme laws were incomplete, it was definitely a pure land for cultivation. He even guessed that it was created by a top expert and wanted to check it out. However, what shocked him was that the repulsive force of that space was too strong for him. This made him realize where the problem was. He was too strong. If he barged in recklessly, he would definitely cause the space to collapse. If he wanted to enter safely, there was only one way, and that was to use a spatial tunnel. However, it would take some time to build a spatial tunnel. During this time, he was prepared to send a group of his subordinates to explore that space. Damn it! After hearing Taoist Green Ox's words, Fong Chin clenched his fists tightly. His body emitted a terrifying, murderous aura. It was very shocking. Although he knew that the primordial chaos and the God's Fall battlefield would clash sooner or later, he did not expect it to be now. If it's just Mo Tao, I can deal with him. Once the news spreads in the God's Fall battlefield, it will be terrible. Fong Chin thought to himself. He had made up his mind. He would return to the primordial chaos and kill all the invaders. In fact, if it was possible, he would kill Mo Tao as well. Do many people know about this? Fong Chin asked with a cold gaze. Taoist Green Ox hurriedly shook his head. Apart from Lord Mo Tao, there is only a group of subordinates that he is preparing to teleport over. He and the skinny man were the only exceptions. From today onwards, You are not allowed to spread any word about this, Fang Chen said sternly. Yes, master. After subduing Taoist Green Ox and Taoist Black Ox, Fang Chen now had 7 perfection stage servants under his command. As for Black Bear, after escaping to the immortal Smelt Mountain, it bid farewell and went to find its master alone. The sounds of people chasing after Fang Chen gradually disappeared. The entire scenic demon dominion was very quiet. The more it was like this, the more Fang Chen felt that it was the prelude to a storm. He paid close attention to the scenic demon palace's movements. Corpse Head Continent, abyss of god corpses. A majestic figure soared into the sky. When he steadied himself, he revealed his true appearance. The master of the scenic demon palace, the ruler of the scenic demon dominion, Mo Tao. At this moment, Mo Tao was in a sorry state. However, there was a smile on his face. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distant void. The Corpse Head Continent borders the extraterritorial space. If there are such ruins here, there must be even more opportunities in the extraterritorial space, Mo Tao said gloomily. He was more inclined to believe that the extraterritorial space was created by a peerless expert. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as a black-clothed man quickly walked over. My lord, the candidates have been selected. Mo Tao nodded. Let's go. On the immortal Smelt Mountain. Fang Chen hoped that Master Immortal Smelt would come out of seclusion soon every day. How long has it been? Master Immortal Smelt still hasn't come out? In the courtyard, Fang Chen paced back and forth. Master, it is not easy to reforge a broken weapon. Moreover, Master's requirements are very high. He wants to add termination, soldier's spiritual liquid, so Master Immortal Smelt should take some time. Yang Kuan comforted. After submitting to Fang Chen, they learned of some things that the outside world did not know. For example, Fang Chen had termination, soldier, spiritual liquid, and so on. I hope everything goes well. If the hidden star sword could reach the level of a sage treasure, his strength would also increase. At that time, even if he encountered Mo Tao, he would be able to fight him and even use various methods to kill him. Chapter 3443. Did I succeed? Fang Chen was overjoyed and looked up. The flames that lit up the entire sky contained a scorching aura. This aura made Fang Chen's heart tremble. Even though he had the world's top fire elemental bloodline, he still trembled. One could only imagine how powerful the flames in the sky were. What kind of flames were these? Fang Chen was very confused. Hiss! He could vaguely see a special aura in the flames that kept flowing, supporting the flames that soared into the sky. It was because of this special aura that the flames were so powerful. That is, he had a half-perfect bloodline and could derive most of the bloodlines in the world. He could even use the top fire elemental bloodline. However, Fang Chen was still shocked when he saw the phenomenon caused by the reforging of the hidden star sword. From this, it could be seen that the flames were extraordinary. In an instant, a crazy idea appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Origin source flame? He exclaimed when he thought of this. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the flames in the sky had completely dissipated. The immortal refinement mountain regained its calm. With a creak, Master Immortal Refinement walked out of the secret chamber. Whoosh! At this moment, Master Immortal Refinement's forehead was full of sweat. However, his face was full of smiles. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Master Immortal Refinement handed the weapon to Fang Chen and said with a smile. When he held the hidden star sword in his hand, a scorching aura instantly invaded his body. In an instant, the half-perfect bloodline in his body became chaotic. This surprised Fang Chen, but he soon realized that the scorching aura did not cause any harm to him. Whoosh! He felt that the consciousness of the hidden star sword seemed to be communicating with him. Good fellow! Fang Chen gently stroked the blade of the hidden star sword and could not help but be shocked. It's much sharper than before. At the side, Master Immortal Refinement stroked his beard and was very happy. This time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take that final step. Hearing this, Fang Qin noticed Master Immortal Refinement. The latter's aura was extremely powerful, as if he had already touched the threshold of the 5 elements' sacred realm. Moreover, Fang Qin sensed an astonishingly hot aura from him, which was exactly the same as the aura of the Hidden Star Sword. This surprised Fang Qin. You must have sensed it too, right? Grandmaster Xian Lian asked. Fang Qin nodded and looked at him in confusion. This weapon of yours is very extraordinary. It has been nurtured by extremely powerful blood. In the process of recasting it, I accidentally triggered the bloodline energy stored within it, causing it to mutate. I thought that I was going to fail, but at the crucial moment, a huge change occurred. Grandmaster Xian Lian recalled. He clearly remembered that when he took out the baleful soldier's spiritual liquid, the Hidden Star Sword frantically absorbed it. After absorbing the Termination soldier's spiritual liquid, the Hidden Star Sword began to transform. After the transformation, Grandmaster Immortal was completely stunned. This was because there was actually a trace of fire element origin flowing within the Hidden Star Sword. This it had already surpassed the category of holy treasures. Grandmaster Immortal Refinement felt that it was inconceivable. Origin Source Flame? Fang Qin frowned. He had heard of it before, but this was the first time he had seen it. No wonder my bloodline is throbbing. The so-called Origin Source Flame was the fire element aura at the beginning of the world. When the chaos was first born, Yin and Yang were divided into 2, evolving into the 5 elements. The so-called Yin and Yang evolved from the earth, wind, water, and fire at the beginning of the chaos. As for the 5 elements, there were the 5 origin source powers that were above the laws. These 5 origin source powers were also the foundation that maintained the stability of the chaos world. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 completely different powers, but they were closely connected. In ancient times, Yin-Yang origin realm cultivators comprehended the supreme laws, while 5 elements sacred realm cultivators comprehended the origin source. Originally, if nothing unexpected happened, the Hidden Star Sword would at most be a peak sacred treasure after recasting. But now there was a change, and it contained a trace of Origin Source Flame, greatly increasing its power. Could it be? Fang Qin's eyes lit up, and he was a little excited. Grandmaster Xian Lian shook his head. It has not reached the level of an Origin Source weapon. The so-called Origin Source weapon contained one of the 5 origins. The Hidden Star Sword only contained a trace of Origin Source Flame, and it was still a sacred treasure. But don't underestimate it. Although it is still a peak sacred treasure, no weapon below an Origin Source weapon can compete with it. Grandmaster Xian Lian was very satisfied with his refinement this time. Because of this, he also vaguely touched the threshold of the Origin Source of fire. He had been running around like a headless fly, and he finally found a way forward. Gently stroking the Hidden Star Sword, Fang Qin was very excited. He also handed the red glass sword to Grandmaster Xian Lian, asking him to help refine it. However, to his disappointment, although the red glass sword had advanced to the level of a sacred treasure and absorbed the Termination soldier's spiritual liquid, it did not absorb the origin source of the world like the Hidden Star Sword. Several days later, Fang Qin received the red glass sword. Kid, you should be content. A peak sacred treasure that can have a trace of the power of an origin source weapon is rare even in the entire Godfall battlefield, let alone the scenic Demon Weave. In fact, there was almost none. Fang Qin grinned and cupped his hands, thanking Grandmaster Xian Lian. At the same time, he also told Grandmaster Xian Lian some things about himself. Unexpectedly, Grandmaster Xian Lian patted his chest and said, Brother Fang, you contributed greatly to me being able to take this step. Your matter is my matter. I'll go with you. Thinking about it carefully, Grandmaster Xian Lian was a Yin-Yang origin realm expert, after all, and could be considered a great help. The two of them packed up hastily and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a figure quietly arrived. That soaring flame just now was clearly here. Why did it disappear? This person was dressed in black, and his tall and straight body revealed a powerful killing intent. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at the immortal training mountain. It must be on this mountain. He took a step and arrived at the immortal training mountain, where he happened to meet Fang Qin and Grandmaster Xianlian. Boom! Without saying a word, the black-clothed man spread his hands, and a terrifying aura rushed over. The atmosphere on the immortal training mountain was extremely oppressive, and the weaker ones knelt on the ground. Even Grandmaster Lian's body staggered, unable to resist. Sword-shaped runes flickered around Fang Chen's body as he stared at the black-clothed man with his pitch-black eyes. "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" The black-clothed man remained silent and continued to exert pressure. The pressure rose steadily, and Grandmaster Lian's face turned pale. "Be careful, he's very dangerous." However, before he could finish speaking, he was forced back by the black-clothed man's aura. "You're courting death." Fang Chen was a little angry. He drew his red glass sword and slashed out. Crack! Sword light burst forth and slashed in front of the immortal training mountain, heading straight for the black-clothed man. However, when the sword light appeared an inch in front of the black-clothed man, the latter clenched his fist and the sword light shattered, and the world returned to normal. The black-clothed man seemed a little surprised. "I didn't expect that there would be another genius in the scenic demon territory besides Yuan Venerate Han. Anyone who could be called a genius by him had to be a peerless genius." The black-clothed man shook his head. "Unfortunately, you're not a member of the Heaven-Defying Alliance." Obviously, the black-clothed man was very wary of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. After discovering that Fang Qin wasn't a member of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, he began to exert pressure on him without restraint. "I am Divine Lord Ta Kong. I was passing by this place and discovered a fiery vision that contained a trace of Origin's source flame." Divine Lord Ta Kong stood with his hands behind his back and revealed his identity. "It seems that you were the ones who printed it." He waved his hand. "I don't care what you have done or what you have. Hand it all over. Otherwise, I, Divine Lord Ta Kong, will make sure you die miserably." His words were very arrogant. He didn't give Fang Qin any leeway at all. "Divine Lord Ta Kong?" Fang Qin shook his head. "Never heard of you. You." Divine Lord Ta Kong raised his eyebrows and looked coldly at Fang Qin. "Do you know what you are saying? In the scenic demon territory, even Mo Tao wouldn't dare to be so disrespectful to me. You are merely at the peak of the Yin Essence realm. Who do you think you are?" Boom! Divine Lord Ta Kong swung his sleeve and a dazzling light shot out. Heavenly Star Sword Principle. Fang Qin executed the 9th level of the Heavenly Star Sword Principle. The snowflakes in the sky condensed into sword lights and shot out. Dong! 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 The two collided and an incredible power exploded. Interesting. Divine Lord Ta Kong was surprised that his attack didn't hurt Fang Qin. "Ever since I comprehended Origin Source, I have no opponents below the Saint Realm. I have even killed one Saint Realm expert." Of course, the Saint Realm expert he killed was just at the entry level. He killed him with the help of many treasures. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Behind him, the Master Immortal Refinery trembled. It was unbelievable that someone who wasn't at the Saint Realm could kill a Saint Realm expert. Although he had taken that step and touched the threshold of Origin Source, he still hadn't comprehended it. Divine Lord Ta Kong was infinitely close to the Saint Realm and was much stronger than him. Some of the weaker Saint Realm experts weren't his match. That was why he was so arrogant. Oh! Fang Qin didn't even lift his eyelids. The hidden star sword contained the origin flame, and its power was comparable to an origin weapon. He didn't know how strong he was when he attacked with his full power. However, he was sure that divine Lord Ta Kong couldn't suppress him. Fang Chen's disdain infuriated divine Lord Ta Kong completely. Humph! How could ants like you know about the power of origin? How could you know about my name? Divine Lord Ta Kong said angrily. Fine. Today, I, Sir God Ta Kong, will make a move and shock everyone in the Wildlands. Divine Lord Ta Kong attacked. He opened his hands, and the terrifying water flow gathered together to form a small whirlpool. In the whirlpool, there was mist surrounding it. That was water of origin. Origin source? Fang Chen muttered. He quickly changed the red glass sword to the hidden star sword and performed the chaos sword principle. Die. Divine Lord Ta Kong slapped, an entire immortal smelting mountain shook. Even the space-time was affected. There was a strong airflow that spread in all directions. Fang Chen was in the middle of the water of origin, and it was dangerous. Chapter 3444. Poof! In the void, the sword light was extremely powerful. It ignored everything and pierced through Sir God Ta Kong's palm. Then, the sword light pierced Sir God Ta Kong's body. Oh no! Sir God Ta Kong shouted in his heart. With a thought, a layer of terrifying aura appeared around him. The origin energy surrounded him and formed a strong defense. Bang! In the end, the sword light hit the origin energy defense and gave out a crisp sound before it collapsed. Dang, dang, dang. However, Fang Chen's stroke was too powerful. Even someone as powerful as Sir God Ta Kong was forced into a difficult situation. After he stabilized himself, he stared at Fang Chen with his deep eyes. Who are you? It was unimaginable that a peak-in origin realm martial artist could force Sir God Ta Kong into such a difficult situation. Moreover, the most important thing was that the person had only used one stroke since the beginning. What did that mean? Sage realm. He definitely had the power of a sage realm. Sir God Ta Kong also had the thought of retreating. Is it important? Fang Chen shrugged. Sir God Ta Kong was furious. However, when he thought of Fang Chen's terrifying power, he gave up the thought of attacking. He guessed that Fang Chen was a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful. It's a small world. I still have something to do today. I will stop here. I hope we will meet again in the future. Then, Sir God Ta Kong's body flashed, and he left with a whistle. Impressive. Master Xian Lian's compliment could be heard from behind. When Master Xian Lian saw that the person who had come was Sir God Ta Kong, he was nervous. However, who would have thought that Fang Chen's strength would be so powerful? Sir God Ta Kong is the strongest person below the Sage Realm. I didn't expect him to be unable to take one stroke from you. Master Xian Lian laughed. He was more and more convinced that Fang Chen had the ability to fight against Demon Palace. Sir God Ta Kong was only a small interlude. Not long after he had left, Fang Chen and Master Xian Lian had left quietly. When they came to Corpse Mainland again, they found something strange. At a glance, the Corpse Head continent was filled with the smell of blood. Fang Chen's divine sense spread out and instantly discovered that the Corpse Head continent had been plundered. Everyone in the core mansion was dead. Could it be Mo Tao? Fang Chen murmured. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a powerful force descending upon him. With a thought, he directly entered the void. Mo Tao descended and looked around. I clearly sensed an unfamiliar aura entering the Corpse Head continent. How did it disappear? Mo Tao frowned. His mighty divine sense spread out and enveloped the entire Corpse Head continent to search. Secretly, Fang Chen placed Grandmaster Immortal Refinement inside Immortal Cave Mountain. As for himself, he used a secret technique to quickly move forward. Whoosh! He could feel a powerful spiritual consciousness sweeping past him. Fortunately, it did not discover him. "It's all right." Fang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The half-perfect bloodline was indeed powerful. It was able to conceal his aura perfectly. Given Mo Tao's strength, it was impossible for him to detect his presence, unless his soul, Dao, had reached an extremely high level. Not long after, Fang Chen arrived at the crack. He entered the crevice with ease. The world spun and his vision was blurry. After an unknown period of time, Fang Chen felt the obstruction of the void barrier. He also felt the obvious changes in the supreme laws. In the end, he appeared in the flame abyss. "I'm back?" Fang Chen was overjoyed and very excited. Ever since the ancient chaos era destroyed the Gu family, the sacred palace had become the absolute ruler. Countless mystic realms in the ancient chaos era were developed by the sacred palace. Cultivation resources also continued to increase, and the overall level of the martial artists greatly improved. Now, there were hundreds of quasi-emperors in the sacred palace. However, there were still no emperors. After Fang Chen left, Palace Master Mu Qing took charge of the overall situation. Now, there were a total of 4 strongest people in the sacred palace. They were Palace Master Mu Qing, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor, the Red Emperor, and Gue South. Today, Palace Master Mu Qing gathered everyone in the sacred palace. "Everyone, how's the situation in Divine Blood City?" Palace Master Mu Qing glanced at everyone and asked in a deep voice, "The situation in Divine Blood City is not optimistic." At some point, several experts suddenly appeared in the extremely cold land outside Divine Blood City. They had the strength to destroy heaven and earth. Although their cultivation was suppressed to the quasi-emperor realm, their methods were unimaginable. As soon as they appeared, they attacked Divine Blood City. Fire Demon, True Monarch, and the others tried their best to resist, but to no avail. Divine Blood City was breached, and there were heavy casualties. The sacred palace received a distress signal and immediately sent some experts close to Divine Blood City to rush over. Now, they were anxiously waiting for the results. Back then, Fang Chen was the lord of Divine Blood City. He became the leader of the human race, and Divine Blood City's status also rose. It became a superpower second only to the sacred palace. Once Divine Blood City was destroyed, it would be a fatal blow to the ancient chaos era that had entered a peaceful era. News has spread that those people have the strength of emperors. Divine Blood City can't resist at all. Could they be the ancient experts in hibernation? The palace masters discussed among themselves. Only the Reincarnation Sword Emperor remained silent. "Reincarnation, what do you think?" Palace Master Wood Green asked. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor looked up. "The gods fall battlefield." As soon as these words came out, the entire sacred palace fell completely silent. The gods fall battlefield had always been the nightmare of the ancient chaos era. No one knew what was going on inside. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor suspected that these experts who appeared out of nowhere were most likely from the gods fall battlefield. Hearing this, Palace Master Wood Green's face turned even uglier. The sky-devouring Rat Emperor and the others have already rushed over. They should be able to deal with them. The Red Empress said. She was talking about the little mouse and the others. After Fang Chen left, they had each obtained their own opportunities and inheritances, and their strength had soared. Not long ago, they had all broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. They had just become quasi-emperors, but they already had the battle strength of a top quasi-emperor. It was very terrifying. There's also a pure-blooded beast emperor. Gue so nodded. He didn't know about the others, but that pure-blooded beast emperor was indeed very strong. If it really matured, even Palace Master Wood Green wouldn't be its match. In a distant land of extreme cold, snow fell all year round. The Divine Blood City stood in the white snow. In the wilderness, the 5 little mouse were rushing with all their might. Divine Blood City belongs to Boss. Whoever dares to attack Divine Blood City is disrespectful to Boss." With that, the little mouse roared and rushed in the direction of Divine Blood City. At this moment, in Divine Blood City, corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Only one person survived. The others had all died in battle. "Old man, we're new here and don't know much about this world. Now you'll answer whatever we ask. Otherwise, I'll slap you to death." A red-haired man threatened. Fire Demon, true Lord, was covered in flames. His face was ferocious and his heart was in pain. His body was trembling. He was known as Fire Demon True Lord, and he could control all flames in the world. However, facing these people in front of him, he didn't have the strength to do so. He had never thought that he would die under his own flames. Can't control it anymore. Fire Demon True Lord swept his gaze over the corpses on the ground. These were all old friends who had fought side by side with him. Now they had all left before him. He was disheartened and didn't have any desire to live. "Humph, you bastards. The city Lord won't let you off." Fire Demon True Lord said angrily, "Just you wait. The city Lord will avenge us." After saying that, he opened his mouth and laughed heartily, ignoring the anger of these people. "You're courting death." The red-haired man said angrily. He slapped out, and the void shattered and heaven and earth collapsed. "Stop!" Just as Fire Demon True Lord was about to die in the hands of the red-haired man, an angry roar came from outside Divine Blood City. Then the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain, led by the little mouse, appeared. The 5 of them stared at the red-haired man angrily. "You dare to massacre Divine Blood City?" The little mouse said coldly, "Humph, are you here to die?" In their eyes, a boundary emperor was not worth mentioning. Although their cultivation was suppressed, their means were far beyond what these natives could imagine. Die. The red-haired man swung his palm at Fire Demon, True Lord, and blasted it at the little mouse. Attack together. Sensing how terrifying the red-haired man was, the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain transformed into their true forms and attacked together. The little mouse used its innate ability, and 100-foot mouse shadow formed behind it. It opened its mouth and released a supreme power. The tentacles on Xiao Huang's head shook and summoned a dense group of royal ants. Xiao Hai spat out a torrent of seawater and drowned Divine Blood City. Pangolin used its body as a defense, forming an indestructible fortress for the brothers. Rip, the old faker, turned into a towering tree. Its branches swayed and intertwined. After so many years of fighting, the 5 brothers had a tacit understanding of each other. Even Palace Lord Wood Green did not dare to underestimate their combined power. Kill! Battle cries shook the heavens as the 5 brothers fought until their eyes turned red. Trash! The red-haired man sneered. Slap! A simple slap landed on the 5 brothers' bodies. The earth-shattering attack was instantly neutralized. The 5 brothers' bodies were sent flying. They were shocked. "You guys go!" Perfected Cultivator Fire Demon roared hysterically. He activated the power in his body to self-destruct to buy time for the 5 brothers. Scram! Unfortunately, his death did not cause any harm to the red-haired man. "At least you have some guts," the red-haired man said. Then he turned his head and looked at the 5 brothers. "Your bloodlines are not bad. If you have good cultivation resources, it's only a matter of time before you enter the yin-yang origin realm." He rolled his eyes and chuckled. "If you're willing to follow me, I'll spare your lives." "Dream on," the little mouse shouted angrily. "Lu Hao, you're being scolded by trash?" The others mocked. The red-haired man, Lu Hao, had a gloomy expression. "Since you want to die, don't blame me for not showing mercy." As soon as he said that, his aura shook. "Humph, no matter who you are or where you're from, this primordial chaos is not a place for you to behave atrociously. The little mouse did not care about life and death. With the likes of you trash, Lu Hao sneered. Suddenly, the void shook, and a terrifying wave of snow swept across the sky. Chapter 3445. The pure-blooded Beast Emperor had arrived. It rushed to Divine Blood City as soon as it heard the news. It had fought side by side with Feng Qin, and the latter was considered its boss. Divine Blood City was left behind by the Bloodline King and was later inherited by Feng Qin to become the Lord of Divine Blood City. Daring to attack Divine Blood City was equivalent to challenging Feng Qin's authority. Therefore, the pure-blooded Beast Emperor was furious. It was now considered a true top expert in the primordial chaos and was only one step away from the martial Emperor realm. Its appearance gave Little Mouse and the others hope. Crack! The pure-blooded Beast Emperor threw a punch at Lu Hao's attack, shattering it in an instant. Then the pure-blooded Beast Emperor landed in front of Little Mouse. Seeing the pure-blooded Beast Emperor, Lu Hao was a little surprised. He did not expect to encounter a pure-blooded Beast Emperor in such a low-end space. A pure-blooded descendant. Lu Hao narrowed his eyes, and the others beside him looked at the pure-blooded Beast Emperor mockingly. A pure-blooded Beast Emperor is very beneficial to us. We didn't come here in vain. Let's end this quickly and kill everyone else. Suppress this pure-blooded Beast Emperor and then go help Lord Mo Tao. They were experts from the scenic Demon Palace, sent by Mo Tao to the primordial chaos. However, their cultivation was forcefully suppressed to the Boundary Emperor realm because of the incomplete Supreme Law. However, what they had seen and heard and the secret techniques they had cultivated were far from what the primordial chaos experts could compare to. You're courting death, the pure-blooded Beast Emperor said in a low voice. A solemn look flashed across its deep eyes. At the same time, it transmitted its voice to Little Mouse. These people in front of us are unfathomably powerful. Even I am no match for them. When I attack later, run away quickly. Little Mouse immediately shook its head and refused. If they wanted to leave, they would leave together. If they wanted to fight, they would fight together. Die. At this moment, Lu Hao attacked. The others did not waste any more time and attacked together. Boom! 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 When they joined forces, their attack power increased by more than tenfold. A stormy wave of attacks emerged in the void, and even the pure-blooded Beast Emperor could not withstand it. Bang! In just one exchange, it was sent flying. The Little Mouse and the others were unable to resist. What should we do? The Little Mouse glanced at the pure-blooded Beast Emperor and gritted its teeth. I'll hold them back. You guys run away quickly. The pure-blooded Beast Emperor reverted to its true form. Its huge body rose from the ground. With a stomp of its foot, the entire Divine Blood City trembled. Roar! The pure-blooded beast cub let out an angry roar and charged at Lu Hao and the others. At the edge of the primordial chaos, in front of the void rift, Feng Qin stood in the flame abyss and felt the familiar aura of his hometown. A faint smile appeared on his face. Wang! He waved his hands and formed hand seals. A majestic aura of formation filled the area. Eventually, the flame abyss was sealed by a formation. Mo Tao definitely won't be able to come over in a short period of time. But as time passes, if he builds a spatial tunnel, he will definitely descend to the primordial chaos. At that time, the primordial chaos would definitely be thrown into chaos. With my formation, even Mo Tao won't be able to send any cultivators over. After doing all this, Feng Qin stepped out and left the flame abyss. His powerful consciousness instantly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire primordial chaos. Soon, he discovered a total of 30 auras that did not belong to the primordial chaos. In other words, a total of 30 people had descended to the primordial chaos. Feng Qin's face turned gloomy. 30 Yin-Yang origin realm experts were undoubtedly a great disaster for the primordial chaos. Fortunately, he had received the news and rushed back in time. Not good. Suddenly, his consciousness discovered what was happening in the Divine Blood City. Damn it! His figure flashed and turned into a rainbow. He pushed the rock movement technique to the extreme. I have to hold on. As he moved, Fong Chen prayed inwardly. His combat strength was already comparable to a Saint Realm expert. His speed was also extremely fast. In just an hour, he appeared outside the Divine Blood City. At the same time in the Divine Blood City, relying on the broken bloodline formation left behind by the Bloodline King, the Pure Blood Beast Emperors and the others were bitterly holding on. What should we do? The formation is already broken. It can't block their attacks, the little mouse said anxiously. The Pure Blood Beast Emperors maintained the formation and kept injecting their pure blood into it. This formation is strange. Lu Hao stood with his hands behind his back and stared at the formation before him. This void was probably created by a super expert in the ancient era, another person said. The supreme laws here are obviously broken. Martial arts are backward. The strongest expert here is only half a step into the Yin-Yang origin realm. However, we've only been here for a few days, and we've already seen many strange things. For example, the broken formation before them. This formation is extraordinary. With blood as the foundation, it has super strong defense. If it was complete, only a Yin-Yang origin realm expert could break it. Even in this broken state, it would take them a long time to break it. It seems that the owner of this city must be extraordinary. They guessed that there should be countless opportunities in this space. When Fong Chen entered Divine Blood City, he found that Lu Hao and the others were attacking the formation. Moreover, the formation was shaking and about to shatter. Whoosh! Fong Chen pointed his finger, and a drop of blood flew into the formation. The next moment, the formation emitted a dazzling golden light. The broken cracks were quickly mending. What's going on? The Pure Blood Beast Emperors and the others were stunned. However, when they saw the familiar figure, they were overjoyed. It's Boss. Ha ha ha, Boss is back. The changes in the formation made Lu Hao and the others even more gloomy. Who are you? Lu Hao felt that he couldn't see through this person. The person who will kill you. Fong Chen said casually. Humph, you want to kill us? How arrogant of you. Lu Hao sneered. Even the strongest expert of your world wouldn't dare to talk to us like this. As soon as he finished speaking, a man beside him attacked. Boom! Facing the ferocious attack, Fong Chen only punched. Crack! The person who attacked Xiao Qin fell to the ground as if he had been struck by lightning, dying instantly. This, Lu Hao sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated a few steps, staring at Fong Chen warily. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A peak Yin essence stage cultivator could kill them with one punch. This was simply unimaginable. Could it be that you are also from the God's Fall battlefield? Lu Hao asked hastily, his eyes darting around. However, the Demon Scenic Palace controlled this crack. Every person who teleported over had to be personally selected by Mo Tao. How did this person before him get in? Could there be another entrance? Thinking of this, Lu Hao nodded. This was the only explanation. May I ask which faction fellow Taoist is from? I am Demon Scenic Palace's Lu Hao. Lu Hao introduced himself, wanting to use Demon Scenic Palace to intimidate Fong Chen. Ha ha! Fong Chen shrugged, revealing cold killing intent. Demon Scenic Palace? Haven't you been chasing after me? I am here now. Chasing after you? Lu Hao suddenly thought of a person. The person who killed the Demon Scenic Palace's divine generals. You are... Before Lu Hao could finish speaking, Fong Chen waved his hand. Yang Kuan and the others immediately appeared. Kill! Yellow Ox, the Python, and the Darkness Destruction Leopard had already received news. They did not show any mercy to Lu Hao and the others. Hee, with 5 consummation cultivators attacking together, no matter how many tricks Lu Hao and the others had, they were useless. Crack! In just one move, Lu Hao and the others were killed. Demon Scenic Palace will not let you off. Before dying, Lu Hao threatened Fang Qin. He wanted to spread the news. Unfortunately, he could not do so. 27 left. After killing Lu Hao and the other two, there were 27 left. Too weak. They cannot even withstand a single blow. Lu Hao finally had a chance to attack, but the opponent was too weak. Yellow Ox mood. As for Yang Kuin and Emo Han, they remained calm as they looked around. Master, what is this place? Yang Kuin asked. This is my hometown. Whoosh! The array opened. The pure-blooded Beast Emperor Little Mouse and the others quickly ran out. Boss, I missed you so much. Ha ha ha, boss, it's great that you're back. Fang Chen hugged his brothers one by one. Are you okay? The pure-blooded Beast Emperor was still bleeding, but he shook his head, indicating that it was a minor injury. Boss, do you know where they came from? Little Mouse asked. They are from Demon Scenic Palace. They are considered a major force in the God's Fall battlefield. Then, Fang Chen naturally knew their worries. It's fine. I'm back. The crisis of the primordial chaos has been resolved. After chatting for a while, Fang Chen prepared to return to the sacred region to meet his wife and daughter. There are still 27 intruders. I'll leave them to you. Fang Chen issued the mission. I don't want any of them to escape. Don't worry, Master. As long as Mo Tao doesn't come personally, we can kill the small fries from Demon Scenic Palace in a matter of minutes. Yellow Ox and his brothers went in one direction, while Yang Kuin and Mo Han went in the other. They split into two groups and encircled the people from Demon Scenic Palace. As for Fang Chen, he led his brothers back to the primordial chaos. Sacred region, sacred palace. In an elegant courtyard, a purple-clothed woman sat on the observation deck. Her beautiful eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, a red-clothed woman jumped out from behind her. Mother, are you thinking about my father again? The red-clothed woman was Fang Shi, Fang Chen's daughter. Dang, dang, dang. Two men walked into the courtyard, one after another. Big sister, why are you always so elusive? You will scare Mother. Fang Chen's two sons, Fang Yun and Fang Han, arrived. TSK. Fang, she pursed her lips. Mother is a quasi-emperor. How can she be scared by me? Seeing his three children, Star the Arch revealed a happy smile. Unfortunately, Brother Chin is not here. Star the Arch thought to himself. Who said I'm not here? Suddenly, a voice appeared out of thin air. Hearing this, Star the Arch was stunned. Fang Shi, Fang Yun, and Fang Han were ecstatic. It's Father's voice. Father is back. The three siblings were very excited. They looked around for Fang Chen's trace. Rip! The void tore apart and Fang Chen appeared. Chapter 3446. Leaning in Fang Chen's arms, Star Emperor felt an unprecedented happiness. In her mind, bits and pieces of the past flashed through her mind. From a weak country on the particle continent, step by step, through untold hardships, and finally to this point. Brother Chen. This sentence was full of tenderness. Fang Chen hugged Star Emperor with both hands and gently stroked her hair. I'm back. Fang Chen said. Star Emperor wept with joy, and the three children beside her were also very excited. Father. After a long time, Star Emperor's emotions gradually calmed down. Seeing her three children, her cheeks flushed, and she broke free from Fang Chen's arms. Brother Chen, why did you suddenly come back? Is it because of the invaders? Star Emperor was very smart, and after a little thought, she guessed the purpose of Fang Chen's return. Father, I missed you so much. Fang, she grabbed Fang Chen's arm and said with a smile, Not bad. Among the three of you, you have the highest potential and the most hardworking. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Fang, she had made great progress, and his cultivation had caught up with Star Emperor. In the sacred palace, he was also a well-known powerhouse and was called Emperor Shi. Mother taught me well. Fong, she stuck out his tongue. You too! When Fong Qin looked at his two sons, he shook his head helplessly. His potential was so strong, and he had become the leader of the human race in such a short time of cultivation. His cultivation had reached the Yin-Yang origin realm, and he was only one step away from the Saint realm. But these two sons did not inherit his genes at all. Their talent was definitely worlds apart from Fong Shi's. But no matter what, they were still Fong Chen's sons, and their potential was many times stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, they had countless cultivation resources for their use since they were young. But these two guys did not have the heart to cultivate at all. Father, how can our potential be compared to elder sisters? She has the all-fusion body and is destined to be a super genius of the Empress in the future. Fong Yun grinned. That's right. Fong Han nodded in agreement. Besides, with my father around, no one dares to provoke us. Big sister's potential is so strong that she can definitely inherit father's legacy. As for us two brothers, forget about it. You're not working hard, yet you're still looking for excuses. Do the two of you want to face the wall? Fong Qin said. Beside him, Star Sovereign said softly, Brother Qin, it's not easy for you to come back. Our family is reunited. Let's not talk about this. Star Sovereign hurriedly changed the topic. He was well aware of his husband's character. If he was allowed to talk for a while longer, the two brothers would definitely run for the door. Yes, the whole family was happy and harmonious. During this time, Fong, she kept asking about the situation on the God's Fall battlefield. Fong Yun and Fong Han were fiddling with some cultivation resources that their father had brought from the battlefield of gods. Wow, this thing is good. Fong Yun picked up a mirror and couldn't put it down. His intuition told him that this mirror was extraordinary. This snare drum is not bad either. Fong Han played with the 7 stars sky drum. The news of Fong Chen's return quickly spread to the sacred palace. Led by Palace Master Wood Green, many palace masters were very excited and gathered at Fong Chen's residence. Leader, Palace Master Wood Green cupped his fists. Fong Chen nodded and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. He glanced around and saw the Samsara Sword Emperor, Red Emperor, Gui So, and the others. Where's the Void Primogenitor? Fong Chen asked. All the palace masters had come, except for the Void Primogenitor. Speaking of the Void Primogenitor, the faces of Palace Master Wood Green and the others were a little gloomy, and they couldn't say anything. Brother Qin, Star Sovereign stepped forward and said, The Void Primogenitor is in the demonic emperor's tomb. Fong Qin frowned, vaguely feeling a little strange. With the Void Primogenitor strength, he should be able to escape from the demonic emperor's tomb, right? Star Sovereign shook her head. After the Void Primogenitor entered the demonic emperor's tomb, the demonic emperor's tomb changed. The entrance was sealed, and the aura of darkness it emitted covered the entire demonic realm. We can't contact the Void Primogenitor, but we can confirm that he's still alive. The Void Primogenitor's life slip hadn't shattered yet. All the boundary emperors of the sacred palace joined forces to attack the demonic emperor's tomb, but it was useless. We couldn't open the entrance at all, Palace Master Wood Green said. We suspect that the mastermind behind the demonic emperor's tomb seems to have awakened, the Samsara Sword Emperor said. Fong Qin fell into deep thought. He had entered the demonic emperor's tomb before, so he knew some things about it. On the demonic mountain, he even had a chance to absorb the will of the 10,000 demons and become a true demonic cultivator. But he couldn't give up on his emotions and desires, so he gave up that chance. Could it be related to the will of the 10,000 demons? Fong Qin thought. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. The most important thing now was to get rid of the person that Mo Tao sent over as soon as possible and resolve the crisis of the primordial chaos. Then he would personally make a trip to the demonic emperor's tomb. After I deal with the matters at hand, I will personally make a trip to the demonic emperor's tomb. Fong Qin said. The void primogenitor had done him a favor. When he was still very weak, the void primogenitor had indirectly passed the space-time cultivation system to the bone progenitor, which was then mastered by Fong Qin. It could be said that the void primogenitor was an indispensable figure in Fong Qin's cultivation process. Now that he was trapped in the demonic emperor's tomb, Fong Qin couldn't just sit back and do nothing. With the leader's help, the void primogenitor will definitely return safely. The Red Emperor and Gue so said one after another. After chatting for a while, Fong Qin told Palace Master Wood Green and the others some information about the demonic palace of the Godfall battlefield. What? Palace Master Wood Green's expression changed drastically. Fong Qin waved his hand. It's fine. It's just the yin-yang origin realm. It can't escape from my grasp. What I'm worried about now is that once Mo Tao comes to the primordial chaos through the space transmission channel, there will definitely be a shocking battle. The energy fluctuations in a battle between saints were too great and would definitely affect the innocent. However, he couldn't care less about that. Fong Qin had already made up his mind. Once Mo Tao came to the primordial chaos, this would be his burial ground. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye a month had passed. During this time, Fong Chan would occasionally give guidance to Fong Shi's cultivation and have a sweet time with the Star Emperor. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian also came to see Fong Qin. However, they only said a few words and left in a hurry. Brother Qin, the Star Emperor, wanted to say something, but stopped. Fong Qin shook his head and sighed softly. After you left, the two of them have been working hard to cultivate, breaking through dangerous places and climbing the sky stairway in order to have a chance to step into the Emperor realm and then go to the Godfall battlefield. The Star Emperor didn't say the rest, but Fong Qin had already guessed it. Master, just as Fong Qin was about to speak, Yang Kuin sent a message. 27 people have all been killed by us. Bring their bodies to me, Fong Qin ordered. No matter what, those people were yin-yang origin realm experts, and their blood was very precious. Yes, Master. Soon, Yang Kuin and the others brought all the bodies to the sacred palace. When Fong Qin handed these to the palace master Mu Qing, the latter almost jumped up in excitement. Great! With this emperor blood, our sacred palace is very likely to give birth to an emperor realm expert. The Emperor Realm was a legendary existence in the primordial chaos. The supreme law was incomplete, and the cultivation of martial artists was restricted. No matter how they cultivated, it was difficult to break free and step into the Emperor Realm. For countless years, they had tried everything to not miss any opportunity to improve. Fong Chan waved his hand and gave the large amount of cultivation resources he had obtained in the Godfall battlefield to the palace master Mu Qing. I have no use for these things, so leave them in the sacred palace. Some of them can be used by quasi-emperors like you. On the side, the Red Emperor and Gue So looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Not long after they left, Fong Chen's cultivation was so strong that even they could not see through it. After sending the palace master Mu Qing away, Fong Qin began to set up a large array. He wanted to set up an ancient array to protect the sacred palace. Boom! Outside the courtyard, a small mountain was directly blown up. Wow! Isn't the 7-star sky drum too strong? Fong Han exclaimed excitedly. He had just casually thrown the 7-star sky drum to the small mountain, and it directly raised the mountain to the ground. My mirror is also not bad. Fong Yin held the mirror, unable to put it down. You too. Suddenly, Fong Shi, dressed in red, walked out angrily. Did father give you weapons so that you can show off here? Big sister, don't be angry. Didn't father also give you a spear? Take it out and let us see. That's right, big sister. I really want to know if your spear or my 7-star sky drum is stronger. Fong, she glared at her 2 younger brothers. How dare you covet my coiling dawn spear? See how I deal with you." After saying that, a spear appeared in Fang Shi's hand. She gripped it hard, and a mighty force emerged from the tip of the spear. Fang Han activated the 7-star sky drum, and the sound of the drum shook the sky. Rip! The spear pierced through the void and hit the 7-star sky drum, immediately sending Fang Han flying. "Big sister, you bully me." Fang Yin activated the mirror and joined forces with Fang Han. In the courtyard, the Star Emperor was a little worried. "Brother Qin, do you think they will?" Fang Chen held the Star Emperor's small hand and comforted him. "Don't worry, I'm here." A moment later, Fang Yin and Fang Han raised their hands and surrendered. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Big sister, you're too strong." The two brothers joined forces, but they were still suppressed by Fang Shi to the point of being unable to breathe. Sacred treasures were considered rare in the God's Fall battlefield. However, since the hidden star sword became a sacred treasure, these things were no longer useful to him. This time, he returned and gave them to his children. Although they were still unable to fully activate the power of the sacred treasure with their strength, with the protection of the sacred treasure, they could protect themselves even if a quasi-emperor attacked in the primordial chaos. Crack! Fang Qin turned his head and looked into the distance. There, the aura of a ray soared into the sky, and he could vaguely see layers of void ripples. "Has it taken shape?" Fang Chen grinned, and the next moment he appeared in front of the array center. Chapter 3447. Fang Chen hovered in the air above the sacred region. His hands were forming a complicated seal, and rays of light shot out from his fingers into the ground. Crash! With a thought, 8 black wood appeared in front of him. These were not ordinary wood, but the legendary ancient blackwood. Of course, this was only a branch derived from the blackwood. Once it grew up, it would become a blackwood. After all, the ancient blackwood was a legendary item, and it was difficult to obtain at this stage. Using these 8 black wood as the foundation of the array can effectively unleash the power of the space lock array. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The array he had set up was called the space lock array. This array was very common in ancient times, and it was used by powerful sects to protect the mountains. However, the space lock array had completely disappeared after the Battle of the Ancient Gods. Fang Chen had accidentally discovered it in an ancient book. With his current array attainments, he had easily grasped all the mysteries of the space lock array. Rip! With a wave of his hand, the 8 black wood flew in 8 different directions. When they were in place, Fang Chen flicked his wrist once again. A vast aura of the Tao of formations surrounded the 8 black logs and sent them underground. In the blink of an eye, the 8 black wood had drilled into the ground. At this moment, a trace of array aura was faintly emitted from the 8 directions. These 8 auras quickly intertwined to form a small vortex. The center of the array was where the vortex converged. "The array foundation is in place," Fang Chen whispered, and then his figure flashed and disappeared into the ground. All the warriors in the sacred region felt the terrifying array aura in the air. They looked up at the sky, and their hearts were filled with shock. What is going on? Why is there such a domineering array aura shrouding the sacred region? Could it be that a strong enemy has invaded the sacred region? Impossible. In the primordial chaos, there are countless experts in the sacred palace. I can't think of any force that can compete with them. Some weaker warriors were not clear about the truth, so they made wild guesses. Soon, there was an uproar in the sacred region. Most martial artists believed that the sacred domain was in danger. Palace masters, led by Palace Master Wood Green, stood in front of the sacred hall with their hands clasped behind their backs. Even though they were very experienced and knowledgeable, their faces were still filled with astonishment. Red Emperor's eyes flickered with a complicated look. She still remembered that when Fang Chen first set foot on the sacred island, he accidentally entered the peach blossom forest and was caught by her. At that time, the Red Emperor only felt that Fang Chen's potential was extraordinary. Who would have thought that after so many years, that fellow had already grown to a level that was out of her reach? Gui so had the same idea as Red Emperor. The latter rejoiced that they had chosen to submit to the human race and had Fang Chen as their leader. Otherwise, with such an enemy, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. No, to be exact, if he had been an enemy of Fang Chen, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. On the other hand, Samsara Sword Emperor and the others were smiling excitedly. They had watched Fang Chen grow up as the leader of the human race. The stronger the latter was, the longer the lifespan of the human race would be. As expected of the Lord Chancellor, Fire Dome Palace Master gave him a thumbs up. He was an arrogant person and rarely praised someone. However, the person he admired the most was the leader, Fang Chen. I can feel that if this formation is successfully set up, its power will be unimaginable. Even if a yin-yang origin realm expert were to invade, he wouldn't be able to break the formation. A quasi-emperor formation, Master muttered. Palace Master Wood Green and the others had already heard about the commotion in the sacred realm. They spread the news. When everyone learned that the commotion was caused by the leader of the human race, they were all shocked. To set up a space-locking formation, one must not only be proficient in formations, but also in space-time. It just so happened that Fang Chen had a deep understanding of formations and space-time. Therefore, he could easily set up the formation. After placing all the materials into the core of the formation, Fang Chen's body broke out of the ground. The formation is complete. As Fang Chen's voice rippled out, a vast aura of formations appeared around the sacred realm. In the blink of an eye, it formed an arc-shaped cover that completely enveloped the sacred realm. Seeing that the space-locking formation had been successfully set up, Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Once trapped in the space-locking formation, one's speed will be completely restricted. Moreover, one will have nowhere to hide and will also suffer a strong suppression. Fang Chen said, "If I were to control it personally, even Mo Tao would have to put in some effort to get in." Of course, he couldn't control the formation all the time. Withdraw. With a thought, the formation instantly withdrew, and the ripples of formations in the air quickly dissipated. The pressure of the formation Tao in the sky also disappeared completely. The sacred realm returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Congratulations, Lord Chancellor. Palace Master Wood Green and the others stepped forward and surrounded Fang Chen, beaming with joy. Fang Chen explained the basic information of the space-locking formation to everyone. Then he handed a jade talisman to Palace Master Wood Green. Palace Master Wood Green, this jade talisman can control the space-locking formation. Refine it. Palace Master Wood Green took the jade talisman. With this formation, even if someone from the God's Fall battlefield comes, we won't have to fear. Fang Chen shook his head. At present, with this formation, the sacred palace is basically safe, but we can't let down our guard. Fang Chen said, "In the ancient chaos, the supreme laws are incomplete, causing everyone to be unable to step into the martial emperor realm. This is the most fundamental reason. If the human race wanted to increase their strength as a whole, they had to solve this problem." This was also what troubled Fang Chen the most. Although he could use the power of the supreme laws, he could control them. However, it was easier said than done to repair the supreme laws. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. "Let's talk about it later." Fang Chen said, "The resources I left behind are enough for you to cultivate to the peak of quasi-emperor and cultivate quasi-emperor martial artists as much as possible. After I solve this problem, everything will be solved." Fang Chen firmly believed that he would be able to find the answer. If he couldn't find a solution, there was only one explanation: he was too weak. After the formation was completed, Palace Master Wood Green and the others happily familiarized themselves with the formation. As for Fang Chen, he went to the ancestral mountain. Standing at the top of the ancestral mountain and looking down at the earth, he could see every corner of the ancient chaos. This was the human race's ancestral mountain, and also the ancient chaos's ancestral mountain. And this was also the highest mountain in the ancient chaos, closest to the sky. Feng Chen raised his head and stared at the sky. Buzz! A giant face formed by the supreme laws appeared in front of him. Feng Chen could feel a terrifying power spreading and completely locking his body. What do I need to do? He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to the giant face. The giant face released a supreme power, but it couldn't make Feng Chen retreat half a step. After a long time, a message entered Feng Chen's mind. Feng Chen frowned. The will of the supreme laws told him that it would be very difficult to repair it with his current cultivation. Only the 5 elements sage realm can do it. Feng Chen was flabbergasted. Is there no other way? Although his battle prowess was comparable to a sage realm expert, his cultivation was only at the peak of the Enescence realm. He didn't know when he would reach the sage realm. Hence, he was somewhat anxious. And Mo Tao had already discovered the ancient chaos. It was hard to say whether other factions would discover it in the future. Once a peak faction like the Heaven-Defying Alliance discovered it, the ancient chaos would be destroyed. Boom! After communicating with the will of the supreme laws for a while, Feng Chen decided to give it a try. He unleashed the full potential of his half-perfect bloodline. The concentrated power of his bloodline transformed into a crimson ray of light that soared into the sky and collided with the gigantic face. Dong! The scarlet light crashed into the giant face, quickly dyeing it red. The entire sky turned blood red as if it was hell. Feng Chen's body trembled continuously. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his expression was ferocious as if he was resisting something. I don't believe it. Feng Chen bellowed and activated all of his strength. His body was like a cannonball as he charged into the giant face. At this moment, everyone in the ancient chaos could feel the supreme laws becoming chaotic, and the world was spinning. Pucci! A moment later, a black figure charged out of the giant face and smashed into the peak of the ancestral mountain. Feng Chen's throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The scarlet color of the giant face quickly faded, and it returned to its original state. How is this possible? Feng Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the giant face. He had just tried to repair the supreme laws, but the heavenly Tao suppressed him. He tried his best, but he couldn't stop it. Fortunately, at the last moment, he completely activated his half-perfect bloodline and barely avoided the calamity. The giant face trembled and ripples flickered. Feng Chen smiled bitterly. With my current strength, it's very difficult to repair it. Although he couldn't repair it, and even suffered a backlash, Feng Chen found something suspicious. A half-perfect bloodline. If he didn't have a half-perfect bloodline, he would have been doomed. In his mind, he recalled the Bloodline Monarch's plan. Could it be that only a perfect bloodline can solve this problem? Feng Chen guessed that the Bloodline Monarch might have known this long ago, so he planned for countless years to create a perfect bloodline. Huff! Feng Chen took a deep breath, as if he had discovered a new continent, and his eyes were burning. If that's the case, then how strong is the Bloodline Monarch? Even the Immortal Emperor didn't discover this, but the Bloodline Monarch, as a boundary emperor, discovered it and even planned to create a perfect bloodline. If it was an ordinary person, would they be able to do it? Vaguely, Feng Chen seemed to think of a possibility. Could it be that the Bloodline Monarch is a peerless powerhouse who survived the ancient battle of gods? Feng Chen's thoughts were in a mess. Crack! At this moment, the giant face shook and cracks appeared. At those cracks, scarlet light could be vaguely seen flickering. This is, Feng Chen exclaimed. How could his half-perfect bloodline stick to the giant face? He looked carefully and found that the giant face seemed to have changed a little, but he couldn't tell what the change was. He closed his eyes and felt the aura of the supreme laws in the air. After a long time, Fong Chen waved his fist excitedly. Chapter 3448. At the same time, all the martial artists in the entire primordial chaos felt a subtle change. They didn't even know where this feeling came from, but they could clearly feel that the space-time they were in seemed to have changed. What's going on? Why do I feel that the world has changed? Why do I feel that the speed of absorbing the heavenly Tao power has become faster? Heavens, what's going on? This was a question that occurred in every corner. Of course, there were only a few quasi-emperors in the sacred palace. They had lived for countless years and were already very familiar with this world. They immediately felt the change in the supreme law. In front of the sacred palace, Palace Master Wood Green led many palace masters gathered together. They looked up and saw the human race's ancestral mountain. It's the movement from the ancestral mountain. The Samsara, Sword Emperor muttered. Beside him, Red Emperor and Gue also frowned and pondered. Have you noticed? The supreme law seems to have become stronger. Palace Master Wood Green said excitedly. The supreme law had always been incomplete. This was also the biggest obstacle that hindered many martial artists in the primordial chaos from entering the martial emperor realm. But now, they could clearly feel that the invisible obstacle seemed to have weakened a lot. Without a doubt, it must be the leader's doing. Is it the leader? The Samsara Sword Emperor's eyes flashed and his heart was burning. If the leader could really complete the supreme law, it meant that they could all enter the martial emperor realm that they dreamed of. With the leader's help, it will definitely succeed. Palace Master Fire Dome and the others clenched their fists tightly. They were full of confidence in Fong Chen. But Palace Master Wood Green shook his head. Things were not as simple as they thought. Otherwise, it would not have troubled the sacred palace for so long. In the past, even the immortal emperor had not been able to do it. Could Fong Chen do it? In an elegant courtyard, Fong Shi and his siblings were accompanying Star Emperor. Mother, such a big thing has happened. Aren't you curious at all? Yes, Mother, we both want to go out and take a look. Fong Han said with a smile, and Fong Yin also agreed. Star Emperor shook her head. She knew that this movement was caused by her husband. At the peak of the ancestral mountain, Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back, carefully comprehending the supreme law. Dong! At this moment, he felt a vast amount of energy rush into his mind in the form of a powerful shock wave. No, he roared angrily and desperately tried to block the attack. However, that power was actually out of his control, wildly invading his primordial spirit. However, just as he was about to give it his all, his body suddenly froze, because he discovered a shocking scene. Endless life force? Fong Chen cried out in alarm. He had finally discovered the truth of the matter. Could it be? At this moment, he came to a sudden realization. He removed some of his defenses and allowed the berserk energy to invade his Yuan spirit. As it turned out, his guess was correct. This force seemed to be invading his primordial spirit, but it was actually nourishing it. Abundant vitality revolved around Fong Chen, constantly nourishing his soul. In the end, Fong Chen could even sense that his soul was rapidly strengthening. Crack! Finally, after the primordial spirit absorbed enough life force, it broke through the barrier and stepped into the saint level. At this moment, Fong Chen felt a trace of enlightenment. His primordial spirit had been sublimated, and his entire person had undergone earth-shattering changes. Rip! After a long time, he opened his eyes and shot out 2 terrifying rays of light. I see. With a smile on his face, he finally understood the whole story. It was also at this moment that the giant face in the sky dissipated, and the mountain of ancestors returned to normal. Saint level. With a thought, Fong Chen released his powerful primordial spirit. The terrifying power merged with heaven and earth without any rejection. Under normal circumstances, the supreme law was incomplete and could not bear the power of the emperor realm. However, not only had Feng Qin stepped into the emperor realm, but even his primordial spirit had reached the saint level, which was above the corporeal realm. However, this world did not collapse, and there were no signs of rejection. After combining all the circumstances, Feng Qin finally understood. He was a native of his hometown. When he repaired the supreme law, his primordial spirit had already merged with it. In other words, he could now use the supreme law to look down on any corner of the primordial chaos. There was no doubt that at this moment he was the true ruler of the primordial chaos. Back then, even the immortal emperor had not been able to do this. As expected, because of my actions, the restrictions of the supreme law have become a little thinner. Feng Qin was overjoyed. He could imagine that in the near future, the primordial chaos would become more prosperous because of this thin restriction. Martial arts would gradually reach the peak. Perhaps it won't be long before an emperor realm appears. Collecting his thoughts, Feng Qin raised his head and stared at the sky. Although I didn't succeed in repairing it this time, at least I have some experience, and the restrictions have become a little thinner. Feng Qin pondered. In the future, when I am strong enough, I will definitely do my best to repair it. With that, his figure flashed, and he left the Mountain of Ancestors, Sacred Palace. As soon as Feng Qin returned, Palace Master Wood Green and the others had already received the news. Ha ha ha, Lord Leader. You have really done a great thing. In just half an hour, they received a lot of good news from the Endless Territories. Some of the geniuses of the top forces had broken through their bottlenecks, and their cultivation had broken through. This was a great era. After receiving the news, Feng Qin nodded. This was within his expectations. Palace Master Wood Green. Feng Qin briefly talked about the broken supreme law, and at the same time asked the Sacred Palace to set the relevant rules to ensure the normal development of the primordial chaos. After that, he talked with Star Emperor. Finally, he took out a token and gently crushed it. Rumble. In the sky, a terrifying force swooped down and instantly swept Feng Qin's figure away. Master seems to have entered the Demon Emperor's tomb. Emohan said. Yang Kuan frowned as he felt the obvious changes in the world. This world is extraordinary. Do I need you to say that? Master's hometown is naturally extraordinary. Dark Panther said. Although the supreme law of this world is incomplete, I have a feeling that there is a shocking secret hidden behind it, Python said. Only Yellow Ox was deep in thought. Big brother. Dark Panther and Python called out. Yellow Ox raised its head. There was a complicated look in its eyes. During Master's absence, we have to protect the safety of this world. Yang Kuan stared at Yellow Ox. The latter had lived for a long time and knew more than him. Moreover, he felt that Yellow Ox wanted to say something, but stopped. It seemed to know something. Do you know something? Yang Kuan asked. Yellow Ox shook his head and did not say anything else. Python and Dark Panther also kept asking, but no matter how they asked, Yellow Ox kept his mouth shut. In the end, Yellow Ox had no choice but to leave after saying a few words. It's very likely to be related to the Battle of Ancient Gods. Battlefield of Ancient Gods, Corpse Head Continent. Buzz. Terrifying air currents intertwined, forming a brilliant spatial passage. Congratulations, Lord Mo Tao, for building the spatial passage. An elder of scenic Demon Palace said. Mo Tao, who was dressed in black, stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the phantom of the passage in front of the spatial rift. He seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. The other side of the rift is very unusual. The current spatial passage can only be considered as a wrinkle. It will take at least 5 years to fully build it, Mo Tao said. Recently, he had been feeling uneasy. What's going on? Mo Tao racked his brains. Could there really be a shocking secret on the other side? The Corpse Head Continent has the abyss of divine corpses. Even I didn't gain anything from it and returned in a sorry state. Mo Tao connected the various matters together. Why would such a dangerous place like the abyss of divine corpses appear on the Corpse Head continent? And why would there be a spatial rift on the Corpse Head continent that connected to another world? Could it be that there was some secret behind this? Thinking of this, he became even more irritated. Crack! At this moment, the 30 life slips not far from him, all shattered. Suddenly, Emotao's body released a shocking aura. It was so oppressive that everyone could not breathe. They're all dead? Emotao's face was gloomy. He could vaguely feel through the spatial rift that the stability of the space on the other side could not be compared to the battlefield of ancient gods. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. Withdrawing his aura, the world regained its calm. However, Emotao could not wait to build the spatial passage. 5 years. In just 5 years, the spatial passage would be completed. At that time, he could personally cross the spatial passage. No matter what the secret was, it would eventually be grasped by him. Pass down the order. Seal off the Corpse Head continent. No one is allowed to approach, said Emotao. Yes, my lord. The elder nodded. By the way, my lord, he wanted to mention the capture of Fangchen, but was interrupted by Emotao. Put everything aside. The most important thing for Scenic Palace now is the Corpse Head continent. Yes, although the scenic demon weave seemed calm, there were undercurrents surging. What Emotao did could be hidden from ordinary people, but not from Saint Realm experts. Blood Sea Weave, Blood King Palace. A red-clothed elder sat quietly on a scarlet throne. He played with 2 red beads in his hands. His eyes moved as if he was thinking about something. The entire palace was filled with the smell of blood. What is that Emotao doing? The Blood King frowned in deep thought. The Corpse Head continent is just an ordinary broken continent. Is it worth it for the Termination Soldier arcane liquid? The Blood King was extremely ambitious. He had always wanted to annex the scenic demon weave, so he paid special attention to Emotao's whereabouts. No matter what Emotao is doing, my Blood Sea weave will definitely interfere. With that said, the Blood King waved his hand and a black shadow appeared. Gather all information on the Corpse Head continent. Send someone to keep an eye on the scenic demon palace. Report to me immediately if there's any news. Yes, Blood King. After the black shadow left, the Blood King stood up and revealed a strange smile. Chapter 3449. Demon Imperial Tomb. As the core peak of the Demon Imperial Tomb, the Demon Mountain towered into the clouds. From afar, it was shrouded in a dark aura. When Fang Qin crushed the token, he instantly appeared at the peak of the Demon Mountain. The current Demon Imperial Tomb had undergone a great change. The resentment between heaven and earth seemed to have decreased a lot. Standing at the peak of the Demon Mountain, Fang Chen's gaze swept across the many peaks. In the end, his gaze landed on the highest mountain peak, Myriad Demons Peak. The peak where the will of the Demon Imperial Tomb was located was also the source of the will of the Demon Imperial Tomb. Back then, when Fang Chen first stepped onto the Demon Mountain, he passed the 99th step and endured the terrifying will of the Demon Imperial Tomb. Countless wills on the peaks appeared one after another, wanting him to choose the peak. Even the wills on the Myriad Demons Peak let him go. However, at the last moment, the wills on the Myriad Demons Peak rejected Fang Chen. Because Fang Chen had not cut off his emotions and desires, he could not give up everything. Therefore, he was not suitable to inherit the will of the Demon Imperial Tomb. Now, after so many years, he once again came to the peak of the Demon Mountain. Rip! The black shadow appeared out of thin air and looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Little guy, you're here again. Originally, he thought that Fang Chen was here to accept the will of the Demon Imperial Tomb. However, when his wills fell on Fang Chen, he was filled with shock. Even he could not see through the latter's cultivation. How is this possible? The Black Shadow could not imagine that Fong Chen's improvement was so great. Emperor Realm. The Black Shadow shook his head. The supreme law was incomplete and heaven and earth were restricted. Ancient Chaos Warriors could not step into the Emperor Realm at all. How did he do it? Long time no see. Fong Chen nodded lightly to the Black Shadow. Amazing! The Black Shadow came back to his senses and gave Fong Chen a thumbs up, praising him. This time, are you here to try to accept the will of the Demon Imperial Tomb? Fong Chen shook his head and asked, have any human warriors entered the Demon Imperial Tomb recently? The Black Shadow's eyes turned as he carefully thought back. Before the Demon Emperor's tomb changed, there was a human martial artist that entered it. Hearing this, Fong Chen was slightly moved. Then do you know where that person is? The Black Shadow pointed at the Myriad Demon's Peak and said, he entered the Myriad Demon's Peak and never appeared. Even I can't find out what kind of state he is in. Fong Chen frowned. He had a bad premonition. Could it be that the Void Primogenitor had obtained the acknowledgement of the Myriad Devil Will and was absorbing it? After all, that was the will of the 10,000 demons. If one's mental fortitude was not firm enough, once one absorbed the will of the 10,000 demons, one would definitely be confused by it. Thinking up to this point, Fong Chen immediately prepared to ascend the Myriad Demon's Peak. However, he was stopped by the Shadow. Little brother, you can't go in. Why? The Black Shadow explained. Not long ago, there was a change in the Demon Imperial Mausoleum. The Myriad Demon's Peak released a monstrous demonic aura that swept through the entire Demon Imperial Mausoleum. After that, there was a change in the Demon Imperial Mausoleum. The remaining resentment in the Demon Imperial Mausoleum all disappeared. At the same time, the Demon Imperial Mausoleum was completely isolated from the world and was completely sealed. Even the consciousness of the other peaks had gone to the Myriad Demon's Peak. The will of the 10,000 demons? Fong Chen thought of a possibility. Was all of this done by the expert behind the Demon Imperial Mausoleum? I came here with the token. Can't I ascend the Myriad Demon's Peak? Fong Chen's body released a terrifying aura that directly suppressed the Black Shadow until he couldn't breathe. Plop! The Black Shadow crawled on the ground, his body trembling. Fong Chen directly stepped onto the Myriad Demon's Peak. Impossible. The Black Shadow wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Fong Chen's figure had already disappeared from his sight. It's over. The Black Shadow panicked. Buzz! The world spun and darkness flashed in front of his eyes. When Fong Chen stabilized his body and opened his eyes, he suddenly felt the terrifying will of the 10,000 demons. Boom! The monstrous will of the 10,000 demons rushed over and surrounded Fong Chen. In that terrifying vortex, a gloomy voice came. You shouldn't have come here. Sword-shaped runes flashed around Fong Chen's body, resisting the invasion of the will of the 10,000 demons. What exactly do you want to do? Fong Chen asked. The will of the 10,000 demons let out countless terrifying sounds. I am the will of the 10,000 demons. Naturally, I will control all the demonic cultivators in the world. The will of the 10,000 demons turned into ferocious fangs, as if to devour Fong Chen. Just as Fong Chen was thinking of countermeasures, he found the Void Ancestor. The latter was sitting cross-legged on an altar in the Myriad Demon's Peak. He was very quiet and surrounded by a strange aura. That altar was very strange. Even the will of the 10,000 demons didn't dare to approach it. What's wrong with the Void Ancestor? Fong Chen exclaimed. Kid, you had the chance to absorb the will of the 10,000 demons last time. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish the chance given to you. The voice of the will of the 10,000 demons came. That human guy, although the Son of Heaven is a little slow, he has gained the recognition of the king. Before he could finish speaking, Fong Chen had already made his move. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and used his strongest attack. Whoosh! The first level of the primordial chaos sword art was displayed. A dazzling sword light rushed straight to the altar. You're courting death. After the will of the 10,000 demons reacted, it frantically swept towards Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen's attack was too strong. The first level of the primordial chaos sword art combined with the hidden star sword, the power was unparalleled. Even if a Saint Realm powerhouse was here, they would not dare to face it head-on. Crack! The dazzling sword light hit the seal around the altar and instantly shattered. However, at the same time, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand followed and fiercely stabbed the seal. It's useless. With your strength, it's impossible to break the altar. The will of the 10,000 demons attacked frantically, mocking Fang Chen. However, just as the two sides were confronting each other, the hidden star sword released a trace of origin. Hiss! Hiss! Above the yin-yang origin realm was the 5 elements Saint Realm. The reason why Saint Realm powerhouses were powerful was that they had earth-shattering means. Among them, the most important means was to control the origin. At the beginning of the chaos, yin and yang were divided into the 5 elements. The so-called 5 elements were the 5 great origins. The origin was the most powerful and the highest level of energy in the world. When the origin energy appeared, the seal on the altar was unable to hold on any longer and shattered. Boom! The remaining trace of origin exploded, causing the entire altar to tremble. Half of the void primogenitor's body was shattered, and he fainted. No. The will of the 10,000 demons changed direction and rushed into the void primogenitor's mind, wanting to save his life. Condense. Fang Chen pointed his finger and froze the space around the void primogen. Then he waved his hand and sucked the void primogenitor over. His consciousness invaded the void primogenitor's body and found something wrong. What's going on? The void primogenitor's organs were all shattered, and his body was filled with demonic qi. This demonic qi was many times stronger than the will of the 10,000 demons. Whoa! Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the void primogenitor's body. Bang! It shot into Fang Chen's forehead at lightning speed and sent him flying. His body slammed heavily into the ground, and he felt his eyelids twitching. He was severely injured. What kind of power is that? Fang Chen was sure that even Mo Tao did not have such power. The power contained in that beam of golden light was beyond his understanding. Dong! Finally, Fang Chen could not hold on and fell to the ground. Damn you! How dare you ruin my plan? A phantom appeared in the darkness, and a terrifying power flickered on this phantom. This king has worked hard for 70 billion years. How can I let you ruin it? He pointed his finger, and the will of the 10,000 demons retreated from the void primogenitor's body. Your plan is about to succeed, right? The will of the 10,000 demons asked. The phantom stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. Once this is over, I will return to the God's Fall battlefield. The phantom said, and you will regain your freedom. Humph! The will of the 10,000 demons snorted. As the will of the 10,000 demons, it gathered the power of the 10,000 demons. It was the lord of the 10,000 demons, and the purpose of building the demon monarch's tomb was to make itself stronger. Who would have thought that this phantom would use it? It knew how terrifying this phantom was, and it even felt that this person was most likely related to the ancient God's Fall battle. What do you want? The will of the 10,000 demons asked. Nothing much. I want to use your demon monarch's tomb to devour resentment and strengthen myself. At the same time, I want to do an experiment. The phantom laughed eerily. I hope you will do as you say. After saying that, the will of the 10,000 demons merged into every corner of the 10,000 demons' peak and no longer communicated with the phantom. Under the setting sun, the phantom's figure looked a little lonely. My path is too lonely. Thinking back to the past, he felt physically and mentally exhausted. However, every time he thought of that possibility, he became extremely excited. If my plan succeeds, there will be no need to start the God's Fall battle in the future. When these words came out, heaven and earth trembled. It was as if his voice contained a great deterrent force. From his voice, it seemed that he was the one who had started the God's Fall battle. This secret was too terrifying. If it spread, the world would definitely fall into chaos. Everyone is drunk, and I am the only one who is sober. What you think is impossible, I will accomplish. The phantom seemed to sigh. After a long time, he turned to look at Fang Qin and flicked his finger, imprisoning his origin soul. Your potential is not bad. To be able to grow to such a level with your own efforts in such a place, you are indeed extraordinary, the phantom said with a smile. Although there is still a gap between you and those monsters in the origin realm, you are not far behind. When this clone of mine leaves, I will bring you to the God's Fall battlefield. If you can survive that harsh environment, we will have a chance to meet again. The outside world was calm and peaceful. Ever since the 30 people sent by Mo Tao were killed, everything had returned to normal. However, Palace Master Wood Green and the others were still worried. Do you think Lord Leader will be in danger? Palace Master Fire Sky asked. Lord Leader is an emperor. He should not be in danger. Sword Emperor Samsara shook his head. For the demon monarch's tomb to exist until now, there must be an unspeakable secret behind it. We cannot underestimate it. Then what should we do? Palace Master Fire Sky asked. Wait. Palace Master Wood Green closed his eyes. I have been to the demon monarch's tomb before. The will of the 10,000 demons is extremely terrifying. Once it appears, the ancient past will suffer, Red Emperor said. Gue so nodded. Chapter 3450. The mausoleum of the demon monarch had been set up by an unparalleled powerhouse, and his purpose was unknown. Even the will of all demons was a smokescreen for the world. On the myriad demons' peak, Fang Chen felt pain all over his body, and he slowly opened his eyes. I remember! His memory stopped at the sudden appearance of the phantom, and he fell into a coma. Who was that phantom? Fang Chen's heart trembled. Just an illusion was able to unleash such an unparalleled amount of pressure. He had fought with Mo Tao before. Although the latter had only sent a projection, his methods were not comparable to ordinary people. He could clearly feel the terrifying pressure of a Saint Realm powerhouse. Now that he thought about it, the pressure of the phantom was completely above Mo Tao's. Could it be a top Saint Realm powerhouse? Fang Qin murmured. Or was it a legendary primordial Chaos Supreme? But soon he shook his head. The primordial Chaos Supreme was the strongest in the world. Even in the ancient times, it was rare to hear of them. If the phantom's original body was a primordial Chaos Supreme, then why was he hibernating in the demon monarch's mausoleum? What was he planning? Or was there something in the world that was qualified for him to plan? Fang Qin shook his head and rejected this idea. Maybe it's a powerhouse who survived from the ancient times. He collected his thoughts and checked his body. Hiss! He would not know if he did not check, but after checking he was shocked. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. A casual attack had injured him to such an extent, and this was only an illusion. If his real body was here, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill Fang Qin? Thinking of this, Fang Qin felt a lingering fear. At this moment, his internal organs were all shattered, his blood vessels were fragmented, and his meridians were broken. He was like a cripple. Whoosh! Fortunately, his half-perfect bloodline was still there. If an ordinary Yin-Yang origin realm cultivator suffered such injuries, he would definitely die. Fang Qin sighed. He glanced around. On the altar, not far away, the Void Ancestor was still sitting cross-legged, cultivating with his eyes closed. Above his head, the will of 10,000 demons surged wildly, condensing into a pitch-black vortex, releasing an extremely terrifying aura. As for that phantom, Fong Qin had never seen it. No more. Fong Qin frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. He had just walked through the gates of hell, so he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. The void primogenitor seems to be conducting some sort of sacrifice. Fong Qin was a little impatient. He had a vague feeling that once the void primogenitor's sacrifice ended, the phantom would reappear. Therefore, he had to try his best to recover from his injuries and destroy the sacrifice. 1. He secretly circulated his half-perfect bloodline throughout his body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It had to be said that the half-perfect bloodline was indeed powerful. Just by circulating it once, Zhang Xian could already feel a clear change. His shattered blood vessels were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, his primordial spirit was also slowly revolving. He wasn't afraid of a slow recovery speed, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to circulate his power. Several days later, his bloodline had already healed, but the recovery of his internal organs was still a little slow. He thought for a moment and swallowed some yin and yang pills. Boom! The power of the yin and yang pills was very powerful. When the medicinal effects spread, his internal injuries were quickly recovering. Just like that, Fong Qin began to secretly accumulate power to heal his injuries. At the same time, he began to plan how to escape. The will of all demons seems to be a little wary of that phantom, but fortunately that phantom seems to be planning something and has no time to spare. Or rather, it can appear here for a long time. Of course, this was only Fong Qin's guess. He couldn't act rashly. After all, he only had one life. Once he angered the phantom, he would only have a dead end. Just like this, he swallowed a large number of yin and yang pills to recover from his injuries. Half a month later, the yin and yang pills in the Summer Ring were almost exhausted, and Fong Qin's injuries were basically healed. Whoosh! Fong Qin took a deep breath, and a faint smile appeared on his face. In the following time, he began to plan how to destroy the void primogenitor's sacrifice and how to escape after destroying it. Battlefield of Gods, Corpse Head Continent. RIP. In the void, light screens intertwined. Suddenly, a pair of large hands appeared and tore the light screen apart. Then, Emo Tao's figure appeared. Lord Emo Tao, everything is ready, an elder of Scenic Demon Palace said. This time there are still 30 people, but each of them has a sage treasure. Their combat strength is far beyond that of ordinary yin-yang origin realm experts. Last time, Emo Tao had been too arrogant. The 30 people who were teleported didn't have sage treasures, and their overall combat strength was weak. This time, 30 experts were selected from the elders of Scenic Demon Palace, and there were a few perfection realm experts. Moreover, for the sake of this plan, Emo Tao did not hesitate to take out the termination spiritual liquid that he had obtained from the corpse head ghost and found a blacksmith to refine the saint treasure. This was why each of them had a sage treasure. Let's begin. Emo Tao glanced at everyone and said, This time, don't alert the enemy. You must investigate that place thoroughly. Yes, Palace Master. The 30 elders nodded and accepted the order. Everything will wait until I get there. He was a saint realm expert, and the primordial chaos couldn't withstand his power. Therefore, he could only rely on the spatial passageway. Soon after, the teleportation ended. Emo Tao smirked, as though everything was under his control. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was the sound of something tearing through the air. Palace Master. The elder of Scenic Demon Palace panted. What is it? The Blood King has arrived at Scenic Demon Palace and wants to meet you. Upon hearing that, Emo Tao frowned. The Blood King? Why is he here? The elder of Scenic Demon Palace shook his head. Our Scenic Demon weave and blood. See, we've mind their own business. The Blood King even promised that he wouldn't come to our Scenic Demon weave for no reason. Now, thinking of the spatial rift on the Corpse Head continent, the elder of Scenic Demon Palace hesitated. Are you saying that he knows about the spatial rift? The elder of Scenic Demon Palace nodded. It's better to be safe than sorry. If the Blood King really knows about it, he will definitely do something in secret. Stay here. I'll make a trip back. The majestic palaces were connected into a single stretch. One of the magnificent palaces was the Scenic Devil Weave's famous Scenic Devil Palace. In the guest hall of Scenic Demon Palace, the Blood King in his blood-red robes sat quietly. Rip! Suddenly, Mo Tao's figure appeared out of thin air. Blood King, what are you doing here? Mo Tao asked directly. The Blood King was 8 meters tall. He had sharp eyebrows and a straight nose. He gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. His body emitted an aura that resembled the Blood Sea. Upon seeing Mo Tao, the Blood King toyed with a teacup in his hand. Mo Tao, don't you know why I'm here? Mo Tao shrugged his shoulders. You once promised that you wouldn't step into the Scenic Demon Weave without good reason. Now, you have gone back on your word. Haha, years ago, the Scenic Demon Weave had a super expert who was considered one of the best in the heaven-defying alliance. The Blood King had only made the promise under pressure. However, ever since that super expert perished, the Blood King no longer feared the Scenic Demon Weave. In his eyes, Mo Tao did not deserve to be on par with him. Cut the crap. You know better than me the situation in your Scenic Demon Weave. The Blood King sneered before going straight to the point. I heard that you have been in the Corpse Head continent recently. Let me think. Apart from the termination blood liquid, is there anything else on that dilapidated continent that attracts you? As he spoke, the Blood King kept watching Mo Tao. Mo Tao remained silent as he tried to figure out the Blood King's thoughts. Finally, the Blood King brought up the topic and mentioned the spatial rift. Mo Tao was greatly alarmed. The Blood King was very forceful in the beginning. He wanted Mo Tao to give up the Corpse Head continent so that he could personally head to the other end of the rift to investigate. Mo Tao rejected him. However, this negotiation lasted for a very long time. 3 days later, Mo Tao returned to the Corpse Head continent. Palatial Lord, how was it? Asked the Scenic Demon Palace elder. The Blood King already knows about the spatial rift. We have already reached an agreement. The Blood Sea Weave will also send 30 people into the spatial rift. Then, the Scenic Demon Palace elder knew that the agreement was definitely backed by the Blood King's might. However, that world contained great opportunities. If the Blood King were to interfere, it would be difficult for the Scenic Demon Weave to reap any benefits. This was the problem he was most worried about. Don't worry. Before the spatial passageway is completed, the Blood King will not be able to enter. A few days later, the 30 people from the Blood Sea Weave were also teleported to the primordial chaos. If Feng Chan was still around, a mere 60 Yin-Yang primordial realm experts would naturally not be a threat. However, he was trapped in the Fiend Imperial Mausoleum and could not even protect himself. These 60 people were a fatal blow to the primordial chaos. Fiend Imperial Mausoleum, Fiend Mountain, Myriad Demon Peak. After this period of recuperation, his injuries had healed. He also had a plan in his heart. Once I take action, the Myriad Demon Willpower will definitely know immediately and will definitely stop me. Feng Qin pondered. Therefore, he had to break through the altar seal as soon as possible and take Void Primogenitor away. Once he took Void Primogenitor away, he would quickly flee. After a detailed plan, Feng Qin already had a preliminary plan. Breaking through the seal and taking Void Primogenitor away would take a total of 3 seconds. As for the Myriad Demon Willpower, it would take at most 2 seconds to react and stop him. His eyes flashed as he gritted his teeth and prepared to take action. Success or failure depends on this. Only death awaited if he surrendered, so he could only struggle. Do it! Suddenly, Feng Chen's entire body shot up from the ground. Almost at the same time, the altar's seal shattered, and he arrived in front of Void Primogenitor as fast as lightning. Damn it! In the sky, within the black vortex, the myriad demon willpower roared angrily and transformed into a ferocious giant face that charged at Fang Qin. Enveloped by the myriad demon willpower, Fang Qin clearly felt the resistance around the altar increase. He raised his head and looked at the myriad demon willpower swooping down. Absorb. Suddenly, all the pores on his body opened up, and a terrifying suction force suddenly erupted, colliding with the powerful will of the 10,000 demons that swooped down. Chapter 3451. Now he was racing against the Grim Reaper, racing against time. Because he did not know when that phantom would appear, or if he really could not escape. All of this was unknown. He could not joke around with his life. After putting the Void Primogenitor into a mortal cave mountain, Fang Qin opened up all the pores on his body. His body was locked on by the will of the 10,000 demons, and it would be difficult for him to escape in a short time. Therefore, he decided to fight to the death. Originally, he had two plans. The first plan was to save the Void Primogenitor within 3 seconds, and then escape the range of the will of the 10,000 demons. But now, the actions of the will of the 10,000 demons were beyond his expectations. Therefore, he did not think and directly carried out the second plan. Absorb the will of the 10,000 demons. Fang Qin had also considered this plan. In the end, he decided to do it. There were 2 reasons for this decision. First, he had once been recognized by the 10,000 demons peak and could absorb the will of the 10,000 demons. It was only because he could not cut off his emotions and desires that he could not absorb it. Second, the half-perfect bloodline in his body had the effect of purifying demonic qi. He wanted to take the risk and absorb the will of the 10,000 demons into his body, then use the half-perfect bloodline to trap it and slowly purify it. In a flash, the will of the 10,000 demons swooped down and blasted through Fang Qin's defense. At this time, Fang Qin's eyes revealed a crazed look. The suction force around him had reached its strongest point. Hiss! Hiss! The will of the 10,000 demons seemed to have found a new carrier and crazily rushed into Fang Qin's body. Its intention was obvious. It wanted to use the powerful will of the 10,000 demons to destroy Fang Qin's body. Crack! Cracks appeared on the surface of Fang Qin's skin. Continue. Fang Qin increased his strength and crazily absorbed. At the same time, he took out a yin-yang pill and swallowed it. Rumble. The yin-yang pill's effect spread and helped Fang Qin absorb the will of the 10,000 demons further. Hold on. After the will of the 10,000 demons entered his body, it kept running around and even began to attack Fang Qin's primordial spirit. Fang Qin shook his head, hard to stay awake. Collect! Fang Qin roared and continued to absorb. However, just as the 10,000 demonic will was about to be absorbed into Fang Qin's body, something unexpected happened. Terrifying cracks appeared on the altar. A frightening power surged out from the crack. It was as if it could destroy the world. Damn it! A furious voice could be heard from within. Roar! 9 black dragons burst out from the ground and soared into the sky, uttering dragon cries. Wong! The 9 dragons circled around and scattered black light. At the place where the black light gathered, a terrifying phantom appeared in a shocking manner. The moment he appeared, the entire Devil Emperor's mausoleum seemed to be imprisoned. At this moment, Fang Qin's body couldn't move. No. Fang Qin roared hysterically. He was unwilling to accept this. Just as he was about to break through the seal of the myriad demonic will, he would be able to leave. Who would have thought that the phantom would appear at the crucial moment? The world fell silent in an instant. The phantom looked at Fang Qin mockingly. You're just an ant. How dare you ruin my plans? The phantom had never treated Fang Qin as an opponent. His eyes were filled with disdain. Rip! With a light tap of his finger, Fang Chen's body involuntarily flew towards him. How dare you ruin my plans? I can't let you live. The phantom's killing intent was triggered, and he pointed his finger. However, at this moment, golden light shone from the dark cave mountain, and a layer of golden ripples surrounded Fang Chen. Bang! Seeing this, the phantom's finger suddenly changed its direction and shot towards the demon mountain, razing it to the ground. Humph! The phantom snorted and continued to attack Fang Chen. Boom! The palm-sized dark cave mountain grew bigger and bigger. It fell from the sky and smashed onto the myriad demon's peak. How dare you stop me? The phantom stared at the dark cave mountain and said coldly, Sigh. A long sigh could be heard from the dark cave mountain. Fang Chen was stunned. Then he turned pale with fright. The great emperor of cavern ruins? His heart trembled. It was rumored that the great emperor of cavern ruins had fallen. Why would he appear here? Could it be that his consciousness had been sleeping in the dark cave mountain? This is my hometown after all. As expected, a ball of light appeared above the dark cave mountain. The void primogenitor's body floated in front of the ball of light. A dead yin-yang origin realm being dares to stop me? The phantom sneered. Rip! The great emperor of cavern ruins attacked before the phantom could do anything. His hand stabbed into the void primogenitor's body at lightning speed. Then he pulled hard, and a palm-sized crystal appeared in his palm. You're courting death. The phantom was enraged when he saw the crystal and attacked. However, the great emperor of cavern ruins only squeezed lightly, and cracks appeared on the crystal. Pucci! The phantom spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Fang Chen looked over and took a deep breath. How could such a powerful existence be seriously injured? He raised his head and looked at the crystal in the great emperor of cavern ruins' hand. He seemed to have guessed something. Your original body is very powerful. So powerful that you can destroy this world with a wave of your hand. Even in the battle of the gods in the ancient times, you were invincible. The great emperor of cavern ruins looked at the severely injured phantom and said, It's a pity that you're just a projection now. You're not even 1/10,000th of your original body strength. If I'm not wrong, this crystal is your source of energy. The great emperor of cavern ruins did not hesitate and crushed the crystal. You're all courting death. The phantom bared his teeth and roared in anger. Just you wait. When the next battle of the gods comes, this place will become hell. After saying that, the phantom collapsed and peace returned to the world. Boom! Fang Chen could no longer suppress the will of the 10,000 demons in his body. His primordial spirit was injured and he fell into a coma. Buzz! The great emperor of cavern ruins placed his palm on Fang Chen's back and sent a warm current into his body, temporarily suppressing the will of the 10,000 demons. After an unknown period of time, Fang Chen finally woke up. Senior. Fang Chen called out. He was shocked. He had personally experienced the strength of the phantom. It was too powerful. However, the great emperor of cavern ruins was able to defeat the phantom? It was unimaginable. I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart. The great emperor of cavern ruins said as he pointed to a mortal cave mountain. Back then, I died in the battle of the gods. A remnant of my consciousness escaped back to the primordial chaos and lodged in a mortal cave mountain. However, my injuries were too severe and my remnant consciousness could not hold on. Soon it completely collapsed. The me you see now is just an illusion that I left behind before I died. Fang Chen listened quietly. Chapter 3452. There were several times when the great emperor wanted to help Fang Chen when he was in danger. However, his phantom could not be maintained for too long and would disappear completely once he made a move. Therefore, he would not easily make a move unless there was a real crisis. It was obvious that Fang Chen had encountered a life and death crisis on this trip to the demon monarch's tomb. Senior, do you know the origin of that phantom? Fang Chen asked. Now that he thought about it, he felt very shocked. The phantom was hiding in the demon monarch's tomb, controlling the will of the demon monarch and absorbing the resentment of the fallen quasi-emperors in this world, as if he was plotting something. The great emperor shook his head. I don't know either, but I am sure that his true body should be a top existence in the God's Fall battlefield, and it is very likely that he is the mastermind behind the God's Fall battle. Fang Qin exclaimed. The God's Fall battle of the ancient age had affected the entire world, and almost no one above the emperor realm was spared. That battle had caused the world to collapse and almost destroyed it, returning it to chaos. How strong was the mastermind behind such a battle? The primal chaos sovereign? Fang Chen murmured. Only the primal chaos sovereign would have such means. The great emperor shook his head again. He had never seen the real primal chaos sovereign, so he could not make a conclusion. The projection he left in the demon monarch's tomb should be a projection condensed from a 10,000th of his will, and he is collecting resentment in this world. The great emperor did not know what he was plotting. A projection condensed from a 10,000th of his will had such powerful strength? Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. The crystal I crushed was his energy body. Fang Chen understood. Fortunately, the great emperor found the energy crystal. Otherwise, he would have died. After hearing the great emperor's words, Fang Chen was worried. The phantom allowed the void primogenitor to absorb the energy crystal. Could it be that he wanted to use him as a medium to do something? His mind was in a state of confusion. No matter what he wants to do, I am sure that his true body is under some kind of restriction and cannot come in person. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. As for the void primogenitor, he was no longer himself when he was corroded by the energy crystals. The great emperor of the cave ruins killed him to prevent him from harming the world. Fang Chen was a little depressed, but he could understand. Cough, cough. The great emperor of cavern ruins coughed lightly, and the illusion seemed to be on the verge of dispersing. My energy has been depleted and is about to dissipate. He looked at Fang Chen. You've absorbed the will of the 10,000 demons, so you might be in danger at any time. Fortunately, I used the last of my strength to help you suppress the will of the myriad demons. When you become stronger in the future, you will be able to completely destroy the will of the myriad demons. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory figure of the great emperor of the cave ruins shattered. He turned into a golden ray of light and entered dark Cave Mountain. Senior, thank you for saving my life. Fang Chen cupped his fists and bowed towards dark Cave Mountain. After resting for a few days in the demon emperor's mausoleum, his body was in peak condition. Fang Chen stood at the top of the myriad demons' peak, looking down at the entire demon emperor's mausoleum. Without the support of the will of the myriad demons and the illusory figure, the demon emperor's mausoleum had become desolate, even worse than an abandoned planet. The resentment that filled the demon emperor's mausoleum had also disappeared completely. The demon emperor's mausoleum was no longer the mausoleum that made everyone tremble in fear. However, the outside world knew nothing about this. The seal around the demon emperor's mausoleum had loosened. On this day, 2 people came to the dilapidated demon domain. The demonic chi here is so heavy. One of them was a demonic cultivator, a perfected powerhouse of the Blood King's lineage. He was known as the Wolf Demon, and his demonic arts could shake the heavens and earth. Among the 30 people sent by the Blood King, his combat strength could be ranked in the top 15, which was slightly different from the top 10. What's that? The Wolf Demon discovered the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Wolf Demon, that should be the Demon Emperor's mausoleum of this world. During the time they were in the primordial chaos, they had captured some weak martial artists and searched their souls to obtain some information. It is said that the Demon Emperor's mausoleum is very evil. After many powerhouses of this world died, their resentment would be absorbed, the red-haired insect emperor said. I guess that there is a demonic cultivator inside, and he is using the resentment of all living beings to cultivate. Hearing this, the wolf demon licked his dry lips. Let's go in and take a look. The two came to the demon emperor's mausoleum and worked together to open the seal. As expected, the demonic chi was very thick, and it covered every corner of the void. The wolf demon was very excited. The demonic art I cultivate is only one step away, and I need to absorb enough demonic will to cultivate. Red-haired insect emperor, come with me and see what we can find. A few days later, the wolf demon came to the demon mountain according to his sense of smell. There's someone here. He saw Fang Chen at the peak of the demon mountain. He frowned slightly. He did not sense the demonic chi on Fang Chen's body, which surprised him. At the peak of the demon mountain, Fang Chen also discovered the wolf demon. Mo Tao's people. His eyes shone with a cold light, brimming with killing intent. Previously, Xiao Chen had killed the 30 people he sent. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen still did not give up. This is my hometown. Since you, Mo Tao, want to play, then I'll play with you. Xiao Chen wanted to see how many people the Demon Scenic Palace had for him to kill. The world was limited. All the people transported over had their cultivations suppressed to quasi-emperor, which was half-step in essence stage. However, these people had special means and could suppress the sacred palace. However, before Fang Chen, he was unable to fight back at all. Brett, who are you? The wolf demon climbed the demon mountain. Terrifying demonic chi surged over as he questioned Fang Chen. Are you Mo Tao's people? Fang Chen asked instead of answering. You know Mo Tao? The wolf demon felt somewhat shocked. It does not matter who you are. I sense the aura of the demon emperor's will on you. Hand it over, and I can give you a quick death. The wolf demon stepped forward, using his aura to suppress. Scram! Fang Chen punched out, and a vast fist light smashed onto demonic wolf's body. Roar! Caught off guard, Fang Chen sent the wolf demon flying with one punch. The wolf demon reared his head and roared, revealing sinister fangs. You are seeking death. The wolf demon executed the demonic cultivation technique that he cultivated. 6 demonic figures appeared behind him. They waved their hands in unison, surrounding Fang Chen. Too weak. Fang Chen punched again, and the wolf demon's attack instantly crumbled. The wolf demon went flying back together with the wolf demon. Pu Chi. The wolf demon vomited blood, his complexion paling. The wolf demon felt shocked. Fang Chen's strength surpassed his expectations. Whoosh! Just at this moment, sonic booms rang out. The red-haired insect emperor rushed over after hearing the news. Wolf demon, what happened? When the red-haired insect emperor saw the injured wolf demon, he could not help feeling startled. Then, the red-haired insect emperor looked at Fang Chen in fear. Red-haired insect emperor, you came at the right time. This fellow is somewhat strange. Let's work together and kill him, the wolf demon said. The red-haired insect emperor hesitated. You can have everything he has. I only want the demon emperor's will. Chapter 3453. Fang Chen had originally planned to kill the 2 of them, but now he had other plans. If they were not from the scenic demon palace, then where did they come from? Could it be that other factions knew about the spatial rift and had interfered? If that was the case, things would be a little troublesome. Insect devour! The red-haired insect emperor roared as a small insect crawled out of its mouth. The insect was red all over and emitted a terrifying red light. Rip! The red insect opened its mouth and spat out a red liquid, but Fang Chen blocked it. This liquid is quite corrosive. Fang Chen muttered to himself. You, the red-haired insect emperor exclaimed. You actually blocked my saliva? Beside him, Demonic Wolf also realized that something was amiss. The red-haired insect emperor was a descendant of the ancient insect race, and its saliva contained extremely powerful corrosive power. Even a perfection-level expert would be corroded by it. Let's attack together. Demonic Wolf used his innate ability, and 6 demonic shadows condensed behind him. The red-haired insect emperor controlled the red insect to circle in front of Fang Qin, ready to give him a fatal blow at any time. Boom! 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 No matter how strong you are, I'll break it with a punch. At that moment, Fang Chen's aura was invincible. He punched out, sweeping across the sky. A terrifying fist shadow rippled out, directly shattering the 6 demonic shadows behind Demonic Wolf. Bam! Bam! He stomped Demonic Wolf under his foot, and then his gaze landed on the red-haired insect emperor. How is this possible? The red-haired insect emperor was shocked, and his heart trembled. How could this guy be so strong? He recalled the Blood King's advice. This world was very strange, and the supreme laws were incomplete. The world was limited, and he could not act rashly. I hate it. The red-haired insect emperor was filled with regret. He gritted his teeth and tried to burn his blood essence. However, before he could do anything, he was suppressed by Fang Chen with a kick. Hiss! The red insect fell to the ground and quickly wriggled, trying to burrow into the ground. Condense! Fang Chen gently tapped, and the red insect was instantly imprisoned. Ah! Miserable cries came from the demonic wolf and the red-haired insect emperor. Tell me who sent you, Fang Chen asked. When the demonic wolf and the red-haired insect emperor sensed the pressure, their hearts sank. They gave up on the thought of running away and told the truth obediently. Blood King? Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. Blood Sea Weave and Scenic Devil Weave were neighbors, but they never interacted with each other. How did the Blood King know about the spatial rift? Your Excellency, spare us. The Blood King sent us here to investigate. If you let us go, the Blood King will definitely reward you handsomely. That's right. Since you know of Mo Tao, you must have some knowledge of Saint Realm experts. It's no exaggeration to say that the Blood King is much stronger than Mo Tao. The red-haired insect emperor said hurriedly. They kept mentioning the Blood King's name to put some pressure on Fang Chen. How many people did the Blood King send? After asking around, Fang Chen finally found out that while he was trapped in the Demon Emperor's tomb, such a big thing had actually happened in the outside world. Blood King Mo Tao. Fang Chen's eyes darted around as a black light surged. He secretly remembered the Blood King. If there was a chance in the future, he would not mind killing the Blood King. Your Excellency, look, the demonic wolf still wanted to say something, but Fang Chen did not give them the chance. With a wave of his hand, 2 heads rolled to the ground. The primordial chaos is my hometown. No matter how many of you come, I, Fang Chen, will take them all. At the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb in the broken demon domain, the dense demon qi had become very thin. The seal had long been broken. An entrance to the Demon Emperor's tomb was opened again. Fang Chen slowly walked out from within. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Star and Moon, telling them not to worry. Brother Chen, are you okay? She had been sending messages to Fang Chen, but he had not replied. She was worried sick. I'm fine. There were some problems in the Demon Emperor's tomb, but it's been resolved. Fang Chen said. Fang Chen asked about the situation of the sacred palaces and the movements of the primordial chaos. Star and Moon told him that they had not found anything for the time being. In the end, Fang Chen told them to be careful and to return to the Holy Palace soon. After ending the call, Fang Chen contacted Yang Kuan, Mo Han, and the 3 Yellow Ox brothers. Boss, you're out. Yang Kuan was a little excited. The demonic palace sent 30 people to us. You guys go and deal with them, Fang Chen said. If you can't, send me a message. What? He sent people? Don't worry, boss. Thanks to you, my cultivation has improved. As long as it's not a saint, I'm confident that I can defeat them all. Before Fong Qin entered the Demon Emperor's tomb, he gave Yang Kuan some cultivation resources. Obviously, the latter's strength had improved a lot. Compared to Yang Kuan Mo's hard work in cultivation, the three Oxen brothers were more carefree. They traveled together and traveled through the primordial chaos. According to them, this was called relaxing. Fong Chen handed the people of the Blood Sea domain to the three Oxen brothers. After arranging everything, Fong Chen set off for the sacred realm. Not long after, Fong Chen returned to the Holy Palace. He told the news to Palace Lord Woodgreen and the others. While they were surprised, they also entered a state of preparation. Leader, did you manage to save the Void Primogenita? Samsara, Sword Emperor asked. Suddenly, all eyes in the Holy Palace fell on Fong Chen. Fong Chen's face was solemn and he was silent. After a long time, Fong Chen looked up and sighed. The Void Primogenitor has fallen. He told them everything that had happened in the Demon Emperor's tomb. While everyone was grieving, they were also very shocked. Who exactly was that illusory figure? What exactly was he planning? Fortunately, the Phantom was defeated. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable once he came out. Palace Lord Woodgreen took a deep breath and said, "So, the Demon Emperor's tomb is no longer dangerous?" Palace Lord Fire Dome asked. Fong Chen nodded. "It's just a pity for the Void Primogenita." However, most of the palace lords could understand. They had lived for countless years and had seen many deaths. They had experienced the cruelty of war. If it were me, I would have done the same. If they wanted to save the Void Primogenitor, the crystal could not be destroyed. The price was too great, and it might even involve the entire human race. Palace Lord Woodgreen, you have to pay close attention to the situation in the primordial chaos and control the space-locking array. If anything goes wrong, immediately activate the space-locking array. Yes, leader. Yang Kuan and Emo Han acted swiftly and quickly dealt with most of the people from Demon Vision Palace. There were only a few who could not be dealt with. On the other side, Yellow Ox and his two brothers joined forces and looked down on the Blood King's subordinates with disdain. Only one of them managed to escape. When Fong Chen heard the news, he immediately set off to chase after the person who escaped. Chapter 3454. Manu. Ever since Fong Chen became the leader of the human race, Manu had become a place that many people in the primordial chaos yearned for. Because of Barbarian, Manu's status had risen, and countless warriors wanted to become Barbarian's disciples. There was a magnificent city in the heart of Manu. This city was called Barbarian King City, and was the residence of the Manu's Protectorate Lord. The current Barbarian had also stepped into the Quasi-Emperor realm. Protectorate Lord's Manor. Barbarian sat on a stone bench, and several Quasi-Emperor experts sat opposite him. Brother Barbarian King, how do you feel? One of them asked with a smile. We came with sincerity. That mineral vein was discovered by the three of us, and we will share it equally. These two people were also Protectorate Lords. Not long ago, a very precious mineral vein was discovered at the intersection of the three Protectorate Lords. The three Protectorate Lords wanted to take it for themselves, but no one was willing to give in. In the end, the other two Protectorate Lords gave in. They came to Barbarian King with sincerity. He was now known as Barbarian King, and was very famous in the primordial chaos. 50%. Barbarian King stretched out his hand and gestured. You. Hearing this, the white-robed Protectorate Lord's face instantly darkened. Barbarian King, don't go too far. Don't go overboard so that we can meet again in the future. If it weren't for your relationship with the Lord Leader, you wouldn't have been able to obtain the mining rights to the lode with your strength. The golden-armored Protectorate Lord revealed the truth. The reason why they gave in was entirely because of their relationship with Fong Chen. Since you know that my brother is the leader of the human race, you should be glad that I did not take over the mineral vein." Barbarian King's attitude was very firm. This mineral vein was very important to the development of Man-Yu. More importantly, Man-Yu was the first to discover the mineral vein. The other two Protectorate Lords only discovered it later, but shamelessly claimed that the three Protectorate Lords had discovered it together. The two Protectorate Lords thought that Barbarian King was oppressing them. However, over the years, Barbarian King had not used Fang Chen's identity to do anything overbearing. 40%. We can give you 40% at most. If you don't agree, then we can only fight. The two domain lords stood up and prepared to leave. Their faces were somewhat gloomy. Today's conversation was very unpleasant. However, right at this moment, suddenly the barbarians stood up. When the two leaders saw this, they thought that the barbarians had compromised. However, just as they were about to stop and wait for the barbarian to speak, the latter actually soared into the sky and left the mansion excitedly. "My brother is here. I don't have time to talk to you." After saying that, he ignored the two region masters and left. The two domain masters looked at each other in confusion. His brother is here? What kind of brother could make the domain lord of the barbarian domain lose his composure? The white-robed domain lord muttered. Could it be? The expression of the golden armor region master changed drastically as he thought of someone. It shouldn't be, right? In the sky above the barbarian king city, the barbarian's hearty laughter could be heard. He gave Fang Chen a big bear hug. "Brother Fang, I've missed you so much." Barbarians were more straightforward. "I came here this time because I have something to take care of," Fang Chen said. "After I'm done, I'll go to your mansion for tea." "Take care of what?" "A few dangerous people have sneaked into the barbarian domain." As he spoke, Fang Chen's consciousness spread out, and a vast soul path power covered the entire barbarian king city. Soon, he locked on to his target. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, a terrifying flame light tore through the sky and shot towards a certain direction. At this moment, everyone in the barbarian king city was completely shocked. They stared at the flame in the sky with their mouths agape. It was extremely shocking, too strong. The fear that came from the depths of their blood filled the minds of the two region masters. Their bodies involuntarily trembled. "It's the leader." The white-robed region master's body fell to the ground uncontrollably with a plop. The gold-armored region master was the same. His forehead was full of sweat, and his body was trembling. He kept cursing himself, but at the same time he made a decision. The gold-armored region would no longer interfere with the mine and give it all to the barbarian domain. Scram! In an extremely remote manner, an angry roar suddenly came out. The light of the flames enveloped the manor. At this moment, the three martial artists inside were discussing something. They were enraged by the sudden sneak attack. "Damn it, who dares to attack us?" The three of them exerted all their strength, broke through the flames, and stepped into the air. "Humph! How dare you attack the three of us? Everyone in the barbarian domain must die." The three of them attacked directly, and their methods were extremely cruel. However, Fang Chen easily resolved the situation. "Who are you?" The three of them staggered back. After stabilizing themselves, one of them asked coldly. The three of them locked their eyes on Fang Chen. The other person exclaimed softly, somewhat puzzled. A silhouette appeared in his mind, and his expression changed drastically. "It's you!" he cried out involuntarily, extremely furious. "After killing so many divine generals of the scenic demon palace, you are hiding in this world. Gu Tianming." The other two also knew Fang Chen's identity. Their bodies were filled with killing intent. "Brat, you have been searching high and low for a long time, only to find it by chance. You must die today." Fang Chen sneered. "This is my hometown. Since you dare to intrude into my hometown, you must be prepared to die." In the next moment, he pulled out the red glass sword and performed the heavenly star sword technique. 9 sword lights intertwined, and even the sky trembled. No, in just one move, the 3 of them were severely injured. They screamed in pain, but it was useless. No matter how hard they tried, they could not change their fate. Rip! The sword lights intertwined and cut the 3 of them apart. Gulp! On the ground, the 3 heads turned. The sky returned to normal, but the barbarian king city was dead silent, especially the 2 domain masters who were disrespectful to the barbarian. They were scared out of their wits. Too strong. Fang Chen's strength was far beyond their knowledge, and they were scared from the bottom of their hearts. Powerful. The barbarian clearly saw Fang Chen's attack, and there was a storm in his heart. Let's go and have some tea. Fang Chen smiled. It was as if killing the 3 of them was just a casual matter. Half a day later, Fang Chen left the barbarian realm. He had a simple chat with the barbarian and had some tea. After all, he had important things to do. As soon as Fang Chen left, the 2 domain masters immediately went to find the barbarian. Brother Barbarian King, we were wrong before. We have decided to withdraw from the mineral vein and hand over the mining rights to the barbarian realm. We will not interfere, the white-robed domain master said. Not only that, we will do our best to help the barbarian realm, the golden armor domain master said. The barbarian smiled, but did not say anything. All of this was a chain reaction brought about by Fang Chen. In the void, Fang Chen strolled leisurely as the breeze blew past his face. Although his speed was countless times faster than the speed of sound, he did not rush with all his might. The 30 people under Mo Tao's command are all dead. 29 of the 30 people under the Blood King have also died. Only 1 person is left. Fang Chen muttered to himself. According to the information from the 3 oxen, the last person seemed to be called the Bone Slayer Demon General. He was the most powerful person under the Blood King's command and even had 1 foot in the Saint Realm. A few days later, Fang Chen came to the Dragon Realm. Looking at the current situation in the Dragon Realm, Fang Chen recalled when he first came to the northern region. The Ouyang family seems to be developing well. With just a thought, he saw the scene of the Ouyang family and even Ouyang Luoxue. Speaking of which, the Ouyang family also benefited from Ouyang Luoxue. Now, everyone knew that Ouyang Luoxue and the leader of the human race could be saved. Countless surrounding regions were respectful to the Ouyang family. Master. In the distance, the 3 oxen came quickly. Where is the Bone Slayer Demon General? Fang Chen asked. Not long ago, we chased after the experts under the Blood King. The Bone Slayer Demon General seemed to have discovered us. He clearly had the strength to fight against us 3 brothers, but he was not in a hurry to attack. He seemed to be looking for something, Dark Panther said. We followed him all the way to the Dragon Realm. He seemed to have become an honored guest of the Ouyang family, Python said. Master, if you come, the Bone Slayer Demon General will definitely die, Yellow Ox said. The more they interacted with Fang Chen, the more they felt that he was unfathomable. Thinking back, when they first met, Fang Chen's strength was at most on par with theirs. But how long had it been? In front of Fang Chen, they didn't even have the courage to attack. Oh, just now, Fang Chen really didn't notice the Bone Slayer Demon General in the Ouyang family. Now that the 3 oxen mentioned it, he checked again and found the Bone Slayer Demon General. This guy must have cultivated a concealment technique. It's difficult for ordinary people to discover him, Fang Chen said. In that case, let's go meet an old friend. The Ouyang family was very lively today. Ouyang Jing had become a meritorious member of the family. Ouyang Jing, you've made a great contribution this time. The family leader will definitely reward you. Yes, such an expert was actually persuaded by you to become a guest of the Ouyang family. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping the Ouyang family. The The Bone Slayer Demon General showed great strength as soon as he arrived, intimidating the people of the Ouyang family. There was a condition for him to become a guest, and that was for the Ouyang family to provide him with an endless supply of heart blood of young boys and girls. Inside a palace, Ouyang Luoshua, dressed in a white dress, had just come out of seclusion. Family leader, not long ago, Ouyang Jing brought back an expert who is suspected to be a quasi-emperor. He is willing to become a guest of the Ouyang family, the great elder hurriedly reported. Hearing this, Ouyang Luoshua frowned. Suspected to be a quasi-emperor? That expert showed great strength as soon as he arrived. We can't be sure how strong he is, but one thing is certain. He's stronger than the domain lords that the Ouyang family has befriended. Above the domain lords were the quasi-emperors. If he was stronger than the domain lords, wouldn't he be a quasi-emperor? Ouyang Luoshua was also curious. Chapter 3455. The noisy crowd parted to form a path. Ouyang Luoshua slowly walked out in a white dress with an unparalleled aura. You're the head of the Ouyang family? The Bone Slayer Demon General licked his dry lips and asked. A trace of heat flashed through the depths of his eyes. That's right, I'm the head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Luoshua. May I ask, Senior? Ouyang Luoshua nodded in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. I'm the Bone Slayer Demon General under the Blood King. From today onwards, I'll serve the Ouyang family and protect you, but you have to do something for me. The Bone Slayer Demon General stated his conditions. For a moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Even Ouyang Luoshua's expression was somewhat grave. The blood of children was a taboo. Once discovered by the sacred palace, death was certain. Moreover, as humans, how could they bring disaster to the world? Senior, Ouyang Luoshua tactfully refused. Humph! The Bone Slayer Demon General snorted coldly and flung his sleeve. Boundless killing intent instantly filled the entire residence. The Ouyang family members all prostrated themselves on the ground. Some of the weaker ones bled from all orifices and died on the spot. Stop! The first elder couldn't restrain himself and roared furiously. Noisy! The Bone Slayer Demon General flicked his finger, and a beam of light shot into the first elder's head. With a bang, the first elder's body exploded. This sudden scene made Ouyang Luoshua's heart tremble slightly. The person before her was too strong, so strong that she felt despair. Don't think about asking for help. Even if the people from the sacred palace come, they won't be able to save you. The Bone Slayer Demon General revealed his hideous face and sneered. Ouyang Luoshua clenched her fists and remained silent. In her mind, she was quickly thinking about how to make a decision. If she refused this expert, the Ouyang family would definitely be massacred. If she agreed, she would be betraying the sacred palace and the human race. What? You don't agree? Seeing Ouyang Luoshua hesitate, the Bone Slayer Demon General arrived beside her in a flash and grabbed her neck. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? Cough, cough. Ouyang Luoshua's face flushed red, and she kept coughing. Since you don't agree, then you can die now. The Bone Slayer Demon General sent Ouyang Luoshua flying with a slap, and she spat out blood. Then the Bone Slayer Demon General's powerful divine sense locked onto Ouyang Luoshua. Did you ask for my permission before behaving atrociously in my primordial chaos? Just when all the members of the Ouyang clan were feeling hopeless, a voice suddenly sounded. Soon after, Fong Qin appeared and caught the heavily injured Ouyang Luoshua. He gave Ouyang Luoshua a few healing pills and said, "Leave this to me." Who are you? The Bone Slayer Devil General frowned and stared at Fong Qin. This person was actually able to block his primordial spirit attack. He was quite capable. It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is that I've already killed 29 of the 30 people sent by the Blood King. Only you, the Bone Slayer Devil General, are left. Fong Qin shrugged and grinned. What? the demon general of his. As expected, the message couldn't go through. This meant that Fang Chen was telling the truth. You actually killed them all? The Bone Slayer demon general glared at Fang Chen. Killing intent filled the entire mansion. You're blaspheming the Blood King. Today, I'll cut off your head to commemorate the Blood King. Anyone who dared to blaspheme the Blood King would die. Haha, the Dark Panther sneered. Is there something wrong with your brain? You killed all 29 of them. Do you think we're not confident enough to deal with you? That's right. I don't want to hurt your confidence. Your 29 companions didn't need Master's help. It was us 3 brothers who killed them, said the python. Yellow Ox mooed and stomped on the ground with its hooves. The Blood King and Mo Tao dared to send their subordinates to invade Master's hometown. Pretentious. After a short shock, the Bone Slayer demon general calmed down. The supreme rules of heaven and earth are broken and restricted. Stupid natives like you can't break through to the yin-yang origin realm. You're courting death by going against us. The Bone Slayer demon general laughed eerily and released a terrifying demonic chi. He walked toward Fang Chen step by step. With each step, the void trembled. It's the leader. Someone in the crowd shouted. Immediately, everyone cheered Fang Chen's name. Ha ha ha, great. I knew the Sacred Palace wouldn't give up on the Ouyang family. It's because the leader is friends with clan leader Luoxue. That's why he came all the way here to save us. No matter what, the leader is here. This evil guy will die. The Ouyang family members were excited. However, only Ouyang Jing's expression was extremely ugly. Plop! Finally, he couldn't bear the pressure and knelt on the ground. Leader, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought him to the Ouyang family. Buzz! A gentle force lifted him up. It's not your fault. Facing the Bone Slayer demon general, Ouyang Jing had no choice. Kid, for so many years, no one has dared to look down on the Blood King. The Bone Slayer demon general attacked. I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Blood King. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed out with both hands. The void directly collapsed. 2 blood claws with endless power instantly attacked. Blood Shadow Kill. The Bone Slayer demon general used the Blood Shadow Kill. His 2 hands turned into blood claws and directly grabbed at Fang Chen's head. Master, be careful. Yellow Ox reminded. The 3 brothers had fought with the Bone Slayer demon general before and were forced to retreat by the Blood Shadow Kill. Interesting. Fang Chen vaguely felt that the Blood Shadow Kill contained a trace of the origin of gold. Origin, Fang Chen murmured. Then he took out the red glass sword and used the Heavenly Star sword technique. 9 sword lights intertwined and collided with the 2 blood claws. Crack! Terrifying flames erupted from the blood claws as if they could burn the sky. They directly shattered the 9 sword lights. Seal! Fang Chen waved his hand and instantly set up a formation to isolate the battlefield. Their battle had already surpassed the ordinary yin-yang primordial realm. The energy fluctuations that escaped would destroy the Ouyang family and even the entire dragon field. You're dead. After shattering the 9 sword lights, the 2 blood claws continued to rush at Fang Chen. As expected of the origin of gold, Fang Chen exclaimed, the reason why the Saint Realm experts were powerful was that they had a powerful origin. Gold, sharp and tough. The blood claws that contained the origin of gold were abnormally tough. The Bone Slayer demon general's claws directly grabbed the red glass sword. Retreat. The red glass sword was controlled by the Bone Slayer demon general. You don't even have a weapon. What else can you do? The Bone Slayer demon general sneered. His claws locked onto the red glass sword and counterattacked Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head and took a few steps back. This Bone Slayer devil general is the strongest great perfection I've ever seen. He was also the expert closest to the Saint Realm. Moreover, He had comprehended a trace of the origin of gold and was even stronger. Fang Qin had already treated him as a Saint Realm expert. No wonder Yellow Ox and his brothers couldn't subdue you, Fang Qin said. Well, it's time to see the true power of the Hidden Star Sword. With that, a long sword suddenly appeared in Fang Qin's hand. Origin Sword Art. Fang Qin performed the strongest origin sword art so far. At the same time, the Hidden Star Sword also burst forth with its strongest power. The dazzling light illuminated the entire sky. After seeing the Hidden Star Sword, the Bone Slayer Demon General was stunned for a moment and then ecstatic. His eyes were scarlet, and he fell into madness. Fang Qin's weapon was beyond his imagination. After I kill you, this sword will be mine. He held the red glass sword in one hand and turned the other into a blood claw, tearing the sky. Die for me. The Bone Slayer Demon General performed his strongest attack. He was confident that this attack had reached the level of the Saint Realm. Boom! The Hidden Star Sword carried a dazzling light and bombarded the Bone Slayer Demon General's blood claw. Buzz! Scorching flames enveloped the Hidden Star Sword, trying to burn it. However, after only a second, these flames were instantly extinguished. The Hidden Star Sword trembled, and the Origin Sword Chi burst out and drilled into the Bone Slayer Demon General's body. No! The Bone Slayer Demon General cried out. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Pucci! His blood claw was instantly cut off by the Hidden Star Sword. He wanted to fight back, but he was suppressed by Fang Qin's thunderous means. Bang! Fang Qin stomped him to the ground and withdrew the red glass sword. How is this possible? The Bone Slayer Demon General was stabbed by the Hidden Star Sword and was seriously injured. His face was pale. However, his heart trembled even more. He stared at the Hidden Star Sword, not daring to imagine. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This world can't have such a weapon, unless, thinking that Fang Qin knew about the Blood King and Emo Tao, the Bone Slayer Demon General suddenly thought of something. You are from the God's Fall battlefield. Die. Before he died, the Bone Slayer Demon General let out an angry roar. His voice filled with unwillingness. There was no one in the Blood Sea Weave who did not know of the Demon General. The Blood King thought highly of the Bone Slayer Demon General, who was most likely to enter the Saint Realm, had fallen in the ancient chaos. Crack! The formation collapsed, and everything disappeared. The world returned to peace. Only the corpses on the ground proved that there had been a great battle, as expected of Master. Yellow Ox and his two brothers said in a low voice. The people of the Ouyang family were tongue-tied. Ouyang Luoxue, who was seriously injured, looked at Fang Qin with surprise in her eyes. Her white clothes were dyed red. Was this still the Fang Qin she used to know? The scene of her exploring the ruins with Fang Qin appeared in her mind. Are you okay? Suddenly, Fang Qin's voice broke the silence. I'm fine. Ouyang Luoxue was supported by her clansmen and staggered to Fang Qin. Being stared at by Fang Qin, she lowered her head, not daring to look directly at him. That person was an invader from the God's Fall battlefield. But don't worry, I've killed them all. Chapter 3456. In the past, Fang Qin had come to the northern region for the first time to participate in the Realm Lord Conference. Later, he had gradually gained a foothold with his amazing talent. He had met Ouyang Luoxue during a relic exploration. Later, when Fang Qin had been chased by a faction of the Ouyang family due to internal strife, the faction led by Ouyang Luoxue's father had tried their best to protect him and help him escape. At that time, many of the older generation of this faction had objected, but looking back now, they were extremely ashamed. At the same time, they were full of praise for Ouyang Luoxue's suggestion. Ever since Fang Qin had become the leader of the human race, his name had shaken the ancient chaos. Many experts had discovered the relationship between Fang Qin and Ouyang Luoxue, and had constantly contacted the Ouyang family. Now, the Ouyang family was the absolute overlord of the dragon field. Even the leaders of the surrounding fields had to treat Ouyang Luoshua with respect. There was no other reason than the shadow of the human race behind the Ouyang family. That was enough for him. Now, when everyone saw Feng Qin personally solve the crisis for the Ouyang family, they were even more grateful. At the same time, they were filled with excitement and pride. In the courtyard, Feng Qin and Ouyang Luoshua sat across from each other on a stone bench. "Is there something on my face?" Feng Qin looked at Ouyang Luoshua with a smile. Ouyang Luoshua was stunned. Only then did she realize that she had lost her composure. She hurriedly shook her head apologetically. "How is the Ouyang family now?" Feng Qin knew that he was the leader of the human race. Anyone who faced him would feel fear from the bottom of their heart. He changed the topic, wanting to lighten the atmosphere. "Pretty good." Ouyang Luoshua had many things to say, but in the end, she only said these 3 words. "I think they know about our relationship. They won't dare to do anything to the Ouyang family." Feng Qin stood up and prepared to leave. He had come to the dragon field to kill the Bone Demon General. Coincidentally, the latter was hiding in the Ouyang family, so he had come to take a look. "See you later." Feng Qin's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Looking at his back, Ouyang Luoshua suddenly looked up and muttered, "Our relationship." After dealing with the warriors under the Blood King and Mo Tao, Feng Qin returned to the sacred palace. He informed the 3 Oxen brothers and Yang Ku and Mo that he had comprehended something and needed to go into seclusion. Don't disturb him unless there's something important. At the same time, he also instructed Yellow Ox and his brothers to keep an eye on the spatial rifts in the flame abyss and make ample preparations. He got Yang Kuin and Mo Han to check all the primal chaos void to see if there were any mysterious cultivators that they did not know about. After explaining everything, Feng Qin went to the ancestral mountain. Whoa! With a flick of his sleeve, a vast formation was instantly set up, enveloping the entire ancestral mountain. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the formation was connected to the ancestral mountain. Endless energy flowed out of the ancestral mountain, making the formation stronger and stronger. The array formation isolated everything and was even capable of absorbing the supreme power of laws. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As time passed, the supreme power of laws on the ancestral mountain grew denser and denser. In the sky, the giant face appeared again. Its hollow eyes stared silently at Feng Qin, who was on the ancestral mountain. After a long time, it sighed, and the giant face dissipated. However, there was a vague sentence that reverberated in the void. "I hope you can succeed." Feng Qin sat cross-legged in the center of the ancestral mountain. Over the past few days, Xiao Chen had forgotten about everything in the outside world, calming his heart and thinking. What choice should he make? Soon, Mo Tao and the Blood King would descend. At that time, the ancient primal chaos would suffer the greatest calamity in history. As for Xiao Chen, he needed to guard the ancient primal chaos. However, his cultivation was restricted here. His current cultivation was suppressed to the half-step evanescent stage. Given this, it was no longer possible for him to make breakthroughs in cultivation. Hence, he could only work hard to raise his strength. I can't improve my half-perfect bloodline for now. As for my primordial spirit, it has already reached the peak of this world. Feng Qin thought to himself. In the end, Xiao Qin focused on the 3 sword techniques. Currently, his 3 strongest sword techniques were the Armageddon sword technique, the Heavenly Star sword technique, and the Universe sword technique. Of these 3 sword techniques, the Universe sword technique was the strongest. When cultivated to the peak, it could kill a saint. As for the Heavenly Star sword technique, Xiao Qin had already cultivated it to the 9th level. He had basically reached the upper limit. It was impossible for him to improve it. Armageddon sword technique. In the end, Fang Qin made his decision. During this closed-door cultivation, he was determined to cultivate all 3 sword techniques in the Armageddon Central Scroll. Let's begin. Thousands of sword shadows crisscrossed above the ancestral mountain. A figure stood in the middle of them. It was as if he had never changed since time immemorial. He was like an old monk, always sitting there, regardless of whether the wind blew or the rain fell. The sword was a sword for killing. The sword Dao was a sword Dao for killing. This was Fang Chen's understanding of the sword Dao. Hence, his sword Dao was filled with a strong murderous aura. The invincible sword Dao that he created had even stronger murderous aura. The so-called invincible is only relative. Now that he looked back, the so-called 5 sword Daos and the invincible sword techniques were just SOZO. However, my greatest potential is to be able to create all possibilities. Fang Qin did not deny his efforts. He was still young and had a long time in the future. Everything was possible. My greatest wish in life is to protect my family and to make the invincible sword Dao truly invincible. At this moment, Fang Chen's conviction became more and more firm. He seemed to have been enlightened. Suddenly, the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin flickered abnormally. Time passed. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin had been in closed-door cultivation for almost 5 years. To be honest, this amount of time was just a snap of the fingers for a yin-yang origin realm expert. However, for Fang Qin, every minute and every second was extremely precious. He used 3 years to completely comprehend the middle scroll of the Armageddon painting. After that, he used 1 year to completely cultivate the middle 3 moves. After he finished cultivating, he did not come out of closed-door cultivation. Instead, he integrated the first 6 moves of the Armageddon painting and connected them together. This series of connections really allowed him to discover some problems. The Armageddon swordsmanship was not simple. There were traces of the origin in this swordsmanship. One day, Fang Qin woke up. He held the hidden star sword and began to practice. He stabbed out the first 6 moves of the Armageddon swordsmanship, one after another. At first, his swordsmanship was extremely sharp and domineering. However, as time passed, the momentum of his swordsmanship became weaker and weaker. In the end, it could not be called cultivation at all. Every stab was very casual and had no offensive effect. His entire person was also very lazy. He looked haggard, as if he had just completed a mission. If someone was here, they would definitely be puzzled. What kind of swordsmanship was this? It was even worse than an ordinary person's swordsmanship. After all, he was the leader of the human race, the supreme expert of the primordial chaos. How could he not be surprised when he displayed such a swordsmanship? However, Fang Qin was intoxicated and could not extricate himself. There were a few times when the giant face often appeared, and even the will of the supreme law could not understand it. Just like that, Fang Qin practiced swordsmanship for a year. When the last trace of power in his body was exhausted, his body fell to the ground with a bang. A smile finally appeared on his face. "Is this the sword Dao?" Fang Qin murmured. He closed his eyes, and all the scenes of his previous swordsmanship appeared in his mind. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes. Ha ha ha! He laughed out loud. All the confusion had been solved. After 5 years of practicing swordsmanship, he finally understood something. It turns out that I have been taking detours in the past. Fortunately, I have calmed down in the past few years and had an epiphany, so I can walk the right path. Fang Qin sighed. He knew very well what he had experienced in the past few years. He concluded that 5 years ago, what he thought in his heart was to step onto the peak of the sword Dao and give up everything for it. There was never a peak in the sword Dao. Everything we do is just fantasizing about chasing the footsteps of the peak. There was no limit to the peak. There was also no limit to the sword Dao. I understand, I finally understand. Fang Qin looked up to the sky and roared, releasing the suppression of the past 5 years. However, at this moment, his mind suddenly trembled, and then a vast black aura instantly enveloped his entire body, completely imprisoning his primordial spirit. "Oh no!" Fong Chen subconsciously shouted, wanting to stop it, but it was too late. The will of 10,000 demons launched a counterattack, eroding all his meridians and even his blood. His primordial spirit was imprisoned by the terrifying demonic aura. No. Fong Chen resisted desperately, but it was to no avail. He was in danger. In the sky, the giant face reappeared. The will of 10,000 demons? Corpse Head Continent. Mo Tao and the Blood King arrived at the spatial rift. The two looked at the pitch-black passage in front of them, the corners of their mouths raised, and they were full of smiles. "We finally succeeded." Mo Tao said, "I'm very curious what kind of world is on the other side of the passage, and why so many great perfection cultivators we sent over were all killed." The battle of the ancient gods was too mysterious and cruel. As Saint Realm experts, they were naturally very curious. They guessed that the world on the other side of the passage was most likely related to the secrets of the battle of the gods. The Blood King and Mo Tao looked at each other, their eyes filled with complex emotions. The battle of the gods was known as the most powerful calamity, and it was said that the mastermind behind it was most likely the legendary primordial chaos. That was the primordial chaos. If one could obtain even a 10,000th of his inheritance, one could ascend to immortality. Any saint would go crazy for it. Blood King, since you and I are working together, we must trust each other. Mo Tao spoke. Building this spatial passage had cost 2/3 of Scenic Palace's wealth. The price was too high. This was also why there were very few saints in the Battle of the Gods who entered the primordial chaos. The massive Scenic Palace controlled the entire scenic demon dominion, and its wealth was many times that of an ordinary saint. If even Scenic Palace had to pay such a heavy price, how many other saints could build such a stable spatial passage? Only Mo Tao had discovered something, and that was why he had spared no expense. And we have to share the burden. Chapter 3457. The Sacred Region. On this day, Palace Master Wood Green and the others were discussing the next response to the primordial chaos. The atmosphere in the sacred palace was solemn, and everyone's faces were heavy. After countless years of development, and leader Fong Chen had used great means to tear apart the supreme law barrier, the power of the heavenly path in the primordial chaos had become even stronger. In this way, the overall level of the primordial chaos had undergone a qualitative leap. Just the sacred palace alone, with Palace Master Wood Green as the leader, the 4 Palace Masters had taken a critical step. They had even stepped into the threshold of the Emperor Realm, and they just lacked some opportunities. Palace Master Wood Green sat on a throne on the right side of the sacred palace. He looked at everyone with burning eyes. Everyone. Just as he was about to speak, he felt the world spin, and the entire sacred palace was trembling as if it was about to collapse. What's going on? What's going on? Has the Gods' Fall battlefield invaded? For a moment, many palace masters got up and rushed out of the sacred palace. Suddenly, a terrible beam of light shot up into the sky above the sacred palace. This pillar of light contained unimaginable power, and it was also mixed with extremely dense devil chi. When the demonic chi spread out, the entire sacred region was shrouded. Everyone subconsciously felt that their primordial spirits were greatly suppressed. Those who were weaker immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, their heads exploding. Who's cultivating demonic arts? Why is there such a big commotion? It's a forbidden demonic art. It's definitely a forbidden demonic art. Someone's secretly learning it. Many palace masters roared angrily. Palace Master Wood Green flashed and came before the beam of light. Let's attack together and suppress this terrible demonic chi beam. Hearing this, Red Emperor, Gue So, and the Reincarnation Sword Emperor stepped forward, and stood side by side with Palace Master Woodgreen. At this moment, stop. Purple-robed Star Emperor rushed over from afar. Star Emperor. She was the wife of the leader, so even Palace Master Woodgreen and the others had to treat her with respect. Brother Chen's cultivation has a problem. Star Sovereign took a big stride forward and rushed into Fong Chen's seclusion room. What? The leader? Everyone was shocked. A moment later, Star Emperor brought out the unconscious Emperor Fong Chen, who was shrouded in terrifying demonic qi. His primordial spirit had long been corroded by demonic qi. The leader is invincible. How could this be? Someone raised a question. Palace Master Woodgreen and the others looked at each other and thought of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Before this, the Void Primogenitor had entered the Demon Emperor's tomb to rescue him. After returning, he had gone into seclusion. Now that such a problem had occurred, Palace Master Woodgreen wondered what the Void Primogenitor had experienced in the Demon Emperor's tomb. Quick, save the leader. Even though they were puzzled, Palace Master Woodgreen and the others still quickly acted to save him. Soon, Fong Chen was brought to the temple. On a white jade bed, cold air flowed. Fong Chen lay quietly. There was a formation around him that isolated him from the heavens and earth, temporarily stopping the spread of the will of the 10,000 demons. Palace Master Woodgreen, the Star Emperor, and the Reincarnation Sword Emperor all wore solemn expressions. The leader's internal organs have been completely corroded by the devil qi, and most of his primordial spirit has been corroded as well. It's not optimistic, the Samsara Sword Emperor said. Palace Master Woodgreen nodded and sighed. Lord Leader must have encountered some danger in the Demon Emperor's tomb. Only the Star Emperor remained silent. She was racking her brains to think of a way to save her husband. Outside the temple, many sub-emperors walked around anxiously, waiting for the latest developments. Creak! The doors of the temple opened, and Palace Master Woodgreen and the Reincarnation Sword Emperor walked out. Palace Master Woodgreen, how is the leader? Palace Master Fire Dome quickly walked over and asked. Everyone's gazes also fell on Palace Master Woodgreen. Seeing everyone's hopeful gazes, Palace Master Woodgreen shook his head. Seeing this, no one could accept it. How could this be? What kind of strength does the leader have? He's the first person in history to repair an incomplete supreme law by himself. I don't believe that he would do this. Palace Master Fire Dome was very emotional. That's right. The leader is leading the revival of the human race. Nothing can happen to him. Even if we have to give up everything, we have to save the leader. In the square, there were endless shouts. We can understand everyone's feelings. Palace Master Woodgreen waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. We will do everything we can to save the leader, but please cooperate and don't disturb the leader. A few days later, Red Emperor brought an ancient secret technique that could refine demonic qi. Everyone's hearts trembled. They were very excited. Even Star Tharch thought that her husband could be saved. However, an hour later, Red Emperor walked out of the sacred palace regretfully. Palace Master Woodgreen and the others were even more depressed. The people waiting anxiously in the square were also very sad. A few days later, Gui also came. He used his talent, Shin Tong, and completely unlocked his inherited memories. He obtained a secret technique and wanted to save Fong Chen. However, he still failed in the end. The successive failures heavily damaged everyone's confidence. The entire sacred palace was dead silent. A sorrowful aura filled the sky. Half a month later, the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain finally arrived. Along with them were the pure-blooded demon kings. Boss will be fine. The pure-blooded demon king took his pulse, shook his head and sighed. His entire body has been invaded by the demonic will. Only his primordial spirit hasn't been completely corroded. He's only holding on with his strong will. The pure-blooded demon king's words made everyone's hearts even heavier. Father will be fine. Empress Fong, she also shed tears of pain. Her younger brothers, Fong Yun and Fong Han, held back their tears and stood beside their mother. Mother, father will wake up, Fong Yun comforted her. After so many days of torture, Star Emperor was already numb. Her face was expressionless, but when she looked at her husband, her eyes would be filled with tenderness. Do you think Master can survive? Yellow Ox asked. The demonic will is too terrifying. Even a saint can't resist it. The python was a bit pessimistic. The dark panther was silent. The invasion of the demonic will seems dangerous, but isn't it also a chance for Master? Yang Kuan frowned. You mean? Emo Han was confused. Yang Kuan stood with his hands behind his back. He was calmer. Think about it. How strong is the demonic will? While it's corroding Master, Master can also refine it. Everyone understood what Yang Kuan meant, but they still weren't optimistic. How strong was the demonic will? How could the yin-yang primordial realm refine it? Time passed. Every day, Little Mouse and the others would visit Fangchen. Yang Kuan and the others all returned to the flame abyss. They felt that the spatial crack was slowly expanding. It was very likely that Mo Tao and the Blood King were on the move. Soon, Hui teleported over. Dark clouds filled the sky. Everyone felt the pressure. This was the dawn before the storm. Palace Masterwood Green and the others were also anxious. 3 months had passed, and the leader was still in a coma. There was no sign of him waking up. The invasion of the demonic was even expanding. There was only a trace of pure land left in his primordial spirit. It was very dangerous. According to everyone's speculation, Fangchen could only last half a year in this state. Half a year. Star Emperor laughed self-deprecatingly. Tears flowed from her eyes. You once said that you would accompany me for the rest of my life, but now you want to leave before me. Have you ever asked for my opinion? Star Emperor cried with tears in her eyes. Fong, she quietly pulled his 2 brothers into the sacred palace. Sister, what are you doing? Fong Yun was puzzled. Mother is under too much pressure. Let her release, Fong Han said. Fong, she nodded. Father is unconscious, so we can't just stand there and do nothing. We must do everything we can. Sister, we'll listen to you. Fong Yun and Fong Han nodded. The world's famous mountains and rivers must have been left behind by the ancestors. Corpse Head Continent, in front of the spatial tunnel. Okay, I agree. I'll pay half the cost of the spatial tunnel. The Blood King and Mo Tao reached an agreement. Soon, the 2 discussed a detailed plan and entered the spatial tunnel one after another. Flame Abyss. Yellow Ox and his brothers were patrolling the area when suddenly Yellow Ox mooed loudly. It stomped its hooves and dashed out of the flame abyss. Brother, the python and dark leopard also left. Outside the flame abyss, Yang Kuan and Mo Han were setting up a formation. Is the formation ready? Yellow Ox asked hurriedly. The Blood King and Mo Tao are most likely coming. Hearing this, the 2 trembled. Buzz! The formation enveloped the flame abyss. The 5 of them were on guard. Ha! Suddenly, a sinister and horrifying laughter came from the flame abyss. The laughter contained an extremely strong penetrating force. Attack! Yang Kuan roared and attacked together, driving the formation and completely sealing the flame abyss. They finally came. Mo Tao stood with his hands behind his back, surveying the surroundings. The Blood King frowned and used his strong spiritual sense to scan the immemorial primal chaos. The supreme laws of this world are incomplete. The energy level is too low. After the wild laughter, Mo Tao shook his head, having a different opinion. There were many experts during the ancient era. This world exists outside the God's Fall battlefield, which is already suspicious. It is very likely that a super expert created it. The more it was like this, the more mysterious it was. This world is extraordinary. After a round of probing, the Blood King's expression turned grave. This seemingly simple space hid something that even they could not see through. How could they not be shocked? Fortunately, the world is limited. The combat prowess of this world is not strong, Mo Tao sighed. To be able to suppress the cultivation of a sage to the half-step in-essence stage, one could imagine how extraordinary this world was. Now that only the two of us know, let's take control of this world first. Then we can slowly explore, the Blood King said. They absolutely could not let the other sage experts know about this. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Let's go and find the strongest expert of this world. However, just as they were about to leave, they discovered Yang Kuan and the others. Yang Kuan! Mo Tao was shocked. Why was Yang Kuan here? Could it be? Mo Tao thought of Yang Kuan's master, Feng Qin. It looks like they are prepared. However, do they think they can stop us with just this amount of people? The Blood King looked at Mo Tao. Mo Tao smiled sinisterly, his baleful aura soaring. Chapter 3458. Blood King and Mo Tao were both Saint Realm experts. The origins they controlled were extremely powerful. There was a saying in the God's Fall battlefield that everyone below the Saint Realm was an ant. From this sentence, one could see how powerful a Saint Realm expert was. At the beginning of the world, Yin and Yang were divided into the 5 elements. The 5 elements were the 5 origins that built the world. These 5 origins were also the foundation of chaos. Although the cultivation levels of the Blood King and Mo Tao had been suppressed, the origin source they controlled still existed. As a result, their combat strength was still very strong. Break! Mo Tao's aura shook the sky. He glanced at Yang Kuan and the others who were retreating and sneered. He raised his hand and pointed. Pucci! Suddenly, the array that sealed the flame abyss shattered. Kill! Mo Tao attacked Yang Kuan and the others. Mo Tao! Yang Kuan's expression changed when he saw this. He kept retreating. Yellow Ox and his brothers also sensed danger. They secretly transmitted their voices and prepared to escape. We can't match him. They would definitely die if they stayed. It was better to scatter and escape. They might have a chance of survival. Trying to escape? The terrifying finger light hit Yang Kuan. A talisman suddenly appeared above Yang Kuan's head and quickly burned. A golden halo was released from the talisman, which barely blocked Mo Tao's finger light. That old bastard from the sacred fire continent. Mo Tao's eyes flashed with golden light. Within the scenic Devil Dominion, there were a total of 4 known ancient remnant experts. 3 of them were the pillars of the scenic Demon Palace. As for the other person, he was hiding in the sacred fire continent. Mo Tao had heard the 3 experts of the scenic Demon Palace talk about the expert from the sacred fire continent. It seemed that the 3 of them were afraid of that expert. However, he had suffered great injuries in the battle of ancient gods. It would be difficult for him to recover. This was also why Mo Tao had not attacked the sacred fire continent all these years. Now that he was in a different time and space, Mo Tao would not let go of such a good opportunity. Die for me! Mo Tao stomped his foot and immediately chased after him. You go first. Dark clouds covered the area, and a terrifying barrier blocked off the path of escape. Mo Han clenched his teeth and resolutely turned to charge at Mo Tao. He was buying time for Yang Kuan. No! Yang Kuan's eyes turned scarlet as he roared furiously. However, reason told him that he had to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, Mo Han would have died for nothing. Boom! A flight talisman suddenly appeared under Yang Kuan's feet, and he quickly disappeared into the horizon. Crack! It was also at this time that Mo Han was killed by Mo Tao. Humph! A mere yin-yang origin stage cultivator dares to stop me? Mo Tao said disdainfully. He looked in the direction Yang Kuan had fled in, but he didn't give chase. Flying-type talisman? He licked his dry lips, his heart burning with passion. This kind of talisman must be an ancient item. And Mo Tao thought of a possibility. It was very likely that the life-saving talismans in Yang Kuan's hands were given to him by the super expert hiding in the sacred fire continent. As Mo Tao pondered, the Blood King walked over. "How is it?" Mo Tao asked. The Blood King shook his head. They escaped. Just now, he had completely suppressed the 3 demonic beasts. But at the critical moment, the dark destruction leopard shattered its innate ability and forced the Blood King to retreat, allowing the 3 brothers to escape. "Don't worry. As long as they're still in this world, we'll find them." And Mo Tao wasn't worried at all, because soon they would control this world. All living beings would prostrate at their feet. And Mo Tao looked at the Blood King with a solemn expression. "Next, should we divide the territory?" The Blood King was slightly stronger than Mo Tao. Therefore, Mo Tao didn't plan to fight him head-on. "Sure. How do you think we should divide it?" the Blood King said with a smile. "We'll each take half of this world. We'll mind our own business. What do you think?" Mo Tao said. In the end, the 2 reached an agreement. After dividing the territory, the 2 hurriedly went to explore the various forbidden lands. To them, the human sacred palace was no threat at all. Soon, the Blood King entered the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. As for Mo Tao, he entered the South Sea. Sacred Palace. Fang Chan was still in a coma, and his situation was getting worse day by day. Most of his primordial spirit had been invaded by the will of all demons, and only a small part remained intact. On this day, everyone gathered in the sacred palace, and the sad atmosphere spread. "Father!" Fang Shi and his siblings wept with tears in their eyes. The Star Emperor sat quietly by the bed, her small white hand tightly holding Fang Chen's big hand. She was expressionless and her heart was calm. She firmly believed that her husband would get better. "Does the heavens want to destroy the human race?" The reincarnation Sword Emperor said angrily. The Red Emperor and Gue also shook their heads and sighed. Palace Master Wood Green stood with his hands behind his back, and his back seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. The pure-blooded Demon King, Little Mouse, and the others clenched their fists, unwilling to accept this. "Boss won't die like this." Hiss! Everyone could clearly see that the will of all demons in Fang Chen's mind was wildly expanding. Previously, there was still a thumb-sized primordial spirit that wasn't contaminated. But in just a few minutes, it had shrunk a lot. The situation was worse than expected. Originally, they thought that Fang Chen would be able to hold on for at least half a year in this state. But now it seemed that his primordial spirit would be completely invaded by the will of all demons in 3 days. There were some black light spots on the primordial spirit that gathered together and turned into a black substance that attached to the surface of the primordial spirit, isolating it from the whole body. Everyone shook their heads. There was nothing they could do. The pure-blooded Demon King's heart skipped a beat, and then his eyes widened as he stared at Fang Chen's primordial spirit. That is, he saw that the black substance attached to Fang Chen's primordial spirit was mixed with a trace of silver substance. Is it a mutation? His heartbeat quickened, and an ancient legend in his inherited memory floated in his mind. The black substance was formed by the will of all demons, and he knew it very well. But what exactly was this silver substance? In ancient times, there was a powerful person who was invaded by the will of all demons, and the black substance almost covered his entire primordial spirit. But in the last moments of his life, the black substance mutated for some reason, and in the end, that person succeeded in refining the will of all demons, and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Then, in ancient times, a series of legends were left. Later generations called him the master of refining demons. Don't move. Fang, she sat by his father's bed, gently stroking his father's hair with his fingers. Suddenly, a scolding voice was heard. Everyone looked over and looked at the pure-blooded Demon King in confusion. The pure-blooded Demon King quickly walked to the bed and whispered, "The black substance in his body has mutated, and even the will of all demons has changed." "What do you mean?" Star Emperor asked. Fong, she hurriedly removed his hand and looked anxiously at the pure-blooded Demon King. After the pure-blooded Demon King's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. Their hope was rekindled, especially Star Emperor, Fongshi and his siblings. They were so happy that they cried. "I told you that father would be fine. A mere will of all demons wants father's life. What a joke. Father will definitely refine the will of all demons." Palace Master Woodgreen and the others were a little shocked. It was incredible that someone in ancient times could refine the will of all demons. At the same time, the words "Master of Refining Demons" were deeply engraved in everyone's minds. After a long time, the sacred palace quieted down. According to the pure-blooded Demon King, the leader's current situation is somewhat similar to the Master of Refining Demons, but it's still uncertain whether he can wake up. The pure-blooded Demon King carefully checked Fong Chen's mind. As time passed, more and more white substance appeared, until it was equal to the black substance. What's going on? Even the Master of Refining Demons didn't have white substance. This puzzled the pure-blooded Demon King. When night fell, everyone left the sacred palace. Only Star Emperor accompanied Fong Qin. The pure-blooded Demon King wasn't sure whether Fong Qin could wake up, but the sacred palace had no other way. Many people asked what to do next. The pure-blooded Demon King only said one word. Wait. Ever since Fong Qin fell into a coma, the primordial chaos had been surging. Recently, they had received news from all over the world. Mo Tao entered the South Sea. The Blood King also entered the Demon King's mausoleum. The arrival of two saints was a huge blow to the sacred palace. Palace Lord Woodgreen personally controlled the space-locking array. The entire sacred realm was on high alert. All the boundary emperors were summoned back. The sacred palace entered a state of preparation. Many people missed Fong Qin. If the leader woke up, the primordial chaos might still have a chance. He's too strong. Even the power of the primordial chaos can't compete with a saint. This was what Yang Kuan said. Mo Han fought with his life to buy time for him. In the end, he successfully escaped. He hated Mo Tao and the Blood King, but there was nothing he could do. As for Yellow Ox and his brothers, they were nowhere to be seen. I want to break through. Yang Kuan had never had such a strong desire to break through. Only by breaking through could he compete with Mo Tao. Senior Yang Kuan, is there no other way? A boundary emperor asked. Yang Kuan was silent. Way? What way? That was the Saint Realm, the 5 Elements Saint Realm. Anyone who didn't enter the Saint Realm was an ant. However, the only good news was that the two of them didn't seem to be interested in the human race. As soon as they arrived, they went to the primordial chaos to look for opportunities. This undoubtedly delayed the destruction of the primordial chaos. After more than half a month, a piece of good news came from the sacred palace. The pure-blooded monster kings discovered that the black and white substances in Fong Chen's mind had spread to Fong Chen's body and then to his abdomen. They pressed together as if they were about to merge. One black and one white, corresponding to yin and yang. This was condensing the yin and yang energies. This situation was unheard of. Even the pure-blooded monster kings were shocked. The black substance was condensed by the will of the 10,000 demons. To be able to resist the black substance, the white substance must also be extraordinary. How strong would the yin and yang energies condensed from two such powerful substances be? Chapter 3459. In the ancient times, there were many strong cultivators and countless geniuses. In the yin-yang origin realm, the stronger one's potential was, the stronger the yin-yang essence they could condense, and the stronger one's combat power would be. In the past, a yin-yang origin realm cultivator had defeated a saint. There had even been a yin-yang origin realm cultivator who had killed a saint. This was something unimaginable in the age of chaos. Yin-yang essence looked like a yin-yang fish and was the source of a yin-yang origin realm cultivator's power. The strength of a cultivator at this level was directly related to the yin-yang essence. It was said that yin-yang essence was divided into 3 levels. Normal cultivators could condense yin-yang essence at the first level. Strong cultivators with great potential could condense yin-yang essence at the second level. As for the third level, it wasn't common even in the ancient times. When the pure-blooded Yao King retreated from the sage palace, he was inexplicably shocked. As a pure-blooded descendant of the ancient times, his primordial spirit was sealed with inherited memories. Now he had completely unlocked his inherited memories and learned some ancient secrets. With the will of all demons as yin essence and the vitality of all things as yang essence, how terrifying would yin-yang essence be? He didn't even dare to think about it. How is it? Palace Master Wood Green and the others quickly walked over and asked anxiously, "His situation is uncertain, but I'm sure that he's undergoing some kind of transformation." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Using the will of all demons to transform, the will of all demons corroded his primordial spirit. It seems dangerous, but it's actually a crisis. The pure-blooded Yao King told everyone what he knew. His body is mutating. The will of all demons gradually condensed into a black substance and then a white substance. The black and white substances complemented each other and fused together. Everyone was enlightened. In other words, if the black and white substances completely fused, it meant that the yin-yang essence was successfully refined and Feng Qin would return in an extremely powerful state. The pure-blooded Yao King nodded. He told everyone that they had to be prepared for the worst. After all, what he said was only the best outcome. The will of all demons had mutated. The black and white substances were out of control and could explode at any time. If that happened, Feng Qin would die. Everyone sighed. Opportunities were accompanied by dangers. They prayed that their leader could hold on. "What's the situation with the Blood King and Mo Tao?" asked the pure-blooded demon monarch. Palace Master Woodgreen shook his head. "There hasn't been any movement for now. The 2 of them have separately entered the Demon Emperor's tomb and the South Sea danger zone. They haven't come out yet." However, everyone could tell that Palace Master Woodgreen's voice was very heavy. After all, there were 2 true Saint Stage powerhouses. Their mastery of the origin had reached an unimaginable level. No one in the vast primordial chaos could rival them. Even though their cultivations were suppressed, they were still no match for him. Time passed. In Feng Chen's mind, his essence soul was almost completely covered by the black substance. The condensation of the yin-yang primordial energy had also reached the most critical moment. If he couldn't endure it, then he would definitely die. In the blink of an eye, another few months had passed. Feng Chen's metamorphosis had already reached the most critical moment. On this day, news suddenly came from the Saint Palace. In the sky above the danger zone of the South Sea, tens of thousands of lightning bolts danced. Lightning flashed back and forth, creating a great momentum and a strange phenomenon. Palace Master Woodgreen and the others trembled in fear. Thinking back to Mo Tao entering the forbidden land of the Southern Sea, could this change be related to Mo Tao? Soon, another piece of news came. The demon monarch's mausoleum had shattered, and the demonic chi had dissipated, drowning the abandoned demon domain. Above the surging demonic chi, there was a scarlet figure. He was the Blood King, the ruler of the Blood Sea domain. Someone saw the Blood King step on the monstrous demonic chi and turn into a blood-red light that pierced through the void. Someone also saw a figure outside the forbidden land of the Southern Sea, bathing in lightning and enjoying the bombardment of tens of thousands of lightning bolts. Finally, the 2 met. "Blood King, how's your harvest?" Obviously, Mo Tao's harvest was good, although the opportunities in the South Sea weren't of much use to him. He had still managed to find a token. It was a token about a powerful relic in the God's Fall battlefield. It was a priceless treasure. There was once a powerful existence in the demon monarch's mausoleum, but now it's extremely ordinary. Someone must have taken the opportunity before me. The Blood King was a little displeased. With his powerful sense of smell, he could sense that there was once a supreme existence in the demon monarch's mausoleum. That existence was considered a peak existence in the saint stage. This made him even more convinced that the ancient chaos was extraordinary, and it was very likely that there were secrets about the God's Fall battlefield. Seems like you've gained a lot. The Blood King glanced at Mo Tao. The latter nodded and did not hide anything. I've obtained a command medallion. After hearing Mo Tao's words, the Blood King's eyes flickered, and he turned into a sea of blood and disappeared into the sky. Mo Tao knew that the Blood King must have gone to other forbidden lands to find opportunities. Whoosh! Mo Tao grinned and was about to leave. However, at that moment, what? He sensed the aura of the Saint Treasure coiling Dawn's spear and was furious. Coiling Dawn's spear? That was the Saint Treasure he had given to his son. How could it be in this world? Damn it! He roared at the sky and tore through the sky. The furious Mo Tao came to the sacred realm. Boom! Dark clouds covered the sky above the sacred realm, and lightning danced. With every step Mo Tao took, the void shattered and turned into a dark void, completely devouring everything around him. A terrifying power spread out. Everyone in the sacred region could feel the terrifying aura. Plop! Many weak martial artists prostrated on the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices. What's going on? All the boundary emperors in the sacred palace gathered in front of the sacred palace. Mo Tao, Palace Master Wood Green's expression changed. Without saying a word, he controlled the space sealing array to try and stop Mo Tao. Buzz! Chains appeared in the void and intertwined with each other, sealing off his path forward. Ridiculous! Mo Tao sneered and grabbed with both hands. The countless chains were all shattered by him. Boom! 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 The space sealing array set up by Fong Qin shattered. The sacred domain no longer had any barriers and was completely exposed to Mo Tao. Swish! Mo Tao reached out and grabbed at the void. Palace Master Wood Green, who was retreating, was suppressed. Where did the coiling Dawn spear come from? Palace Master Wood Green remained silent. Many boundary emperors below cried out. What should we do? Is the human race going to be destroyed? Everyone was anxious. Yang Kuin took a step forward. Mo Tao, this is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Leave quickly. Actually, when Yang Kuin said this, he had to bite the bullet. There was no other way. His master was transforming. If he woke up, there was still a chance. Once Mo Tao destroyed this place, all of them would die. Humph! Mo Tao snorted coldly. I originally disdained to make a move, but since my son died here, all of you will die with him. Kill! There was no other choice and no way out. With Yang Kuin in the lead, the Samsara Sword Emperor and the other boundary emperors attacked together. Boom! Yang Kuin had a token in his hand. When he activated it, flames shot out. This was the Sacred Flame, Heaven token of the Sacred Flame continent. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Mo Tao waved his hand and threw Palace Master Wood Green out. Rumble. All the attacks landed on Palace Master Wood Green's body, instantly killing him. Palace Master Wood Green. Everyone cried out sorrowfully. In the situation just now, they were unable to stop at all. They could only watch as Palace Master Wood Green died under their attacks. Everyone was furious and bared their teeth. However, they seemed so powerless against Mo Tao. The first one. Mo Tao sneered and pointed with his finger. Another boundary emperor was killed. Only Yang Kuin could hold on for a short while. The others were too weak. Ant-like humans don't have the right to live in this world. Mo Tao continued to attack. Every time he pointed with his finger, a boundary emperor would die. The battle of the sacred realm attracted the attention of the entire ancient chaos. They felt that the end of the world had arrived. No one could resist Mo Tao's attacks. That person is too strong. No one can resist him. Heavens, even Palace Master would green-dyed. If Mo Tao wanted to, he could easily destroy the sacred realm. However, he did not do so. Instead, he slowly killed them one by one. He wanted to see their sorrowful and fearful expressions. At this time, in the sacred palace, Fang Shi and his siblings blocked in front of the Star Emperor, not allowing him to go out. Mother, Fang, she shook his head. Your father is at a critical moment of transformation. One more second is one more hope. The Star Emperor pushed the three children away and resolutely walked out of the sacred palace. Above the sacred palace, the space collapsed and bones scattered. By time for the leader. At this moment, everyone was in despair. They only wanted to buy time for the leader, so they self-detonated. Boom! One after another, boundary emperors detonated the energy in their bodies. The energy swept through the sky and drowned Mo Tao. Foolish humans. Mo Tao smiled coldly. The self-detonation of mere half-step in-essence stage cultivators did not pose any threat to him. Die. He was like the Grim Reaper. Everywhere his finger passed, no one survived. Pucci. Just as the Star Emperor was about to attack, a terrifying energy spread out. Her purple clothes were dyed red with blood, and all her bones shattered. A pure-blooded fiend king quickly rescued her. The pure-blooded fiend king sent her to the sacred palace and instructed Fang Shi and his siblings to take good care of her. Then, a strange light flashed in the fiend king's eyes. The fiend king stepped forward and stood beside Yang Kuan. At this moment, Yang Kuan's body trembled. One of his arms was broken, and his entire body was covered in blood. With the holy flame heavenly token's help, Yang Kuan managed to survive. A pure-blooded descendant? Upon seeing the pure-blooded fiend king, even Mo Tao felt somewhat shocked. It looks like this world is not simple. Mo Tao licked his dry lips. He was very interested in the pure-blooded fiend king. You have not fully matured yet, but the pure-blooded bloodline in your body is very thick. Mo Tao said, "Submit to me and fight for me. In the future, I can help you reach the sage realm." The pure-blooded fiend king shook his head. "I gave you a chance, but you rejected it?" No one below the sage realm dared to reject Mo Tao. Since that is the case, what is the point of keeping you? Mo Tao's killing intent surged. An overwhelming might and pressure enveloped the pure-blooded fiend king. The pure-blooded fiend king's bones creaked, unable to stand upright. Chapter 3460. Outside the sacred palace, Mo Tao shattered the space lock formation with a wave of his hand. The boundary emperors of the human race had suffered heavy casualties. No one was his match. Only Yang Kuan and the pure-blooded demon king could barely resist. Boom! 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 Yang Kuan unleashed all the power in his body and even burned his essence blood to block Mo Tao's attack. He only wanted to buy time for the pure-blooded demon king. Die! Mo Tao pointed his finger and hit the void barrier in front of Yang Kuan. There was a deafening sound. Crack! However, what made everyone tremble was that Yang Kuan actually managed to block it. There was a flaming token in Yang Kuan's hand. That was the heavenly fire token. I'd like to see how many times your heavenly fire token can block my attacks. Mo Tao sneered and pointed his finger several times. Each finger contained the power of the Saint Realm. In the sky, densely packed finger lights crisscrossed together, whistling through the air. Seeing this, Yang Kuan's face turned pale. He shook his head and sighed. This is all I can help you with." Not far behind Yongkuin, the pure-blooded Demon King's body surged with pure blood. In a flash, he transformed into his true form. A tall and powerful pure-blooded demon king appeared in front of everyone. Roar! A third eye appeared on the pure-blooded Demon King's forehead. Whoosh! A terrifying red light shot out from the third eye. In an instant, the world lost its color. The entire sacred realm seemed to be in a scorching storm. Boom! The densely packed finger lights landed on Yongkuin's heavenly fire token and instantly shattered it. As for Yongkuin, he was also shaken by the powerful force and flew backward. All the bones in his body shattered. He lay on the ground and spat out blood. Seeing the pure-blooded Demon King's transformation, Mo Tao's eyes shone with golden light. He stepped forward and arrived in front of Yongkuin. Die. Yongkuin had stopped him time and time again, which made Mo Tao very unhappy. He wanted to kill him while he was at it. Scram! The pure-blooded Demon King attacked. He unsealed the inheritance memories that had been sealed for countless years, as well as the legendary talent power. He opened his bloody mouth and spat out scorching flames. On his forehead, the third eye opened and released a brilliant light. Two completely different types of energy intertwined, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Boom! The pure-blooded Fey monarch saved Yongkuin from Mo Tao. He glared angrily at Mo Tao, abnormally furious. "As I said before, if you become my servant and fight alongside me, I guarantee that you will enter the Saint Realm in the future." The pure-blooded demon monarch's bloodline made Mo Tao invite him again. However, he was mercilessly rejected by the pure-blooded Demon King. "You are courting death." Mo Tao gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice. Whoosh! He pointed out a finger, shaking heaven and earth. Crack! The finger light clashed with the resplendent light and exploded. The pure-blooded fiend king only took a few steps back. This scene caused Mo Tao to be a little surprised. Interesting. Mo Tao seemed to have discovered the pure-blooded demon monarch's secret. He licked his dry lips and opened his hand, grabbing at the pure-blooded demon monarch. The pure-blooded demon monarch had rejected his invitation twice. According to Mo Tao's personality, he would definitely kill him. But now Mo Tao changed his mind. Suppress. He wanted to capture the pure-blooded demon monarch alive. The two consecutive attacks were blocked by the pure-blooded demon monarch. Finally, Mo Tao became serious. "Stupid natives, you have completely infuriated me. Next, I'll let you know how strong a Saint Stage expert is." The Saint Realm could not be humiliated, especially in a small place like the primordial chaos, where a mere quasi-emperor blocked his attack. This made Mo Tao lose face, rise. He opened his hands, and beams of sword light quickly condensed in the void. The densely packed sword light emitted a deafening sword cry. Within the sword body, there was an unimaginable power. Is this the power of the Saint Realm? The pure-blooded demon monarch was somewhat desperate. He had unsealed the seal and released the power that he could not control. He had tried his best. He could only blame Mo Tao for being too strong. A Saint Realm expert was not someone he could match. He turned his head and glanced at the sacred palace with his scarlet eyes. "This is all I can help you with," the pure-blooded demon monarch muttered to himself. Then he gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a crazy decision. Buzz! He stomped his foot, and his huge body soared into the sky. With an unyielding will, he crashed into Mo Tao. He chose a method that would hurt both sides and force Mo Tao to retreat. Bang! The power of the Saint Realm completely erupted. He suppressed the pure-blooded demon monarch with a casual kick. At this moment, the entire sacred realm, and even every corner of the primordial chaos, all living beings felt fear from the depths of their primordial spirits. At the peak of the human race's ancestral mountain, the supreme rule power appeared and condensed into a huge face. Buzz! An invisible pressure came from all directions, trying to force Mo Tao's Saint Realm power back. Humph! Mo Tao snorted. He was a Saint Realm expert. How could a mere broken supreme rule force him back? How ridiculous! Rip! The supreme rule power suppressed Mo Tao's Saint Realm power, but it could not completely disintegrate it. This caused the crowd to feel despair. Including the quasi-emperors, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, waiting for death to come. You are too weak. Mo Tao looked down with his hands behind his back, looking down at the living beings below. My son died here. Then, all of you will be buried with him. Then Mo Tao flicked his finger, and a quasi-emperor died. Let's start with you. He had cultivated for countless years, and only his son was left. He valued his son too much, and he even gave him the coiling dawn spear. But his son died mysteriously. How could he not be angry? He sucked with his hand, and the coiling dawn spear suddenly appeared in his right hand. He held the coiling dawn spear with one hand and kept pointing with the other. Every time he pointed, a quasi-emperor would die. Roar! This was the unyielding will of all living beings. They were desperate and angry. At this moment, no one could save the primordial chaos. Ha ha ha! Mo Tao laughed crazily. He enjoyed the pleasure of killing weak martial artists. After killing more than 20 quasi-emperors in a row, Mo Tao targeted the little mouse and the others. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain stood in front of the sacred palace, their faces twisted in pain. Die! At this moment, Mo Tao pointed with 5 fingers. Not good. The little mouse cursed inwardly. Xiao Huang, Xiao Hai Pangolin, and the old faker were also shocked. The pure-blooded Beast King closed his eyes in pain. No one thought that the 5 of them could survive. Damn it, I can't accept this. Boss will avenge us. They couldn't move at all, and they could only face death calmly. Whoosh! 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 5 rays of finger light pierced through the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye and appeared in front of the 5 of them. They were only 1 step away from death. However, with a boom, a terrifying aura soared into the sky from the sacred palace. Rip! This aura was so powerful that it even overturned the indestructible sacred palace. Rumble! Vast power surged into the sky from the sacred palace. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled and looked up. In just an instant, a vast amount of energy had gathered in the sky. These energies were fusing at an extremely fast speed. Look, what's that? It was Unknown who cried out in alarm. Immediately, the others noticed this. In the sky, the vast black power and white power merged and complemented each other in the shape of a yin-yang fish. Yin and yang rotated, and there was a thumb-sized hole in the middle. Yin-yang origin, that's yin-yang origin. Yang Kuin shouted excitedly. When yin and yang origin merged, it would condense into yin-yang origin. Yin-yang origin was the symbol of a yin-yang origin realm expert. The stronger the yin-yang origin was, the more powerful one was. Could it be? The pure-blooded Beast King opened his eyes wide in disbelief. His guess was right. Fang Qin really used the will of all demons and beings to refine the yin-yang origin. Dong! 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 The huge yin-yang fish rotated slowly in the sky, and an aura comparable to that of a saint spread out. This aura doesn't seem like Stage 2. Could it be the legendary Stage 3? Gosh, how powerful is the yin-yang origin? Yang Kuin was shocked. At this moment in the sacred palace, Fang Qin, who was unconscious, suddenly woke up. Rip! The moment he woke up, the terrifying yin-yang origin in the sky was instantly absorbed into his body. Then he felt a strong pressure around him, which came from the supreme laws. Wang, the power in his body gradually calmed down, and his cultivation returned to the level of a quasi-emperor. Although it's incomplete, it still has a strong binding power. Fang Qin muttered. Mo Tao was an example. Someone as strong as a saint was still suppressed to the level of a quasi-emperor. It was just that the might of a saint was hard to suppress. It's a blessing in disguise. After being invaded by the will of all demons, his primordial spirit was almost completely corrupted. At the critical moment of life and death, a change occurred, and the will of all beings evolved, which was the so-called white substance. The black substance and the white substance complemented each other. Using Feng Chen's body as a medium, they quickly fused together, helping Feng Chen refine the yin-yang origin. He looked at his yin-yang origin. Stage 4. Feng Chen had a certain understanding of the yin-yang origin. In ancient times, the yin-yang origin was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the most common, the second stage was the prodigy, and the third stage was extremely rare. However, the yin-yang origin that he condensed from the will of all beings, and the will of all beings was beyond this category. If there had to be a classification, then his yin-yang origin should be unique and should be at the 4th stage. Feng Chen clenched his fists, feeling excited. Stage 4. Even in ancient times, only someone had condensed it. Before I fell into a coma, my strength had already reached the level of a saint. Now that I've refined the yin-yang origin, my strength has skyrocketed. It should be easy to deal with Mo Tao. Just as he was thinking, he sensed the tragic battle outside the sacred palace. In the square, corpses were piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. Even his wife, Star and Moon, and 3 children were injured to varying degrees. Little Mouse and the other pure-blooded monster kings were also suppressed. He was furious. Chapter 3461. Boom! A monstrous aura shot into the sky. The indestructible sacred palace was instantly overturned, and countless fragments flew into the sky. A figure walked out of the terrifying aura. As soon as he appeared, the entire world seemed to quiet down. In fact, even the supreme laws were terrified. At the peak of the mountain of ancestors, the giant face looked uneasy. Feng Chen turned his head, looked at the mountain of ancestors, and nodded slightly. Only then did the giant face relax. The leader, the people who had fallen into despair, shouted excitedly. They originally thought that the primordial chaos would be destroyed, but now the leader had awakened, and everything had turned around. Ha ha ha, the leader has awakened. The primordial chaos is saved. That's great, everyone exclaimed. It's you. Sure enough, after seeing Feng Chen, Mo Tao's face became even gloomier. My son was killed by you? Mo Tao held the coiling dawn spear tightly and questioned angrily. Feng Chen nodded calmly. It was as if Mo Tao was not a threat to him at all. You deserve to die. Mo Tao was angry, and the coiling dawn spear made a cracking sound. Feng Chen ignored Mo Tao and walked to Star and Moon's side and helped her up. Are you okay? Star and Moon shook her head, and tears flowed out of her eyes. During the days when Feng Chen was in a coma, Star and Moon had been holding on. In fact, she was in more pain than anyone else. Now, the clouds had finally parted and the moon could see the light. Her husband had awakened. Father, Feng Shi and his siblings also walked over one after another, and they were extremely excited. Take care of your mother. Feng Chen handed Star and Moon to the 3 children and then waved his hand. A vast power emerged from the yin-yang essence and drilled into Star and Moon's body. Immediately, Star and Moon's expression became much better. Let him go. After confirming that Little Mouse and the others were fine, Feng Chen's gaze finally fell on Mo Tao again. Although he was very calm, his words contained shocking, killing intent. Crack! Mo Tao exerted force with his foot. Countless cracks appeared on the pure-blooded Fiend King's body, causing blood to spill out. In your dreams, seeing Feng Chen's angry expression, Mo Tao laughed heartily. He loved to see his enemies' angry and unwilling expressions. Crack! He exerted more force, and the pure-blooded Demon King howled in pain. Instead of killing him, he was slowly torturing him. Scram! Fong Qin punched out in anger. The terrifying fist radiance shuttled through the void and arrived in front of Mo Tao. At first, Mo Tao didn't care at all, but when the fist radiance came close, his face suddenly changed. Rip! Mo Tao's right hand shook, and the coiling dawn spear pierced into the fist light. Crack! The holy treasure, the coiling dawn spear, was broken into two without any resistance. His body was also forced back. This is, after stabilizing himself, Mo Tao exclaimed, "Third stage, yin-yang essence." Even though Mo Tao was in the sage realm, he was still shocked. Third stage yin-yang essence was a peerless genius in the ancient times. If he didn't die, he would definitely stand at the top of the saint realm in the future. Such a person's potential was too terrifying. I didn't expect you to condense the third stage yin-yang essence. After a while, Mo Tao regained his composure and said coldly, "However, do you think you can fight me with just this?" At this point, an extremely powerful pressure instantly enveloped the saint realm. Potential is just potential. Your potential is indeed very strong, but you haven't turned it into strength yet. Mo Tao sneered. He didn't dare to say what would happen in the future. But at least for now, Fong Chen was like an ant in his eyes. In history, there were yin-yang essence realm cultivators who killed saints. However, people of that caliber were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. He didn't believe that Fong Chen could do this. Heavenly Star, sword technique. Fong Chen didn't say anything else and performed the Heavenly Star, sword technique. 9 swords shot out at the same time, and terrifying sword radiances crisscrossed. The hidden star sword also released an incomparably strong power. Origin of fire technique. Mo Tao performed the origin of fire technique, which was a secret technique based on the origin of fire. Boom! Boom! When the origin of fire technique was performed, the entire saint realm instantly fell into a sea of fire. Is this the origin? Fong Chen murmured. The origin was the most powerful and primitive force in the world. Mastering the origin meant that one was recognized by the heavenly path and was one of the strongest in the world. Dong! 9 sword radiances crisscrossed, releasing an unparalleled force and exploding. Burn! The origin of fire technique burned everything. A wisp of purple flame gradually turned red under Mo Tao's control. As soon as it touched the sword radiances, it quickly spread and completely drowned the 9 sword radiances. Hiss! Hiss! Everyone was shocked. The sky collapsed. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Soon, everyone saw a shocking scene. There was a hole in the sky. This hole was constantly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed to be collapsing. This was caused by the origin of fire. It was too shocking. A flame could burn the sky, and even the supreme rules could not do anything about it. If this flame fell on a person, who could resist it? No one knew anything about the origin, so they did not know the inside story. I'm a saint, and I control the origin of fire. What do you have to fight me? Mo Tao said coldly as he looked down at Fong Chen from above. The Heavenly Star sword technique was useless against Mo Tao. Fong Chen looked up and looked at Mo Tao. In the next second, he performed the Armageddon sword technique. The 6 sword techniques were performed one by one. Every move he executed had a shocking aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. When the 6 moves were performed together, their power was comparable to the origin of fire technique. Burn! Mo Tao was very proud. He thought that no one in the primordial chaos could compete with the origin of fire technique. However, he was wrong. Fong Chen was not an ordinary person. He possessed the rank 4 yin-yang essence, which was rarely seen since ancient times. Buzz! An unprecedented power burst out from the yin-yang essence and was injected into the Armageddon sword technique. The 6 sword techniques reflected each other and rushed into the sea of fire. It's useless. With your sword technique, you can't do anything to me. Emo Tao sneered. However, as soon as his voice fell, the sea of fire shook. Countless flames rolled and surged as if it had been attacked by a strong force. Even the red flame, condensed from the origin in the sky, began to sway. Emo Tao frowned and waved his hand to control the red flame. Crack! The sea of fire collapsed, and the origin of fire in the red flame was instantly extinguished by the sword chi. However, the origin of fire was also extraordinary. When it was extinguished, it also shattered the sword chi. In the sky, the burning sensation disappeared and calmness quickly returned. There was a dead silence on the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. This battle had already exceeded their imaginations. The reincarnation Sword Emperor opened his eyes wide. This was a real sword cultivator. The flames that could burn the world were extinguished by Feng Qin with a sword. How powerful did he need to be? Saint Realm. Yang Kuan murmured. The pure-blooded monster king shook his head. He hasn't entered the Saint Realm, nor has he mastered the origin. Yang Kuan trembled. Was the yin-yang essence realm so powerful? Maybe his yin-yang essence realm isn't at the 3rd level at all, but above it. What? Above the 3rd level? What was that? No matter how shocked everyone was, they were no longer afraid. Their leader had awakened, and they saw a glimmer of hope. Whoosh! They looked up and saw the void battleground looming. To prevent their battle from affecting ordinary people, Feng Qin entered the void battleground, and Emo Tao chased after him. You're very strong, beyond my expectations, Emo Tao said eerily, but the final result will still be the same. I'll kill you with my own hands. Feng Qin's potential was so strong that even Emo Tao felt a little uneasy. He made up his mind to kill Feng Qin. If I'm not wrong, the sword technique just now should be your strongest one, right? Emo Tao said. You're the first in the yin-yang essence realm to be able to break the 1st level of my origin of fire technique. But my origin of fire technique has 3 levels. How are you going to block it? Feng Qin held the hidden star sword tightly, and the origin chi was faintly leaking out. In fact, Emo Tao had also noticed Feng Qin's weapon. He could clearly sense that this sword was a holy treasure. But what he didn't understand was why the holy treasure contained a trace of origin. Let's take the sword first. He had a feeling that this sword was extraordinary, and it was very likely that something had changed. Origin of fire technique. Emo Tao performed the 2nd level of the origin of fire technique, and the terrifying origin fire swept through the entire void battleground. As for Feng Qin, he also used his strongest move, the primordial chaos sword technique. Inside the sacred palace, blood flowed like a river, and corpses piled up like mountains. But no one cared about this. They only cared about the situation in the void battleground. If their leader won, everything would be fine. But if he lost, it meant that the ancient chaos would completely change hands, and they would all become ghosts under Emo Tao's hands. Mother, father, Feng, she was a little worried. Feng Yun and Feng Han were very angry and regretful at the same time. It's all because we were too lazy. We didn't cultivate properly and couldn't help father. Star Emperor's small white hand gently stroked the 3 children's shoulders and said softly, Your father is the leader of the human race, the strongest in the ancient chaos. He is an invincible legend. Believe in him. He will be able to solve the crisis. In fact, when Star Emperor said this, he wasn't sure. He was just comforting the 3 children. The others, such as the reincarnation Sword Emperor, the pure-blood Demon King, Yang Kuan, and the others, were not optimistic. The opponent was a saint who could destroy the ancient chaos with a wave of his hand. Even if Feng Qin could be on par with him, it would be difficult to kill him. Once the tiger returned to the mountain, there would be endless trouble. Moreover, there was also the Blood King, who was eyeing him covetously. That was a Saint Realm expert, who was stronger than Mo Tao. Thinking of this, everyone's heart sank. Rumble. In the void battleground, there were rumbling sounds from time to time. Lord Fangchen is the chosen one. He has gathered the fate of all beings in the ancient chaos. I believe that he will be able to create a miracle. It was Gueso who spoke. His voice was hoarse, and his body was covered in blood. It was obvious that he had been injured in the battle not long ago. Chapter 3462. Boom! A deafening sound came from the void battleground. Everyone in the sacred palace could clearly see the void battleground trembling. The trembling made their hearts tremble. They had no doubt that if it weren't for the void battleground and the leader's deliberate control, their battle alone would be enough to destroy the entire primordial chaos. At the peak of the ancestral mountain, the giant face formed by the supreme rules had been watching the situation in the void battleground. It was incomplete, so it couldn't suppress the battle fluctuations. Chaos Origin Sword Art. Fangchen performed the Chaos Origin Sword Art. Origin emerged from the hidden star sword and merged with the sword radiance, bursting with terrifying power. Whoosh! The first sword of the Chaos Origin Sword Art pierced toward Mo Tao as fast as lightning. At this moment, Mo Tao finally began to look at Fangchen seriously. His face was extremely gloomy. He had never dreamed that Yin-Yang Origin realm martial artist could force him to this extent. Is it because of his Yin-Yang origin? Mo Tao didn't believe it. So what if his Yin-Yang origin had reached the third level? He was a saint and controlled the origin of the primordial chaos. How powerful was he? How could he be defeated by a Yin-Yang origin realm martial artist? Origin of fire technique. Mo Tao fell into a frenzy. He spread out his hands, and the terrifying origin source flame completely gushed out. Whoosh! A blazing flame instantly condensed and drowned out the sword light that was shooting over in an instant. Boom! Two completely different origins collided with each other, bursting with astonishing power. The power of the Chaos Origin Sword Art was fully displayed at this moment. Pucci! The hidden star sword pierced through the blazing flame and continued to approach Mo Tao. Get out of my way. Mo Tao increased the output of the origin of fire. Bang! 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 His body kept retreating and barely blocked the sword. What kind of sword art is this? This swordsmanship had completely exceeded the scope of his imagination. Even though he was a Saint Realm expert, he still felt a trace of fear. It's too strong. He stared at Fangchen with burning eyes. There must be a shocking secret hidden in the latter's body. If I kill you, everything you have will be mine. Mo Tao licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. The fire origin technique that he was so proud of had been perfectly unleashed. As expected, the first move of the origin sword art is unable to defeat him. Fangchen muttered to himself. In fact, he had already guessed this. After all, the other party was a Saint Realm expert. However, through the sword just now, Fangchen had also probed Mo Tao's background. He was confident that he would be able to defeat and even kill him. Primordial Chaos Sword Art, second move. When Fangchen uttered these words, the entire void battleground was filled with raging winds, flashes of lightning, and rolls of thunder. Terrifying sword chi crisscrossed. He had been unable to comprehend the origin sword art all this time. However, while he was in a coma and fighting against the will of the 10,000 demons, he suddenly gained some enlightenment. In addition, during the battle with Mo Tao, Fangchen had been practicing his swordsmanship. Finally, he mastered the second move of the first level. Sword chi crisscrossed and sword light flashed. When this sword was unleashed, the color of heaven and earth changed. Boom! Thunder, rain, wind, and lightning gathered at the tip of the hidden star sword. At the same time, the yin-yang vitality in Fangchen's body also released a special black and white power. When this black and white power was injected into the hidden star sword, it instantly blended the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. A shocking sword light appeared out of thin air. What's going on? Emo Tao felt his heart palpitate. How can his yin-yang vitality be so strong? Emo Tao was puzzled, but at this time there was no time to think too much. He controlled the fire origin technique and faced the attack head-on. Pucci! The hidden star sword pierced through the scorching sparks in an invincible manner and went straight to Emo Tao. It was only then that Emo Tao felt the aura of death enveloping him. No. He widened his eyes and roared angrily, his voice full of unwillingness. How could this be? He was very puzzled. Why was Fang Chen's yin-yang vitality so powerful? Fourth stage. However, before he could finish his words, he was pierced by the hidden star sword. The terrifying black and white aura directly crushed his internal organs. The primordial chaos sword light invaded his primordial spirit and instantly severely injured him. Bang! Emo Tao's body flew out and smashed into the void battleground. He was on the verge of death, and his vitality was quickly dissipating. He defeated a saint with one sword. When this news spread, the entire sacred palace was in an uproar. Under everyone's gaze, the void battleground disappeared, and a tall figure stepped out. When everyone looked at this figure, their eyes were filled with incomparable respect. The savior of the primordial chaos had saved the world. He, Fang Chen, the leader of the human race, was worthy of being remembered in history. Congratulations, leader, for killing the invader. The Samsara Sword Emperor and the other surviving quasi-emperors congratulated him with smiles on their faces. The Star Emperor, Fang Shi, and his two siblings also had smiles on their faces. Father is invincible. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain and the pure-blooded monster kings were also very excited. Even someone as strong as a saint was killed by Fang Chen. What danger could there be in the primordial chaos? After the battle, the Samsara Sword Emperor and the others began to clean up the mess. This time, although the leader had turned the tide, the human race still suffered heavy casualties. Many quasi-emperors, including Palace Master Wood Green, had died. The others also suffered heavy injuries. In the elegant courtyard, Fang Chen and the Star Emperor looked at each other. Fang Shi and his siblings had been talking about their father's battle with Emo Tao that day. To them, their father was the strongest hero. Brother Chen, although Emo Tao is dead, there is still the Blood King. The Star Emperor was a little worried. After all, the Blood King was much stronger than Emo Tao. Fang Chen nodded. The Blood King is indeed stronger than Emo Tao, but it is impossible for him to destroy the primordial chaos. He didn't know how strong the Blood King was, but he was confident that he could escape unscathed from the Blood King. That was enough. Just as the family was chatting, the pure-blooded monster kings and the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain arrived. Boss, you are so powerful, the little mouse shouted excitedly as soon as he entered the door. You killed a saint with one strike. Future generations will definitely sing your praises. Fang Chen greeted his brothers one by one, and then his eyes fell on the pure-blooded Monster King. Have a seat. The pure-blooded Monster King nodded and sat down. I have to thank you for risking your life to stop me. You don't have to be so polite with me. Besides, if you die, we will all die, rather than saving you. It is better to say that I saved myself, the pure-blooded Monster King said. After the pure-blooded Monster King unsealed his inherited memories, he knew many ancient secrets. He chatted a lot with Fang Chen and told Fang Chen many things. He didn't leave until night time. A false saint? Fang Chen was surprised. He didn't expect Emo Tao to be a false saint and not a true saint. He recalled the battle with Emo Tao, and sure enough, he discovered that something was wrong. Although Emo Tao had comprehended the origin of fire, his fire origin technique obviously wasn't at its strongest. He thought about it carefully and understood the reason. The so-called false saint was beyond the scope of the Yin-Yang origin realm and had comprehended the origin, but not completely. Such a martial artist actually belonged to the saint realm. As the name implied, the strength of a false saint was definitely inferior to a true saint. The Blood King was a true saint realm expert. After thinking for a moment, Fong Qin shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Thump! Thump! Yang Kuan came. Master. Yang Kuan was in low spirits. His good brother Emo Han had died at the hands of Emo Tao, but fortunately, Emo Tao was killed by his master. How are your injuries? Fong Qin asked. They are getting better, Yang Kuan said. Yellow Ox and his brothers were chased by the Blood King and escaped with serious injuries. No one knows where they went. The sacred palace is already searching for them, but there is still no result. Fong Qin nodded. The Blood King was too strong. They couldn't resist at all. It is very likely that their injuries were too serious, and they fell into a deep sleep. Fong Qin said, No matter what, you must find them. You will lead this matter. The sacred palace will cooperate with you. Yes, master. Yang Kuan nodded. When he got up to leave, he wanted to say something, but stopped. Is there anything else? Yang Kuan's expression changed, but he still spoke in the end. Master, Emo Tao is dead. The scenic demon palace will definitely go crazy. Although you are powerful and don't fear the motley crew of the scenic demon palace, but Fong Qin shrugged. The 3 old monsters behind the scenic demon palace? That's right. Rumor has it that there are 3 old monsters behind the scenic demon palace who survived the battle of ancient gods. If they are still alive, it will be troublesome. Fong Qin was rather curious about the 3 old monsters. Don't you have one in the sacred fire continent? I think you should know more about it. Tell me. Fong Qin asked. Yang Kuan told him that the expert of the sacred fire continent was seriously injured and had been in a deep sleep. He would occasionally wake up. Every time he woke up, he would guide Yang Kuan's cultivation. But so far, Yang Kuan had only received his guidance twice. This was also why Yang Kuan's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He was able to kill the divine generals of the scenic demon palace when he had just reached the level of great perfection. However, what surprised Fong Qin was that the expert of the sacred fire continent had a grudge with the old monsters of the scenic demon palace. They were all hibernating and working hard to recover. In that case, the 3 old monsters behind the scenic demon palace have not recovered from their injuries and are unable to make a move. Fong Qin guessed. Yang Kuan shook his head. Not necessarily. Old Qin once told me that one of the 3 old monsters of the scenic demon palace requires special attention. He is skilled in the primordial spirit Tao and can control the primordial spirits of others without anyone noticing. It is said that before the battle of ancient gods, there were 38 Saint Realm experts among his servants. Fong Qin sucked in a cold breath. 38 Saint Realm experts were only his servants. How powerful was this person in the primordial spirit Tao? To be able to control even a Saint Realm expert was too terrifying. Master, once we are done here, I can take you to the sacred fire continent if you have time. Yang Kuan said. Fong Qin knew what he meant. He wanted to take him to meet the expert of the sacred fire continent. He has a grudge with the scenic demon palace. Master, you have killed the scenic demon palace master. I believe that expert will help us, Yang Kuan analyzed. I will consider it, but for now we have to deal with the Blood King. At the mention of the Blood King, Fong Qin frowned slightly. Chapter 3463. No matter what, as long as the Blood King was alive, the primordial crisis would not be resolved. This was a heavy burden on the hearts of the primordial powerhouses. Fortunately, the leader was very strong. Killing Emo Tao with one strike brought endless hope to the people. After Emo Tao's death, the primordial chaos became quiet for the time being. However, the people had been paying close attention to the Blood King's movements. Waves surged in the North Sea. Terrifying waves crashed against the sea surface. Thousands of miles under the sea, there was a dilapidated palace. The palace's surroundings were extremely dilapidated, as if a shocking battle had taken place here. The Blood King, dressed in a blood-red robe, stood with his hands behind his back, floating in front of the dilapidated palace. His eyes were burning as he stared at the dilapidated palace. He could vaguely see a dilapidated altar. There was a terrifying aura around the altar. No matter how the waves crashed against the dilapidated palace, the water would quickly weaken whenever it approached the altar. There were signs of cracks on the altar, and a faint light flickered on it. The aura of a saint. The Blood King's eyes widened in disbelief. As a saint powerhouse who had comprehended the origin of water, he could easily sense all the special auras in the sea. He could even use all the water in the world for his own use. He could clearly sense the remnant aura of a saint on the altar. A saint was one of the powerhouses who stood at the peak of the world in ancient times. It could be said that as long as the primordial chaos didn't appear, a saint was invincible. Anyone who could be called a saint was a peerless genius that was rarely seen in the world. What a powerful aura! The Blood King was sure that the remnant aura on the altar belonged to a saint. This was because he had once seen a saint who had survived in the ruins of the Battle of Gods in the Blood Sea territory. Although that powerhouse's chi and blood had dried up and was about to die, the aura he emitted was still unimaginable. What on earth has this world experienced? The Blood King frowned and pondered. Since entering the primordial chaos, he had felt that it was extraordinary. At this moment, after seeing the altar, he was even more certain of his thoughts. A bold idea emerged in his mind. He slowly walked out and walked towards the altar. He wanted to ascend the altar and see if he could find the saint's inheritance. When his aura touched the altar, the entire North Sea changed. The cracks on the altar quickly disappeared. Immediately following that, the Blood King saw a shocking scene. Something appeared on the altar. It was an offering. Could it be that this sacrifice is for the saint? His gaze landed on the offerings, and he was incomparably shocked. Every single offering was enough to drive a saint crazy. Heavens! The Blood King trembled all over, unable to believe his eyes. He couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart. He stretched out his hand, wanting to take the offering. However, he immediately retracted his hand. The offerings used to worship the saint were tainted with the saint's aura. How could ordinary people touch them? He recalled that the sleeping saint in the Blood Sea weave had once told him that saints were not to be humiliated, and that he should not touch anything that was tainted with the aura of a saint. Once touched, karma would be formed. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more one feared karma. The Tao of karma was the most mysterious. Once one was tainted by the karma of a saint, it would bring about endless danger. Who? The Blood King took a deep breath and finally suppressed his thoughts. However, he did not intend to give up just like that. He guessed that a saint had once cultivated here, and these offerings were used by the natives of this world to worship the saint. They prayed that the saint could protect this world. I can't be reckless. The Blood King's eyes darted around as he thought of a possibility. He shook his wrist, and a water ball quickly condensed on his fingertip. He controlled the water ball and slowly touched the altar. Crack! As expected, the moment it touched the altar, the water ball shattered. Continue. The Blood King did not believe it and continued experimenting. Finally, after countless experiments, the water ball successfully entered the altar. Drip! The water ball came to a copper bowl, and suddenly a drop of water dripped down. Immediately, the dim copper bowl emitted a terrifying power that swept through the entire North Sea. Oh no! The Blood King saw this and knew that things were not good. With a thought, his body dissipated, turning into water droplets that fused into the North Sea. Rumble! The surface of the North Sea was turbulent. With a bang, a water column soared into the sky. The Blood King appeared and retreated to the shore. He was drenched, and his clothes were torn. How terrifying! The Blood King's heart palpitated. If he had escaped a little slower, he would have died there. His deep eyes stared fixedly at the North Sea. After a long time, he gave up the idea of entering the North Sea again. With my current strength, it's almost impossible for me to step onto the altar. The Blood King was ready to give up. Buzz! At this moment, his communication jade pendant rang. Immediately after, he received a message that Mo Tao was dead. Before he entered the North Sea, he had suppressed a few humans and asked them to help him gather information. They were the ones who had sent the news of Mo Tao's death. What? The Blood King exclaimed. Although Mo Tao was not as strong as him, he was considered very strong among false saints. He was only one step away from becoming a true saint. Even if it was him, he did not have absolute confidence in killing Mo Tao. Isn't the supreme law of this world incomplete? Why would such a powerhouse appear? When he thought of the saint's altar in the depths of the North Sea, he was even more shocked. He felt that this world was very unusual. We can't stay here for long, the Blood King said in a deep voice. In fact, when there was a commotion in the North Sea, Fong Qin had already received the news. After sensing the Blood King's aura, he immediately came to the North Sea. However, he found that the Blood King had disappeared. He's gone? Fong Qin stood above the North Sea and murmured. Soon after, Yang Kuan sent news that the Blood King had entered the spatial passage and returned to the Godfall battlefield. Fong Qin was a little surprised when he heard that. Logically speaking, the Blood King was so powerful that he should not have been frightened by the news that he had killed Mo Tao. Fong Qin frowned and pondered. He looked at the vast sea. Was the commotion in the North Sea caused by the Blood King? Fong Qin muttered to himself. If he did, then there must be a secret in the North Sea. The Blood King had obviously left in a hurry and returned directly to the Godfall battlefield. Fong Qin guessed that there might be a saint at the bottom of the North Sea that had scared the Blood King away. Shall I go down and take a look? Fong Qin was eager to give it a try. My strength is not inferior to the Blood King's. If he can escape, so can I. After making up his mind, Fong Qin sent a message to the pure-blooded Demon King. Soon, the pure-blooded Demon King arrived at the North Sea and met up with Fong Qin. The reason why he asked the pure-blooded Demon King to accompany him was that he had unsealed his inherited memories and knew some secrets of the ancient era. He even knew more than Yang Kuan and the others. You can hide in Mount Dongming. Fong Qin briefly explained the situation, and the pure-blooded Demon King entered Mount Dongming. Plop! Fong Qin plunged into the North Sea. The deeper he went, the greater the water pressure. What a terrifying pressure! Fong Qin could not help but exclaim. No wonder no one came to the North Sea. They probably did not dare to come. In the primordial chaos, no one except him could withstand the water pressure of the North Sea. Fong Qin was even more convinced that the North Sea was extraordinary. Thousands of miles below the North Sea, Fong Qin discovered a dilapidated palace. At this moment, he was surrounded by a halo of sword chi that blocked the powerful water pressure. A palace? Seeing the dilapidated palace, Fong Qin exclaimed. Was there a battle here? Judging from its dilapidated appearance, there should have been a strong battle. Be careful. After Fong Qin entered the dilapidated palace, the pure-blooded Demon King's voice came from Mount Dongming. His voice was heavy as if he had discovered something. What do you know? Fong Qin asked. Look at the altar in front, the pure-blooded Demon King said. The water pressure swept through the entire dilapidated palace, but it could not get close to the altar. Fong Qin's gaze fell on the altar and saw some offerings. Offerings? Is someone offering to the heavens here? On the altar, there were golden fruits, black vines, weapons, pills, and so on. This place is not simple. The pure-blooded Demon King's voice was even heavier. That fruit is a metal origin fruit. It contains the origin of metal. It's very difficult for ordinary saints to obtain it. And that black vine is an ancient black vine tree from ancient times. It's said that its body is indestructible. A single leaf can be refined into a supreme weapon, and that golden paper contains the power of a saint. With every word the pure-blooded Demon King said, Fong Chen's heart trembled more and more. What? Fong Chen's eyes widened. What was this place? Who was the altar worshipping? Why were there such precious offerings? The fruit containing the origin, the black vine tree, the paper containing the power of a saint, this was only a small portion of the offerings. The rest was shrouded in a hazy light and could not be seen clearly. Fong Chen's heart trembled. His blood flowed faster. These offerings are most likely worshipping a saint. The pure-blooded Demon King said, Worshipping a saint. Fong Chen was speechless. He recalled the Blood King leaving the primordial chaos in a hurry. He figured it out. The Blood King touched the altar and retreated in fear. Saints were legendary super experts, second only to the primordial chaos. If one did not become a saint, they would be reduced to ashes. Could it be that a saint once appeared in the primordial chaos? Fong Chen gradually came to a realization. He guessed that a saint had once appeared in the primordial chaos, and these offerings were worshipping that saint. This altar represented the past prosperity of the primordial chaos. He licked his dry lips, his heart racing. The palace was dilapidated, the supreme laws were incomplete, and the saints had long disappeared. This altar seemed to be on the verge of shattering, and the offerings were still intact. If he could obtain even one of these things, it would be a joyous occasion. Can I get it? Fong Chen was eager to give it a try. However, he was still rather vigilant, especially when he knew that the Blood King had left the primordial chaos because of this matter. I don't recommend you try. The pure-blooded Demon King said. A saint's means were heaven-defying. If one was tainted by a saint's aura, they would form karma with the saint. I'll give it a try. If there's any danger, I'll leave immediately. Fong Chen could not help but feel excited. He reached out and touched the altar excitedly. Buzz. When he touched the altar, the world suddenly changed colors and the North Sea shook. He panicked and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Chapter 3464. Buzz. The multicolored light that shot out from the altar instantly entered Fong Chen's body. At the same time, Fong Chen felt his body trembling. The half-perfect bloodline in his body was completely activated. What's going on? Fong Chen subconsciously wanted to refine this power. However, at this moment, his body underwent a strange change. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the bloodline in his body. The half-perfect bloodline emitted a scorching light. The multicolored light shot out from the altar, quickly fused with it, causing it to undergo a transformation. In just a second, Fong Chen felt the change in the half-perfect bloodline. He was shocked. What's going on? Why was the light emitted from the altar able to merge perfectly with the half-perfect bloodline? Fong Chen was puzzled. Finally, after a moment of daze, the blood in his body gradually calmed down. Dong! A large amount of information emerged in Fong Chen's mind. Bang! Due to the huge amount of information, it instantly impacted his mind and caused him to faint. When Fong Chen fell to the ground, the offerings on the altar underwent a slight change. Light shot out from the altar again. A faint sigh could be heard from the void. However, this sigh was mixed with a trace of joy. After a while, the altar calmed down, and the offerings gradually disappeared. Clang! The copper bowl placed at the edge of the altar shook and fell from the altar to the ground. Buzz! The copper bowl was dull and lusterless. From the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary bowl. After the copper bowl fell, the altar returned to normal. The entire North Sea gradually quieted down. In his sleep, Fong Chen saw many incredible scenes. He saw one brutal battle after another. Every battle was incomparably shocking. The warriors who participated in the battle were all peerless experts. They could destroy the world with a thought. He also saw the primordial chaos go from destruction to new life. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Qin suddenly woke up. Me. He hurriedly checked his body and found that there was nothing wrong with it. The information in his mind appeared before his eyes. It took him a full 3 days to fully accept this information. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen's pupils constricted. He raised his head and looked around the dilapidated palace. Then his gaze landed on the altar. At that instant, his heart was in great turmoil. This altar was indeed where the ancestors of the primordial chaos worshipped the saints. Those offerings were all rare treasures that could have been taken out during the primeval chaos most glorious and peak. Just now, the multicolored light had shot into his mind because of his half-perfect bloodline. According to the information he had obtained, only those with half-perfect and perfect bloodlines could activate the altar. This is left behind by a saint? Fang Qin finally understood that there was a saint's method in the altar, waiting for the fated person to come here. Whoosh! He had triggered a restriction and obtained a strand of the inheritance. Heaven-severing alchemy. This was a supreme technique. Even a saint would go crazy over it. At that moment, the chant of this supreme technique was in Fang Chen's mind. The more he read the contents of this supreme technique, the more rapid Fang Chen's breathing became. In the end, he was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a powerful secret technique. Most importantly, this secret technique contained the origin of gold. It was the origin secret technique that everyone in the battlefield of gods wanted to obtain. The fire origin technique that Mo Tao had used before was also an origin secret technique. It could be said that only those who had comprehended the origin could cultivate origin secret techniques. Buzz! Fang Qin felt a little dazed. His vision instantly became blurry. Just as he was on guard, a magnificent scene suddenly appeared in front of him. In that scene, a hazy figure held a folding fan and gently waved it. Fang Chen's gaze was fixed on the trajectory of the folding fan. This is the heaven-severing alchemy, Fang Qin exclaimed. He stared at the scene intently. At the same time, he was quickly comprehending. In the scene, every time the hazy figure waved the folding fan, it would trigger the power of the origin. Whoosh! Terrifying ripples rippled out and easily cut the space. That was the sharpness of the origin of gold. Fang Qin had never seen such sharp ripples. Is this the origin of gold? Fang Qin murmured. He involuntarily took out the hidden star sword and began to wield it. Layers of golden luster were released from the hidden star sword. It blended with the terrifying ripples in the scene. Time passed. Fang Qin was immersed in the scene. A full 3 months passed. Finally, one day, he opened his eyes and restrained his aura. As for the scene before him, it disappeared. Fang Chen's breathing was undulating. He was still shocked. Was it left behind by a saint? He knew that the scene was left behind by a saint for him to comprehend the heaven-severing alchemy. After pondering for a moment, Fang Qin sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the heaven-severing alchemy. Sacred region, sacred palace. Fang Qin sent a message back, telling everyone that he had something to do for the time being and could not leave. The Star Emperor and others began to rebuild the sacred palace with the help of the reincarnation Sword Emperor. Yang Kuin, Yellow Ox, and his brothers returned to the God's Fall battlefield first. Master left a mark here. As long as we activate the mark, we can return to the God's Fall battlefield. Yang Kuin said in a deep voice, and then, Yellow Ox and his brothers were homeless and could only follow Fang Qin to conquer the world. Go to the sacred fire continent. Mo Han's death was a great blow to Yang Kuin. He wanted revenge. He thought of the sleeping expert in the sacred fire continent. Hiss! After activating the mark, Yang Kuan and others disappeared from the primordial chaos. God's Fall battlefield, Blood Sea territory. Bang! An angry voice came from the Blood King palace. The Blood King's face was gloomy. He smashed the stone table beside him with a punch. Blood King, what happened? The Grand Elder asked, puzzled. The Blood King was a Saint Realm expert. Not long ago, he received a piece of news and left. After many days, he returned in a sorry state. One could even feel the fear in his heart. This caused the Great Elder to be extremely shocked. What exactly had happened? What kind of expert could make the Blood King so terrified? You may leave first. The Saint Altar in the North Sea of the primordial chaos was of great importance. The Blood King did not want others to know about it. After the Grand Elder left, he tried to calm his throbbing heart and sat down on the stone bench. Too powerful. The power of a saint is unstoppable. Even now, his heart was still palpitating. If he had escaped a little slower, he would have lost his life there. What is the origin of that land? Why is there a saint altar? The existence of the saint altar proved that a saint had once appeared in that land, a land ruled by a saint. What did this mean? Although he was still in a state of shock, his eyes were filled with an incomparably scorching light. A land ruled by a saint must have countless opportunities, not to mention anything else. Just the offerings on the altar made him drool. It's related to a saint. I can't be careless. He thought for a while and left the Blood King Palace in a flash. Not long after, he came to a forbidden land in the Blood Sea territory. Standing outside the forbidden land, the Blood King was extremely respectful and bowed deeply to the forbidden land. Only he knew that in this forbidden land, there was a supreme expert who had survived from the ancient time sleeping. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a beast came from the silent forbidden land. Then a monster the size of a hill poked its head out and said unhappily, "What are you doing here? Master once enlightened you, but it was just a matter of convenience. He doesn't need your gratitude." The hill-like monster guarded the supreme expert and did not allow anyone to approach the forbidden land. "Senior," the Blood King hurriedly said, "I have something important to report to you." "Humph!" The hill-like monster snorted coldly, wanting to drive the Blood King away. "This matter is related to a saint." As soon as he finished speaking, the Blood King felt a terrifying power spread out and instantly bound him. He lost his freedom and could not move. Then he felt the world spinning. When he saw the scene in front of him clearly, he realized that he was already in a forbidden land. "What did you just say?" The demonic beast that was as big as a hill roared anxiously. "A saint altar. I found a saint altar." The Blood King took a deep breath and said slowly, "What?" The hill-like monster exclaimed and stared at the Blood King with wide eyes. After a conversation, the Blood King made a request. "I want to be that senior's disciple." The unparalleled powerhouses who had survived the battle of ancient gods were so powerful that even gods and ghosts couldn't fathom their strength. The Blood King wanted to take this opportunity to become his disciple. "Humph, with just you." The hill-like monster sneered. However, on second thought, he thought of the saint altar. "If what you said about the saint altar is true, I can take you in as an in-name disciple on behalf of Master." The Blood King hesitated. Be content. When Master was at his peak, he could do whatever he wanted even as an in-name disciple. Primordial chaos. Deep in North Sea. In the dilapidated palace, Fan Chen sat like an old monk, diligently comprehending the heaven-severing alchemy art. This ultimate technique was divided into two parts. The first part was heaven-severing. As the name suggested, it was related to time and space. Once cultivated, it could sever the void. The second part was alchemy. This part was related to the origin of metal. It was more difficult to cultivate, and the threshold was also very high. After careful analysis, Fang Qin began to study the first part. Coincidentally, he had some attainments in the Tao of time and space, so it was much easier for him to cultivate. The void around him was chaotic, and the flow of time was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, as if he was isolated from the world. Even the supreme nomological power here was changed. In his body, the yin-yang essence rotated rapidly, and his half-perfect bloodline was fully activated, releasing a scarlet light. The altar dimmed and returned to normal. The offerings disappeared. Chapter 3465. The spatial passage to the corpse continent had been sealed by the Blood King. He did not want anyone else to know about the spatial passage other than the scenic palace. The primordial chaos regained its peace. Time passed slowly. Feng Chen had been cultivating in the North Sea. Hard work paid off. After 10 years of hard work, he finally grasped the basics of the heaven-severing alchemy art. One day, Feng Chen woke up. What a powerful technique! Feng Chen could not help but sigh. He had studied it for 10 years and barely grasped the basics. One could imagine how powerful it was. I wonder what changes have happened in the outside world in the past 10 years. He was not worried about that. After all, Mo Tao had been killed, and the Blood King had fled back to the Godfall battlefield. The Blood King would not dare to enter the primordial chaos in the near future. This way, the crisis of the primordial chaos would naturally be resolved. The saint's altar is of great importance. The Blood King would not easily tell others about it. Feng Chen pondered. If he were in the Blood King's shoes, he would definitely concentrate on cultivating. When his cultivation improved, he would come to explore the saint's altar. After all, the value of the saint's altar was immeasurable. If news of it spread, the Godfall battlefield would definitely go crazy. By then, a weak saint like the Blood King would not be qualified to interfere. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and slowly got up. At this moment, the altar showed signs of cracking again. Its surface was dim and lightless. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary altar. Those precious offerings had also disappeared. However, Feng Chen knew very well that this altar was the legendary saint's altar. He bowed deeply to the altar to express his gratitude. Dong! Suddenly, the air in the North Sea was filled with an extremely oppressive aura. A voice that seemed very far away, but also very close sounded in Feng Chen's mind. The end of the origin was nothingness. Feng Chen frowned. He resisted the trembling of his body and carefully pondered the meaning of the sentence. He guessed that this sentence was left behind by the saint worshipped on the altar. But what did it mean? The end of the origin was nothingness. What exactly was this void? Feng Chen shook his head forcefully. He suppressed the restless blood in his body and gradually calmed down. When it came to the origin, it was very difficult for him to understand at his current level. Perhaps after entering the saint realm, he would be able to understand the meaning of this sentence. When those words disappeared from his mind, the seal around the altar closed once more. This junior will never forget senior's kindness. When this junior becomes stronger, I will definitely come again. Feng Chen cupped his fists and left the North Sea. Voila! The wind suddenly blew, and the waves on the surface of the sea surged. Suddenly, a column of water shot up into the sky. Upon closer inspection, a tall and straight figure could be seen on top of the water pillar. Whoosh! Feng Chen hovered in the air, looking down and enjoying the fresh air. A brilliant smile appeared on his face. In the next moment, his figure flashed and returned to the sacred palace. 10 years' time was merely a snap of a finger to martial artists. Back then, Mo Tao had killed a human race quasi-emperor, causing the sacred palace to suffer heavy losses. Now, 10 years had passed, and many geniuses of the human race had already stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. The overall strength of the human race had once again become stronger. Of course, this was nothing much. What surprised Feng Chen the most was that the reincarnation Sword Emperor had broken through the shackles and stepped into the Emperor realm. Emperor realm? Fang Qin could clearly feel the yin essence in the reincarnation Sword Emperor's body and the sharp sword light emanating from his body. As expected of a genius sword cultivator of the human race. Fang Qin sighed. Before him, the Tianyi Sword Emperor and the Reincarnation Sword Emperor were both genius sword cultivators of the human race. After the Tianyi Sword Emperor disappeared, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor was known as the #1 sword cultivator of the Archean era. After Fang Qin Pride opened the broken supreme law and repaired it a little, he was the first to step into the Emperor realm. Everyone was celebrating. Everyone was extremely excited. This meant that in the Archean era, there was hope for a martial artist to step into the Emperor realm with their own efforts. At the same time, they also understood that the supreme law would be completely repaired one day. Palace Master. In the sacred palace, the Fire Dome Palace Master and the others were reporting to the Reincarnation Sword Emperor. Palace Master Mu Qing had died in the hands of Mo Tao. Now that Fang Chen was no longer in the sacred palace. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor was the leader. The North Sea has been calm for the past 10 years, and there hasn't been any changes. The leader should be in seclusion, the Fire Dome Palace Master said. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor nodded. Continue to keep an eye on him and make sure that the leader isn't disturbed. As for the void crack in the flame abyss, we've already set up layers of formations. As long as someone invades the God's Fall battlefield, we'll be the first to discover it. The Fire Dome Palace Master continued. By the way, there's one more thing. Not long ago, an evil organization appeared in the ancient Saint Chaos that specializes in collecting the heart blood of young boys and girls. It has a great impact on the ancient Saint Chaos and even caused the deaths of our human race compatriots. What happened? The Reincarnation Sword Emperor frowned. The Fire Dome Palace Master was in charge of the ancient Saint Chaos. I personally made a trip there and uprooted that mysterious organization. In the end, I found out that the leader of the organization is a quasi-emperor. I sensed an aura that doesn't belong to the Archean era on his body. The Fire Dome Palace Master pondered. I'm guessing that his primordial spirit is controlled by the Blood King. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in shock. The Blood King was a saint, and it was easy for him to control a quasi-emperor's primordial spirit. Although this mysterious organization had been uprooted, who could guarantee that the Blood King didn't control the primordial spirits of others? Even the Reincarnation Sword Emperor's expression was somewhat grave. What should we do? The Fire Dome Palace Master asked. It was somewhat difficult to find the quasi-emperor who was hiding in the dark. Therefore, he could only ask the Reincarnation Sword Emperor to help. There's no need to worry about this. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the void. Everyone turned their heads and was instantly stunned. Leader. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor was extremely excited. He stood up immediately to welcome Fang Qin. Greetings, leader. After being in seclusion for 10 years, everyone was very happy to finally return. Fang Qin waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for this. Then he looked at the Reincarnation Sword Emperor and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It can break through the shackles of heaven and earth and condense in essence. Very good. He took out a yellowed book from his bosom. This is a sword technique that I obtained in the blazing abyss. It's called the Heavenly Star Sword Technique. Fang Qin briefly explained the Heavenly Star Sword Technique to the Reincarnation Sword Emperor. The latter sighed. I didn't expect Ancestor Tianqin to fall in the blazing abyss. Obviously, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor had heard of the legend of Ancestor Tianqin. Holding the yellowed book, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor was very excited. As a sword cultivator, he knew the value of the Heavenly Star Sword Technique very well. Thank you. He cupped his fists and thanked him. Fang Qin shook his head and then said to everyone, I've already solved the matter that you were worried about. The Blood King indeed controlled more than 10 quasi-emperors. On my way back, I've already killed them. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, that's great. The Fire Dome Palace master laughed excitedly. Another 10 years. Fang Qin decided to set off and return to the God's Fall battlefield. With Mo Tao dead, the scenic demon dominion would definitely fall into chaos. This was an opportunity. The first place he thought of was the sacred fire continent. If he could obtain the support of that expert, it would not be impossible for him to control the scenic demon palace. After all, with his current strength, if he used the heaven-severing alchemy technique at full strength, it would not be a problem for him to deal with the Blood King. In the vast scenic Devil Dominion, apart from the 3 slumbering powerhouses, no one was a match for him. On this day, he quietly set off and entered the spatial crack. The Star Emperor's gaze was fixed in the direction of the blazing abyss. Mother, has father left again? Fang, she ran over to ask. The Star Emperor gently stroked her daughter's hair and said softly, "All the efforts your father has made are to protect us and create a peaceful and comfortable environment for us to live in." "I know." Fang, she lowered his head. "So, we have to work hard to cultivate and not be a burden to your father. Mother, don't worry. From today onwards, I will work harder and strive to reach the Emperor realm as soon as possible. I will enter the God's Fall battlefield to find father. I will also supervise my 2 younger brothers and guide them in their cultivation." Buzz. A familiar scene. A familiar scene. At the spatial crack, Fang Chen appeared out of thin air. The corpse head continent was now heavily guarded. The scenic demon palace had completely sealed off the area. The Blood King. Fang Chen glanced at the sealed spatial passage and guessed that it was the Blood King's doing. The scenic demon palace is really ruthless. He scanned the area with his consciousness. Those who had once submitted to him on the corpse head continent had all been killed. Even the surroundings of the abyss of god corpses were in a sorry state. Clearly, the scenic demon palace had launched a large-scale attack on the abyss of god corpses. However, Fang Chen guessed that they should not have gained anything. Fang Chen messaged Yang Kuan and asked about the current situation in the scenic demon dominion. After a brief understanding, he was relieved. "Back then, I entered the abyss of god corpses because I was forced by the corpse head ghost. It was a narrow escape. Now that I've become stronger and comparable to a saint, it's time to go in again." "Who is it?" Just as Fang Chen was about to activate the token, a cold rebuke was heard. Thud, thud, thud. A team of 10 people wearing standard armor and holding spears surrounded Fang Chen. The leader was an Yin-Yang origin realm martial artist. He glared at Fang Chen angrily. "This is the scenic demon palace. How did you get in?" There was a hint of threat in his voice. Fang Chen shrugged and did not speak. "Just kill him and save us the trouble." The auras around the others rippled as they attacked. Whoosh! Fang Chen pointed his finger as fast as lightning, piercing through a martial artist who was close to him. A bloody hole appeared in the martial artist's head. He died as his life force dissipated. "You're courting death." The other members of the team attacked one after another, wanting to kill Fang Chen. "Die." He pointed his finger 9 times in a row. Puff, 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 puff. 8 figures fell to the ground lifeless. The leader barely blocked Fang Chen's attack. "Who are you?" He kept retreating, his heart filled with fear. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. That finger just now, if there was another one, he would definitely die. "You are..." This person recognized Fang Chen. "Gu Tianming, you still dare to appear." He roared angrily, wanting to send a message back to the scenic demon palace. Bang! Fang Chen killed him with a finger. Chapter 3466. Last time, Fang Chen was forced into the abyss by Corpse Head Geezer. In the end, it was a blessing in disguise. He gained the recognition of the master of the abyss and comprehended the chaos origin sword art. Although he only mastered the first move of the first level, his strength had skyrocketed. Of course, he also gained some benefits. For example, the yin-yang pill could increase the strength of his yin-yang essence. Now, Feng Qin had refined his yin-yang essence again and reached a height of 3,000 feet. This made him realize how precious the yin-yang pill was. At this point, if Xiao Chun still wanted to improve his yin-yang essence, he would need an endless supply of yin-yang pills. Moreover, it would be very weak. He had been cultivating the Tianhun scripture and never stopped. The effect of the Tianhun scripture was also surprisingly good. Although his primordial spirit hadn't broken through yet, it had reached the limit of this level. Whoosh! After entering the abyss again, Feng Qin took a deep breath and appeared in the core area. Senior. When he activated the token, the red-haired elder and the others already knew he was here. After sensing Feng Qin's aura, the red-haired elder frowned slightly. Complete yin-yang origin realm? Feng Qin nodded. The red-haired elder was a bit disappointed. Why are you here when you haven't reached the Saint Realm? Do you think you can accept the Master's inheritance and power now? After using the token, it lost its effect. Obviously, the red-haired elder didn't think Feng Qin should use it now. I really don't know what to say about you. The black-haired elder shook his head. However, he still approved of Feng Qin. You've improved a lot, but it's not enough. It wasn't easy to reach the complete yin-yang origin realm in such a short time. Forget it. Since he's here, let him try, another elder said. Another old man said. He couldn't possibly chase Feng Qin out. Since you're here, the decision is yours. The next test will be very dangerous. If you're not careful, you'll die. Do you want to accept it? The red-haired elder asked. Junior has already made up his mind. No matter how difficult it is, I will try, said Feng Qin. All right, come with me. The red-haired old man led Feng Qin all the way to the white jade square. Release your yin-yang essence first. Master's chaos essence sword Dao is unprecedented. If you want to cultivate it, you'll need at least 5,000 feet of yin-yang essence. Feng Qin slowly walked towards the center of the white jade square. He closed his eyes, calmed his heart, and began to release. This guy is improving at a godly speed. I'm guessing that his yin-yang essence should be able to reach 500 feet. That may not be the case. The current world cannot be compared to the ancient times. The old men chatted with each other. Whoa! Suddenly, a mighty power surged out from Feng Qin's body. Immediately after, a terrifying yin-yang origin energy rapidly formed above his head. The primordial yin and yang continued to grow. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to a height of 100 zhang. Solid. Seeing Feng Qin's yin-yang essence, the red-haired elder nodded in satisfaction. He could feel that the latter's yin-yang essence was extremely solid. He knows how to build a solid foundation at such a young age. I have high hopes for him, the black-haired elder said with a grin. 100 zhang, 200 zhang, 300 zhang. In the blink of an eye, the yin-yang essence had reached 500 zhang. Seeing this, the old men smiled faintly. Not bad, he's reached the standard. If it's 500 zhang, with the yin-yang pill left behind by Master, it should be able to reach 10,000 zhang. In fact, 10,000 zhang was the threshold left behind in the abyss of God's corpses. But over the countless years, almost no one could reach this threshold. Therefore, they gradually lowered the threshold. It was just to prevent the chaos essence, Sword Dao's inheritance, from being lost. 500 zhang was already the strongest yin-yang essence in recent epochs. Look, the growth rate hasn't decreased at all. After being happy, the black-haired elder noticed this. The others were shocked and looked at the sky curiously. Dong, dong, dong. The yin-yang essence released a terrifying yin-yang aura, making the entire white jade square feel extremely oppressive. The mighty power continued to gather, causing the yin-yang essence to grow rapidly. 600 zhang, 700 zhang. When Feng Qin's yin-yang essence reached 800 zhang. The old men couldn't hold back their excitement and screamed. What's going on? Oh my God! What exactly did he experience? How can the yin-yang essence reach such a level? Even the peerless geniuses of the ancient era can't compare to this, right? They shook their heads hard and widened their eyes in disbelief. It's still increasing? The old men were dumbfounded. As they spoke, the yin-yang essence had already grown to 900 zhang, and it seemed like it would continue to grow. The old men looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Could it really reach 10,000 zhang? Their hearts were filled with excitement as they stared at Fang Qin. Dong! Dong! The growth rate gradually slowed down. However, when the yin-yang essence broke through the 10,000 zhang mark, the old men were extremely excited. What did I just see? A miracle! This is simply a miracle. It's simply a legend that such a monstrous genius could be born in this era. Buzz! Fang Qin withdrew the yin-yang essence, and the white jade square returned to normal. The old men quickly walked over and surrounded Fang Qin. Senior, did I pass? Fang Qin asked humbly. It's more than passing. It's simply beyond our expectations, the black-haired old man said. Level 4. Your yin-yang essence has reached the strongest level of level 4. In ancient times, the yin-yang essence was divided into 3 levels. That was only what ordinary people knew. In the hearts of the peak powerhouses, there was still the strongest level 4. However, even in the prosperous ancient times, there were many monstrous geniuses, but almost no one had reached level 4. The way the old men looked at Fang Qin also became abnormally hot. Fang Qin, come here. The red-haired old man couldn't wait to bring Fang Qin to a futon in the white jade square. Sit here. Fang Qin sat cross-legged on the futon according to the red-haired old man's instructions. Whoosh! Suddenly, a mountain of yin and yang pills appeared in front of him. The sight of so many yin-yang pills shocked him. Originally, these yin-yang pills were your reward after you passed the test. However, we decided to give them to you in advance. The red-haired old man's voice trembled. Your yin-yang essence has reached the strongest level of level 4. You're the most monstrous genius since ancient times. You're definitely qualified to become our master successor. They now treated Fang Qin as the successor of the Abyss Master of the Gods' Corpse Abyss. Master once left behind a secret technique that specifically targets the yin-yang essence. These yin-yang pills were deliberately left here. The red-haired old man explained briefly, and Fang Qin understood. Comprehending the secret technique could quickly increase the yin-yang essence. Of course, it was easier to supplement the yin-yang pills. Absorb the yin-yang pills as much as you want. If it's not enough, we have more here. As for how much you can improve, it'll depend on your luck. They were confident that they could increase the yin-yang essence from 500 feet to 10,000 feet. However, if it was 10,000 feet, was there still room for improvement? How much could it improve? They didn't know. The red-haired old man tapped lightly, and a secret technique appeared in Fang Qin's mind. How profound! Fang Qin began to comprehend it. The old men retreated far away and stared at Fang Qin. Do you think there's a 5th level above the 4th level of yin-yang essence? The black-haired old man suddenly asked. He had a feeling that his master had set the 4th level of yin-yang essence for a reason. Otherwise, where could he find a monster at the 4th level of yin-yang essence in the vast sea of people? There shouldn't be. The peak experts of ancient times acknowledged that the 4th level of yin-yang essence was the strongest. The red-haired old man muttered. The red-haired old man didn't say anything, but his eyes burned. There are too many secrets of ancient times. We don't know much. The black-haired old man continued. Is there someone controlling the battle of Godfall behind the scenes? Or is it a law of nature? The heaven-defying alliance is invincible in the battle of Godfall, but rumor has it that they have an unparalleled enemy. Even the heaven-defying alliance is at a disadvantage in battle. Someone once saw an invincible saint kill an upper echelon of the heaven-defying alliance. Where did this invincible saint come from? Every word of the black-haired old man represented a great secret. When the few old men heard this, their expressions were also abnormally solemn. The Battle of Godfallback, then, was too complicated. Now that they thought about it, they had a myriad of thoughts. So, the fifth level of yin-yang essence might exist. How could an invincible saint kill his opponent so easily? One had to know that the one from the heaven-defying alliance had broken through to the saint realm with the strongest fourth level of yin-yang essence. These were all questions worth pondering. Forget it. There's no point in thinking so much. Our main task is to find a successor. The red-haired old man looked at Fong Qin meaningfully. In just 3 days, Fong Qin fully comprehended the secret technique and began swallowing yin-yang pills. Whoosh! He swallowed them in big mouthfuls. Yin-yang essence had reached the fourth level and was very strong. He didn't have to worry about the yin-yang pills being too strong and causing harm to it. Just like that, after Fong Qin swallowed 1,000,000 yin-yang pills, there was finally a slight change in his yin-yang essence. Buzz! Yin-yang essence soared into the sky. Fong Qin could feel that the yin-yang qi and yin-yang qi were circulating faster and faster. They could even affect the surrounding space. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. 1,000,000 yin-yang pills allowed Fong Qin's yin-yang essence to increase by 1,000 feet, reaching 11,000 feet. This was a breakthrough. The red-haired old man and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this. They shouted excitedly. 1,000 feet was nothing for ordinary martial artists. But for Fong Qin, who had the fourth level of yin-yang essence, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. To achieve such an effect, in addition to the exquisite secret technique, there was also a large number of yin-yang pills. Continue. Fong Qin looked up and continued swallowing the yin-yang pills in front of him. The old men discussed and prepared to give Fong Qin all the yin-yang pills in the abyss of God's corpses. By the way, take out all the yin-yang pills we've accumulated over the years, the red-haired old man said. His eyes were shining. He wanted to know what Fong Qin's limit was. Chapter 3467. Abyss of the God's Corpse, White Jade Square. Fong Qin was devouring yin and yang pills, and the yin-yang essence above his head was also growing rapidly. The yin-yang essence, formed by the black and white matter, was extremely powerful and complemented each other. One could vaguely feel a trace of terrifying origin aura. Amazing! The black-haired elder exclaimed. The red-haired elder was full of praise for Fong Qin. Fong Qin's yin-yang essence had really frightened them. The will of all demons is yin, and the will of all things is yang. One yin and one yang, forming yin-yang essence. It's too terrifying. Once upon a time, a long time ago. It was a legend so long ago that they had only heard of it when they were children. It was said that at that time, someone had used the will of all demons and the will of all things to form yin-yang essence. His combat strength was explosive, and he had just entered the saint realm and had already comprehended 3 origins. It was difficult to find a match in the saint realm. In the long years that followed, he cultivated wholeheartedly and completely comprehended the 5 origins of heaven and earth. From there, he merged with the way and became the prime of chaos. Of course, this was just a legend. It was extremely unreliable. After all, the 5 origins were born when the chaos first formed. They were unique and completely different. It was almost impossible to merge the 5 origins. This was also the reason why the primal Chaos Supremes had already become legends. The elders stared at Fong Qin. The latter's potential was unparalleled. As long as he could survive, he would definitely become an invincible saint. As for whether he could become the legendary prime of chaos, it was hard to say. I'm really curious. How strong will he be after entering the saint realm? The red-haired elder sighed. Time passed. The red-haired elder placed all the yin and yang pills they had accumulated in front of Fangchen. The yin and yang pills piled up higher than a mountain. There were tens of billions of them. If the outside world knew about this, even the top Saint Realm experts would go crazy over it. After all, after the Battle of Gods, the world was broken and cultivation resources were extremely scarce. In the Battle of Gods, most of the cultivation resources were basically monopolized by the Heaven-defying alliance. Ordinary warriors could only rely on themselves if they wanted to cultivate. The yin and yang pills were even more important. Ordinary saints, such as the Blood King and a first-level Saint King, were worth at most 1,000,000 yin and yang pills. The number of yin and yang pills on the white jade square had increased by 1,000 times. One could only imagine how huge it was. There are so many yin and yang pills. I wonder how much he can absorb. 1 billion should be the limit. The number one genius of all time cannot be measured by common sense. The old men discussed with each other. 10 years later, Fangchen had absorbed 100 million yin and yang pills. His yin and yang essence had increased to 1,500 zhang. This had already exceeded the limits of the fourth stage yin-yang essence. The old men were extremely shocked. However, Fangchen's subsequent growth made their jaws drop. Time passed in the blink of an eye. After spending 300 years, Fangchen actually managed to completely absorb the 10 billion yin and yang pills. It was too terrifying. Even the old men's gazes towards Fangchen had turned wooden. They felt that this fellow in front of them was not a super genius who had cultivated for a short period of time. Instead, he was more like the reincarnation of a peerless powerhouse from a long time ago. Wang. After 300 years of tempering, Fangchen's invincible sword qi had become even sharper. During this period of time, apart from absorbing yin and yang pills and condensing yin and yang essence, he had also been comprehending the sword principle. He was a sword principle genius, and now his understanding of the sword principle had become even deeper. Dong. One day, he suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, the terrifying yin and yang essence in the sky let out a deafening sound. A suffocating aura instantly spread out and shrouded the entire white jade square. Roar! The roar of the sword beast came from afar, and it was filled with fear. Even the old men could not help but tremble. The yin and yang essence of 3,000 zhang was too powerful. Just this pressure alone was enough to easily crush an ordinary saint stage powerhouse. Terrifying. The old men were dumbfounded, and their hearts were in turmoil. Although they had witnessed Fangchen's growth in the past 300 years, they were still shocked when they saw Fangchen's yin and yang essence of 3,000 zhang. Is this the limit? Fangchen murmured. After absorbing 10 billion yin and yang pills, the yin and yang essence had finally reached its limit. 3,000 zhang was already the limit of the limit. The red-haired old man swore that no one had ever been able to raise the yin and yang essence to 3,000 zhang in all the legends he had seen and heard. Monster. The black-haired old man's voice trembled. Wang. Fangchen withdrew the yin and yang essence with a thought. In an instant, the mighty yin and yang essence returned to his body, turning into a palm-sized yin and yang essence that slowly circulated, cleansing my body and honing my primordial spirit. I've gained a lot in the past 300 years. Fangchen grinned. The growth of the yin and yang essence meant that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. If he were to fight Mo Tao now, he could kill him with a wave of his hand. Even if it was a Blood King, he could kill him with one strike. I've accumulated a lot of power in my body. Fangchen muttered. Although his strength had skyrocketed, there were also drawbacks. The yin and yang essence was extremely powerful, which also meant that it was more difficult to enter the saint state. Congratulations, congratulations. Just as Fangchen was deep in thought, a few old men walked over and greeted him with smiles. Who would have thought that in this era I would be able to see the strongest genius of all time? That's right. Your potential is truly unparalleled in the past and present. I'm sure that you'll definitely enter the chaotic supreme state in the future. The old men were very satisfied with Fang Qin. Hurry up and persevere with your body and see if there are any changes. Although the red-haired old man was curious to what extent Fang Chen's combat strength had increased, he still restrained himself. Fang Chen nodded and began to check his body. First, he saw the changes in his primordial spirit. Tianhun scripture? Fang Chen murmured. He had been cultivating the Tianhun scripture. Now that 300 years had passed, his primordial spirit had quietly formed core. At this moment, there was a golden core in his mind. This was the legendary primordial spirit golden core. When a martial artist's soul was cultivated to a high level, it would transform into a primordial spirit. And when the primordial spirit evolved, it would form a core and then a nascent soul. The so-called primordial spirit golden core was the nascent soul of the primordial spirit. It was said that a nascent soul cultivator could control the origin of heaven and earth with a thought. It was very terrifying. Primordial spirit golden core? Fang Chen was overjoyed. The stronger his primordial spirit, the stronger his survival ability. On the path of martial arts, as long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, he would not die. Fang Chen sighed. The Tianhun scripture was really a treasure. If he cultivated it alone, he did not know how long it would take for him to form a primordial spirit golden core. Now he had formed a core in just 300 years. Although it was only a low-level golden core, it was enough. Just the pressure of the primordial spirit golden core alone could make him invincible in the yin-yang essence realm. Of course, there was also his physical body. His physical body had undergone a great transformation. It had evolved to the extreme. Sword-shaped scales covered the surface of his skin like armor, greatly increasing his defense. Fang Chen had tested it. The defense of the sword-shaped scales alone could withstand a full blow from a second-level Holy King. If he activated the Chaos Sword Body and formed a sword array, he could even withstand a third-level Holy King's attack. Amazing! Fang Chen clenched his fists and could not help but exclaim. In the past 300 years, he had really made a great leap. His strength had skyrocketed. Of course, the most important change was his yin and yang essence. 3,000 feet of yin and yang essence was beyond the scope of a genius. It was even more demonic than a demon. In the eyes of the old men, Fang Chen was destined to become the strongest existence in the world. Phew! After organizing his thoughts, Fang Chen cupped his hands at the old men. If it were not for his 10 billion yin and yang pills, he would not have transformed. The red-haired old man waved his hand, indicating that it was a small matter. Ever since their master died, they had been struggling to survive here. The yin and yang pills were useless to them. Let's go and test your strength. The black-haired old man could not wait to see how strong Fang Chen was. He grabbed his arm and quickly came to the edge of the mountain range in front of the white jade square. Most of the sword beasts in the mountain range are at the yin-yang essence realm. Only 4 of them are at the saint realm. Try it, said the black-haired old man. If their master had not died, there would be more sword beasts here. Fang Chen entered the mountain range and heard the roars of the beasts. Roar! The swarm of yin-yang essence realm sword beasts rushed toward Fang Chen. Buzz! A terrifying aura was released from Fang Chen's body. The might of his primordial spirit of the Jindan spread out. Suddenly, the tide-like sword beasts retreated frantically. Their eyes were filled with fear. Just the aura of his primordial spirit was enough to intimidate the sword beasts at the yin-yang essence realm. The old men were very satisfied. Roar! When all the sword beasts retreated, a huge sword beast rushed toward Fang Chen from afar. It was a first-level Holy King sword beast. Boom! Fang Chen threw out a light punch. The first-level Holy King sword beast flew backward and lost its ability to fight. This sword beast should be about the same as the Blood King, or slightly stronger. Fang Qin thought to himself. The power in his body surged. He was not afraid of a mere first-level Holy King. In the following time, Fang Qin still used his fists to defeat the second-level Holy King sword beasts. When the last sword beast appeared, Fang Qin's interest was piqued. This was a third-level Holy King sword beast. Its power was beyond imagination. He drew his sword for the first time. Sword chi surged. He and the sword beast clashed. Terrifying. 3,000 feet of yin-yang essence, unparalleled in the world. His combat power is too exaggerated. With his current power, he should be able to defeat a third-level Holy King if he goes all out. But it will be difficult to kill him. Defeating and killing were two completely different concepts. Fang Qin could defeat a third-level Holy King with his yin-yang essence, realm, cultivation. He was already considered a peerless genius on the battlefield of gods. Seeing Fang Qin fight with the sword beasts, the old men could not calm down. In my opinion, he can even escape unscathed from a fourth-level Holy King. Chapter 3468. Unparalleled potential had created an unprecedented freak. Fang Qin was now a super freak in the eyes of the old men. After a while, Fang Qin walked out of the mountain range. The huge mountain range was a mess. This was all caused by the battle between Fang Qin and the level 3 Saint Beast. Fortunately, the space in the Godfall battlefield was very strong. Otherwise, this area would have been destroyed. Amazing! At this moment, the old men were full of praise for Fang Qin. They couldn't use words to describe their feelings. He could kill a level 1 Saint Beast, suppress a level 2 Saint Beast, and even suppress a level 3 Saint Beast. This kind of strength was simply shocking. The red-haired old man had a new understanding of Fang Qin. He licked his dry lips and suppressed the shock in his heart. Senior. Fang Qin clasped his fist at the old men. He had come to the abyss of God's corpses to receive the complete inheritance. Before this, he had only reached the first stage of condensing the yin-yang essence. This tower is called the Origin Tower. It has 7 levels. You only need to pass the 3rd level to reach the yin-yang essence realm. The red-haired old man waved his hand. Suddenly, a magnificent tower appeared on the white jade square. The 7-level tower was surrounded by the aura of Origin. As soon as it appeared, it gave Fang Qin a sense of oppression. Be careful. Although the demonic beasts in the Origin Tower are all level 3 and below, they have Origin in their bodies and are stronger. The red-haired old man warned him. Fang Qin nodded and stepped into the Origin Tower. How many levels do you think he can pass? The black-haired old man asked curiously. He can fight with a level 3 Saint King, Sword Beast, and suppress it. He should be able to pass the 3rd level easily in the Origin Tower. Nonsense. I also know he can pass. The question is whether he can pass the 7th level. This was what the black-haired old man was most concerned about. The red-haired old man shook his head in disbelief. It's difficult. The demonic beasts in the Origin Tower are very strong. They can use Origin to attack. The few people present knew very well how powerful the Origin was. As they were discussing, Fang Qin had already arrived at the 1st level of the Origin Tower. It was a vast and boundless space with no end in sight. Fang Qin stood on the wasteland, feeling the heat coming from all directions. So hot. Fang Qin frowned. Soon he felt relieved. The 1st level of the Origin Tower contained a powerful origin of fire. Roar! Deafening roars of beasts could be heard. Fang Qin raised his head and looked over. Far off in the distance, a vast horde of demonic beasts was charging toward them like 10,000 galloping horses. 1st level Holy King? Fang Qin muttered to himself. Most of the demonic beasts were 1st level Holy Kings. He heaved a sigh of relief. If these were all 3rd level Holy Kings, then it would be troublesome. They are fire-attributed beasts. Fang Chen could sense the origin of fire in their bodies. Voila! In the blink of an eye, many demonic beasts had already arrived in front of Fang Chen. They opened their bloody mouths and spewed out scorching flames, instantly burning the entire sky. Origin. Fang Chen's expression was solemn. The origin of fire was too scorching. It was the purest ancestor of fire in the world. It was very domineering. He had no doubt that those flames would kill even the Blood King and the others instantly if they were tainted. Fight! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice, took out the hidden star sword, and began to fight. Buzz! Terrifying sword chi shot out one after another. The origin sword technique was fully activated. Swoosh! Wherever the sword chi passed, the power of metal would cut. The demonic beasts could not dodge and were instantly sliced apart by the hidden star sword. Roar! The demonic beasts' roars shook the sky and surrounded Fang Chen. However, the latter was not frightened. So the origin can be used like this? A brand new door seemed to have opened in Fang Chen's mind. His eyes were burning as he rushed into the horde of demonic beasts with his sword. In the following time he began to kill crazily. At the same time he was also absorbing the demonic beasts' methods of using the origin. As time passed, the number of demonic beasts Fang Chen killed increased. At a glance, the mountains and plains were filled with the corpses of demonic beasts. At this moment, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand was flowing with a golden luster. This was the origin of metal. To be precise, it should be the wrinkled form of the origin of metal. Back then, the master immortal refinement had refined the hidden star sword for him. As it had absorbed a large amount of Termination Soldier's spiritual liquid, it had caused a mutation, and a trace of the origin was derived from it. And this origin was the origin of metal, which was known for its sharpness. Now, the origin was getting richer and richer, and the wrinkled form had already appeared. If the few old guys in the outside world saw it, they would definitely be dumbfounded. The wrinkled form of the origin was an extremely important process of comprehending the origin. Being able to condense the wrinkled form of the origin basically meant that one would definitely be able to comprehend the origin in the future. The power of the hidden star sword was getting stronger and stronger. The golden luster released a terrifying aura that was incomparably sharp and could split the sky and earth. Pucci! When the last demonic beast died under the hidden star sword, Fang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. After days of high-intensity battles, he had consumed a lot of energy. Now he could finally rest for a while. Time flew by. Half a month later, the few old men were discussing with each other, guessing which floor Fang Chen had entered. At this moment, the door of the origin tower opened. Fang Chen walked out of it. Seeing this, everyone was stunned and immediately asked, "Which floor did you reach?" No one doubted that it would be no problem for him to pass. What they were curious about was, with Fang Chen's talent, which floor could he reach? The 7th floor. Fang Chen said calmly, "What?" The red-haired old man's eyes widened, and his breathing became a little rapid. "You said you reached the 7th floor." He grabbed Fang Chen's arm and lost his composure. It was no wonder that he would act like this. Since the origin tower was established, no one in the Yin-Yang origin realm had reached the 7th floor. "Old man, you've lost your composure." The black-haired old man and the others suppressed their curiosity and spoke out. The red-haired old man also realized that he had lost his composure and smiled at Fang Chen awkwardly. The demonic beasts on the 7th level are all at the level of 3rd level Holy Kings. However, the way they use their origin is unimaginable. Their combat power has even surpassed that of a 4th level Holy Emperor. After I entered, I was immediately thrown out. Fang Chen sighed. The demonic beasts on the 7th floor were too abnormal. However, what he did not know was that in the hearts of the old men, he was the real abnormal. The younger generation will surpass us in time. I never thought that I would be able to witness a miracle one day. After a long while, the red-haired old man sighed. By the way, did you comprehend a trace of origin? The black-haired old man hurriedly asked. Fong Chin took out the hidden star sword. With a buzz, the sword was surrounded by origin. Seeing this, the few old men were speechless, but soon they felt relieved. It was a miracle for a yin-yang origin realm cultivator to reach the 7th floor in one go. If he could even do this, what was a mere origin? He would comprehend it sooner or later. The origin is wrinkled, and it's a perfect, wrinkled shape, the red-haired old man said. You will definitely be able to comprehend the origin of gold in 10 years at the latest. Comprehending the origin would allow one to enter the Saint Realm. They were very curious. When Fong Chin entered the Saint Realm, how exaggerated would his combat power be? It had to be said that the origin tower was really strange. In the tower, one could feel a thick origin at all times. Fighting with demonic beasts could also deepen one's comprehension of origin. With all these reasons combined, Fong Chen's comprehension improved by leaps and bounds. After leaving the origin tower, he could clearly feel that the origin in the air was very thin. Did you feel it? The red-haired old man smiled. After the battle of gods, heaven and earth shattered. It's not easy to maintain this state. This is also why the various sacred lands, forbidden lands, and ancestral lands are so crazy. Sacred lands, forbidden lands, ancestral lands. Relatively speaking, they were more complete and the origin was very rich, making it easier to cultivate. The top forces would all occupy a place. For example, the Heaven-Defying Alliance, in addition to occupying a sacred land, also occupied a forbidden land. This was also why their position as the Overlord was unshakable. In addition to the Heaven-Defying Alliance, there were some weaker forces that also occupied their own mountains. It seemed that he would have to pay a visit to the Heaven-Defying Alliance when he had time. The red-haired old man asserted that Fong Chin would be able to completely comprehend the origin of gold in less than 10 years. At the same time, he also told Fong Chin not to let others know unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it would lead to a fatal disaster. Also, his unparalleled yin-yang origin energy of 30,000 feet could not be exposed. Fong Chin nodded. He also understood this point. This was his greatest trump card. I've already passed the second test. How many more are there? Fong Chin asked. There were originally 2 more tests, but you only need to pass one, the red-haired old man said. One of the tests tested the primordial spirit. Fong Chen's primordial spirit had already formed a core, so he met the requirements. However, the rewards that should be given would not be small. Previously, you cultivated the heavenly soul scripture. The reward for this primordial spirit test is the complete Holy Soul Scripture. Fong Chin was puzzled. The red-haired old man explained. Although the Heavenly Soul Scripture was powerful, it was only suitable for ordinary primordial spirit golden core martial artists. Fong Chin was a supreme genius, so he naturally had to cultivate a more advanced primordial spirit mystic technique. You have to remember that if you want to cultivate the Holy Soul Scripture, you have to cultivate the Heavenly Soul Scripture to perfection as soon as possible. That way, cultivating the Holy Soul Scripture will be twice the result with half the effort. The red-haired old man reminded. He also told Fong Chin that cultivating the Holy Soul Scripture to the extreme could allow the primordial spirit to form the nascent soul. Nascent soul, that was a legend. Even Fong Chin was surprised. The greater the potential, the more difficult it is to break through. You have to be prepared. No matter how thorny the road ahead is, you have to charge through it fearlessly. The old man said with a smile, looking at the Holy Soul Scripture book in his hand. Fong Chin felt emotional. If he could obtain a powerful inheritance, others would be able to do so as well. Moreover, some people had inheritances from ancient times, and their bloodlines were respected. Their starting point was higher than his. They had been cultivating in the God's Fall battlefield and had countless resources. Their strength was definitely not weak. These people would become his opponents in the future. The road ahead was long and thorny.